Every time the wife who's intimate with me turns out to be a different person. To prove my suspicion, during intimacy, I deliberately left marks on her neck, but the next day left me dumbfounded. Not only did several maids have marks on their necks, even my sister-in-law had marks on hers. Before the marriage, people outside all said the girl I'd marry was a fat, ugly fool, but now it appears this is no fool at all. She's practically a celestial fairy descended to earth. The strange thing is, after being married into the Chin family, everyone seemed to deliberately conceal her appearance. I realized my wife wasn't as simple as she appeared. The second day after marriage, her maid Bailing told me, the young mistress has her own residence, and won't be living with me, though we'll have one conjugal opportunity each month. I was originally a Nuo family's illegitimate son, enduring constant humiliation at home. This marriage should have been my second brother's, but second brother had supreme martial talent and bright prospects. Naturally wouldn't marry a fool, so I was forced to replace him in marrying into the Chin family. But for me, this marriage is actually a form of liberation. Rather than continuing to live a humiliating life in the Luo family, it's better to start anew in a different environment. Moreover, I simply can't resist. With my current strength and status, I don't even have the qualification to struggle slightly. As for escaping, that's even more unthinkable, unless I've grown tired of living. But what they don't know yet is that I've actually married a wife as beautiful as a celestial maiden. When we returned to present gifts and served tea, they were all stunned. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was like that of a fairy descended to the mortal realm. I led my wife as we slowly entered the main hall, kneeling before my father Luo Yanian. Respected father, please accept our tea. But my wife beside me remained standing, showing no intention to kneel. Luo Yanian symbolically sipped the tea, wearing a complicated expression without speaking. I then offered another cup of tea to the first madam, Lady Wang, bowing as I said, "Honored first madam, please accept our tea." However, Lady Wang suddenly erupted in anger, splashing the tea toward my wife. I quickly stood up to shield my wife. The tea splashed onto my face. Wang sure froze momentarily. She hadn't expected that timid, weak-willed me would dare stand up to protect my wife. This was utterly unbelievable to her. "Father, the tea ceremony is concluded. We shall take our leave first." With these words, I took my wife's hand and headed for the door. Wang Shi flew into a rage, summoning over a dozen guards, declaring that no one was permitted to leave. The burly man drew his waist sword, glaring at us with murderous intent. Just at this moment, a sharp sword instantly pierced through the right side of his neck. The burly man, who was just one step away from becoming a martial master, had virtually no time to block or evade. His throat was sealed by the sword in an instant. He died before even realizing what happened. The sword-wielding maiden was none other than my wife's maid, Xia Chan. She stood there as if she had never moved. No one could have anticipated that this beautiful maiden would suddenly kill someone. Looking at the fallen man, Wang Shi became furious, summoning the martial master level steward Wang, preparing to capture Xia Chan. Just as he was about to make his move, "Stop!" At this moment, Luo Yanian suddenly shouted sternly. A sword was seen pressed against Butler Wang's throat, having already pierced through the skin and muscles of his throat. Just a bit more would have completely penetrated his windpipe. Only then did everyone realize the stop wasn't directed at him, but rather spoken to Xia Chan. No one even saw how the young girl made her move. Luo Yanian waved his hand and said, "You may leave. Let's go, Chan. Since Master Luo isn't keeping us for dinner, we'd better go home to eat." The speaker was the wife's maid, Bailing. Her personality was completely different from Xia Chan's. She was cute and playful, with a voice like a lark song. With matters having reached this point, I took my wife's hand and walked out, watching our retreating figures. "Second brother Luo," you remarked slowly, "that sword is no ordinary weapon, and that girl is anything but common. Yet she's merely her maid." At this moment he felt regret, but even more despairing things awaited him. After stepping outside, Bailing suddenly said with a cheerful smile, suggesting we could ask the young mistress for some reward. "Although I'm now married to the Chin family's eldest daughter, our relationship hasn't undergone any real changes, and I didn't dare to call her wife in terms of address. I still addressed her as eldest miss." I was just about to say it's unnecessary, when I saw Bailing mischievously wink at me. Then she ran to the carriage window and said, "Miss, the young master just said he wants to share your chamber tonight. Do you agree?" As soon as these words were spoken, my expression immediately changed. Simultaneously, I felt a chill suddenly coming from the other side of the carriage. I felt my neck go cold. The carriage interior fell deathly silent. The eldest Miss Chin didn't respond. Bailing said loudly, "Understood, young miss. This servant will go tell the young master that you've agreed." Having said that, she walked before Luo Qingzhou and said with a smile, "Young master, the young miss has agreed. She says it's your reward." Luo Qingzhou looked at her with doubt. Why hadn't he heard Miss Qin speak at all? Moreover, the curtain hadn't been opened the entire time. Even if Miss Qin had used lip reading or gestures, it wouldn't have been possible, right? Was this girl deliberately teasing him? But how dare she be so bold as to falsify imperial decrees right before her mistress? "Young master, won't you say some words of thanks?" Beiling raised her eyebrows, or could it be that the young master is unwilling? Not knowing how to respond, Luo Qingzhou could only remain silent. Beiling smiled and walked ahead. After returning to the Qin manor, Qin Wenjiang stood at the hall entrance with a dark expression, waiting for them. As it turned out, the gift-bearing servants had already rushed back to report what had just happened at the Changhua manor. Luo Qingzhou had expected old Master Qin to scold them severely, even to punish Xia Chan. But to his surprise, this old Master Qin actually comforted them with a kind expression, then furiously cursed the people of Changhua manor for being worthless. "Qingzhou, you did very well. Your father didn't misjudge you. I'm very pleased that you protected Jianjia in times of danger. That Luo Yanian actually deliberately allowed his wife to treat you like that he's unworthy of being an elder. Our Qin family will remember this. From now on, you don't need to go there anymore. Just act as if we don't know them." Luo Qingzhou looked into his eyes and heard his inner thoughts. "Damn your grandmother Luo Yanian, I'll fuck your wife and ancestors. Looking down on our Qin family. One day I'll make you regret this beyond measure." Luo Qingzhou. So this was what his wife's dignified and authoritative father was really like. "Alright, you may go back and rest now." After Qin Wenjiang solemnly cursed a few more sentences, he waved his hand to dismiss them. Luo Qingzhou took his leave and departed. When parting in the outer corridor, Beiling reminded with a playful smile, "Young master, remember to wash up tonight and wait obediently in your room." Qin Jianjia's expression remained indifferent. Xia Chan nearby was cold as ice and snow, her gaze sharp as a blade. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare respond. He left silently with Xiao Dai. They returned to the small courtyard. Master and servant chatted for a while. Luo Qingzhou entered his room to read. Xiao Dai closed the courtyard gate and went to learn needlework and flute playing from other maids. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting warm, comfortable rays upon him. After reading for a while, Luo Qingzhou thought of Steward Wang's majestic attack that morning and Xia Chan's deadly sword thrust. His heart immediately burned with restless eagerness. Martial arts practice is so much more interesting. He put down his book, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began circulating his internal energy techniques several times. Only when he clearly felt the flow of heat within his body did he leave the house and go to the corner of the small courtyard. He began violently colliding with and striking those two large trees again, tempering his flesh. Time passed quickly during cultivation. Soon it was noon. Xiao Dai brought lunch. Luo Qingzhou hastily finished eating. After Xiao Dai cleaned up and left, he closed the courtyard gate again and continued cultivating. Bang! 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 In the small courtyard, the sound of a human body colliding with tree trunks continued without end. Judging by the sound, one could tell it was exceptionally forceful and violent. Luo Qingzhou was drenched in sweat from the impacts, his whole body aching, yet he still didn't stop. Not until his skin membrane was nearly unable to bear it and gradually began to split did he finally halt and circulate his internal cultivation technique. Then, he continued striking and colliding. His skin membrane changed from soft to hard, then from hard to soft again, repeating this cycle until it gradually became tough and resilient. Every inch of skin on his body began gradually transforming under this violent tempering. The surfaces of those two large tree trunks had already cracked. Luo Qingzhou knew this was only the beginning. Only when he completely shattered the tree trunk would his skin tempering achieve minor success. In the blink of an eye, the sun had already sunk to the horizon. In the distance, verdant mountains stretched like ink paintings, with sunset clouds forming halos amidst immortal mist. It was as if a blushing maiden lay there, playfully and shyly watching him. Luo Qingzhou felt somewhat dazed. Would Miss Qin truly come tonight? Chapter 022, His Bride. The setting sun cast its glow westward. The evening lake surface shimmered with ripples. Willows drooped along the shore, pavilions reflected in water, green leaves and red lotuses. The lakeside scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. After completing his cultivation, Luo Qingzhou didn't rest immediately. Instead, drenched in sweat, he strolled leisurely to the lakeside of moonlit rain garden. Sudden stillness wasn't suitable after intense training. Otherwise, it would increase the heart's burden. Those with particularly weak constitutions might even perish. So he decided to take a walk. The bark of the two large trees in the courtyard had already cracked, becoming as soft and fluffy as cotton. Estimated that after some more time, it would completely fall off. After all, this was a residential area, and it looked too conspicuous. So he planned to find another quiet place with trees, preparing for more intense cultivation later. Last time when he came to this moonlit rain listening garden, he discovered a bamboo grove in the northwest corner. The bamboo grove contained more than 10 large trees. He decided to go take a look. This place covered an extremely large area. Besides the lake, there were flower beds, groves, bamboo forests, rockeries, etc. Moreover, this place was very close to the small courtyard where he lived. Generally, no one would come here. It was just said that the second young miss occasionally brought friends here to play. However, at most they would just take a boat to pick lotus flowers and seed pods in the lake or visit the pavilion at the center of the lake. They would never go to such a remote bamboo grove. Therefore, that should be an excellent place for cultivation. Luo Qingzhou walked forward along the lakeshore. Passing through a flower bed, he stepped onto a small path paved with pebbles. Then he entered the bamboo grove. The bamboo grove was vast, deep, and quiet. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, and the snow had not completely melted away. A few small birds hopped among the trees but made no sound, showing no fear upon seeing him. More than 10 large trees grew there, all exceptionally thick and sturdy. One of them required 3 people to embrace its trunk, with branches still lushly green, unafraid of wind and snow, unknown what species it was. Luo Qingzhou wandered inside for a while and found this was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. Sunlight could hardly reach here, the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves. The ground was also unclean, and being extremely remote, it lacked any scenery. Who would come here? Moreover, it was far from the lakeside pavilion and shielded by dense bamboo. Even if the second young lady suddenly came to visit the pavilion, she wouldn't notice him. Good, I'll cultivate here from now on. Luo Qingzhou stepped before the large tree and suddenly threw a punch, landing with a loud thud on the hard tree trunk. A surge of pain shot through his knuckles. But the pain didn't last long and quickly dissipated. The force behind this punch was significantly stronger than his previous strikes. Several days of continuous cultivation had not only toughened his skin membranes, enhancing their resistance to blows, but also considerably increased his strength. He was no longer that frail scholar who couldn't even lift a bucket of water or kill a chicken. However, he absolutely mustn't grow complacent. He needed to persist and continue striving. Looking at the sky, the sunset had vanished behind the mountains as night quietly descended. Daring not to linger any longer, he immediately left the bamboo grove and returned to the small courtyard. Xiao Dai had already brought dinner and was waiting eagerly by the gate. Seeing him emerge from the garden, the young girl blinked her large eyes and asked, "Young master, weren't you supposed to be studying in your room? Did you go to the lakeside again? Alone?" Entering the courtyard, Luo Qingzhou replied, "Of course not alone." Xiao Dai immediately followed behind and asked curiously, "Who else was there? Sister Bailing, or Xiao Tao and Xior?" Luo Qingzhou sat down at the stone table and casually made up an answer. Xiao Dai froze for a moment, then burst into giggles. "Young master is lying. Sister Xiao Tao and Sister Xior were with me all afternoon. They hadn't left when I came here." Luo Qingzhou stopped teasing her and picked up his chopsticks. "What did they teach you today?" While serving him rice, Xiao Dai replied happily, "Sister Xior taught me how to embroider peonies, and Sister Xiao Tao taught me how to play the xiao flute." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her small mouth and asked, "How's your progress?" Xiao Dai looked somewhat embarrassed. "I'm so clumsy, I still haven't learned properly." Luo Qingzhou smiled, "Nothing can be mastered that quickly. Take your time, nothing worth doing is achieved overnight. It takes practice." Young master should eat quickly. It's cold, the food will get chilly soon." Xiao Dai didn't dare to speak anymore and ladled him a bowl of soup. After finishing the meal, Luo Qingzhou went to the kitchen and boiled a large pot of water. While the water was heating, he came out to move the bathtub into the room. Xiao Dai was eating in the small courtyard. Seeing him alone trying to move that large wooden bucket from the corner, she quickly stood up and said, "Young master, don't move it. Let this servant help you. That bucket is very heavy, be careful it doesn't fall on you." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou spread his arms and lifted the large wooden bucket with both hands, carrying it towards the room. Xiao Dai froze in place for several seconds before quickly following him inside. Luo Qingzhou carried the large bucket and placed it behind the folding screen in the room, positioning it properly. Xiao Dai stood at the doorway, wide-eyed as she looked at him. "Young master, your strength, how has it become so great?" Although there was no water in the bathtub, it was still very heavy. Originally the young master couldn't even lift a small bucket of water. How could he now carry that large wooden bucket into the room all by himself? Luo Qingzhou clapped his hands and laughed. "Eating more meat recently has increased my strength considerably." Xiao Dai looked at him with a mix of belief and doubt. "But this servant has also been eating meat lately, yet my strength remains small, without any increase at all." Luo Qingzhou walked out of the room and said, "You're a girl, there's no comparison between us." Xiao Dai stared at his still somewhat thin back, completely puzzled. After the water was heated, Luo Qingzhou went inside to bathe. Xiao Dai finished washing the dishes, returned them to the kitchen, then hurried back to help scrub him. "Young master, there's so much dirt on your body." In the swirling steam and mist, the little maid's cheeks turned rosy from the heat as her delicate hands rubbed his back with a towel. Luo Qingzhou could clearly feel the little maid scrubbing out numerous grime deposits from his back. He had sweated over and over during today's cultivation, with his entire outfit soaked through. How could he not be filthy? Luo Qingzhou sat in the bathtub. The water was almost cold by the time he finished bathing. Xiao Dai, do you want to wash? No, the water is too dirty. You actually dare to disdain your young master. Woo woo, it's really dirty, so many black things this maidservant's body would only get dirtier from washing. Luo Qingzhou stopped teasing her, got up, dressed, and went to bed. Xiao Dai hurried to fetch a basin, scooped out all the dirty water from the tub, and poured it outside. After finishing all the cleaning, she washed her face and feet, then came to the room door and whispered, "Young master, tonight this maidservant won't warm your bedding." Luo Qingzhou, sitting on the bed reading by oil lamplight, looked up and asked, "Why not?" Xiao Dai blinked her large eyes and said softly, "Didn't Sister Bailing say today that the young mistress would come to share your room tonight? This maidservant doesn't dare to accompany young master anymore." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. "Do you believe that?" Xiao Dai thought for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. Although Miss Qin is incredibly beautiful, she appears so cold and aloof. She's never even looked directly at young master or spoken to him. How could she suddenly offer sharing his bed as a reward? That wedding night was probably forced upon her too. Moreover, they've already agreed it would be just once a month. "Young master, whether the lady comes tonight or not, the servant cannot accompany you. After all, Sister Bailing has already warned us. I dare not break the rules." Having said this, Xiao Dai closed his door and returned to her own room. Luo Qingzhou stared at the doorway for a long moment before returning to his book. When silence finally fell outside, he rose to close the window, extinguished the oil lamp, and returned to sit cross-legged on his bed to practice that internal cultivation technique. Time flowed silently by. Soon, it reached midnight. He opened his eyes, feeling pleasantly warm throughout his body. He needed to rise early tomorrow to continue cultivation. Tonight required early rest to conserve energy. No sooner had he lain down and closed his eyes than he suddenly sensed something amiss. Opening his eyes abruptly, he saw a figure standing by his bed. Startled, he sat bolt upright and was about to shout when the figure suddenly threw itself into his arms, pressing him back down onto the bed. At the same time, a small mouth pressed against his lips. His eyes flew open as the familiar delicate fragrance of a maiden filled his nostrils, and the familiar sweetness of a girl's lips touched his mouth. His new bride had come. But for some reason, he suddenly felt his body weakening, unable to muster any strength. His head grew dizzy, his vision blurred, and he could see nothing. Powerless to resist nor having any reason to resist, he soon sank into an ocean of bliss, unable to extricate himself. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water, creating a scene of perfect tranquility. Chapter 023 Doubts. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou awoke, it was already mid-morning. Bright sunlight spilled through the window lattice. From the small courtyard came the faint sound of Xiao Dai shooing away sparrows. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the embroidered canopy above him. The intimacy of last night seemed like a dream. Why did he always fall asleep unknowingly after each intimate encounter? It was just like their wedding night. There should have been sweet whispers and tender caresses after the act, yet his head felt heavy and he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Was his constitution too weak, or was there another reason? The air still carried the faint fragrance of the maiden, but the other side of the bed was already empty, without any trace. "Young master, are you awake?" Xiao Dai's soft call suddenly came from outside the window. Sparrows were chirping incessantly in the courtyard, creating quite a noise. Afraid they might disturb the young master's rest, she drove away those pesky sparrows. But worried that sleeping too long might be harmful, she decided to call out. Luo Qingzhou snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "I'm awake." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai quickly said, "This servant will fetch hot water for the young master to wash his face." After saying this, she went to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed for a moment longer before getting up and dressing. Xiao Dai helped him wash his face and brush his teeth. Then she brought breakfast. The breakfast here was much more sumptuous than in the Changwei residence. Steamed buns, eggs, green vegetables, and plain rice porridge. There was also a plate of small pastries. Luo Qingzhou sat in the small courtyard eating breakfast, somewhat absent-minded. Xiao Dai was pulling weeds in a corner nearby, occasionally stealing glances at him, her eyes flickering as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "If you have something to say, speak up. I won't bite you." Xiao Dai blushed, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Young master, last night did you and the young miss share a room?" Luo Qingzhou was startled. "You saw?" Xiao Dai's face turned even redder as she replied shyly, "This servant didn't see, but heard something." "Heard?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Xiao Dai lowered her head, too embarrassed to say more. Last night, she had just fallen into a drowsy sleep in the adjacent room when she heard sounds coming from the young master's chamber. The wooden bed creaked and groaned for quite a long while. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat as he hastily asked, "Xiao Dai, were you in your room all last night? Did you see anyone?" Xiao Dai shook her head. "No, the servant stayed in bed the entire time." Luo Qingzhou continued, "What about this morning? When did you rise? Did you see anyone leaving my room?" Xiao Dai still shook her head. "No, when the servant woke up, only the young master was sleeping alone in your chamber. The young mistress must have left at some unknown hour." After speaking, she added in a whisper, "Young master, the young mistress might be shy, so she came and left quietly." Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brows, lost in thought. To his surprise, Xiao Dai continued, "But young master, when this servant went to open the courtyard gate, I saw a figure suddenly disappear into the front garden. They looked like who?" Luo Qingzhou quickly asked, his heart tightening with nervousness. Xiao Dai glanced at the courtyard gate and whispered, "It looked like Sister Bailing. Sister Bailing might have been waiting outside all night for the young mistress." Luo Qingzhou's pupils slightly contracted, but he remained silent. After finishing the meal, he returned to his room, clearing his cluttered thoughts, and sat down at the desk by the window to read. The situation seemed somewhat complicated, but there was no need for him to waste time with wild conjectures. The most pressing matter was to strengthen himself first. Otherwise, not only would the ethereally beautiful Miss Qin look down on him, but even the carriage driver woman and the maids in the mansion would despise him. In any era, the weak are looked down upon. The weak have no dignity to speak of. If one wants dignity, they can only rely on their own efforts. Xiao Dai cleared the dishes, informed him briefly, then went out to continue her studies with Zhou'er, Xiao Tao, and the other maids. That girl was also working hard. Luo Qingzhou read for a while, then returned to bed to practice his internal energy cultivation for half a day. After finishing lunch, after Xiao Dai left, he continued striking the tree trunk in the small courtyard, tempering his skin and membranes. He applied force sequentially to his fists, arms, elbows, back, abdomen, legs, feet, and even his neck, gradually increasing the intensity. Thud, 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 thud. The tree with already cracked bark swayed slightly under the violent impacts, emitting dull thumping sounds. Although his entire body ached from the vibrations, he gradually felt exhilarated through the continuous tempering. He increased his force, striking more violently. The warm currents within his body continuously flowed between various acupoints, penetrating flesh and blood to nourish his sore skin. His skin gradually transformed through continuous splitting and healing. The sun silently descended from its zenith to the horizon. By the time Luo Qingzhou stopped, drenched in sweat, evening had already fallen. When it was almost dark, Xiao Dai returned carrying a tray of sumptuous dishes, then cheerfully told him about her day learning embroidery and playing the xiao flute. But finally she pouted and said, "Sister Zhou'er laughed at me today, saying my mouth is too small to play the xiao properly." Sister Xiao Tao argued that a small mouth actually plays better. Then they all burst out laughing. I don't even know what was so funny. Maybe you should learn guzheng instead. Or pipa. Luo Qingzhou suggested while eating. The little maid stubbornly replied, "No, I must master the xiao flute. I won't let young master lose face." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her but said no more. After bathing that evening, he continued practicing his internal cultivation technique in the room. Just before bedtime, Xiao Dai came in wearing sleepwear, crawled under his blanket to warm his feet at the foot of the bed, and quietly shared various household gossip she'd heard from other maidservants. Sister Xiao Dai says the second young miss is so amazing. She excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, skilled in everything. It's just that she's in poor health and often falls ill. This servant originally wanted to ask about the eldest young miss's affairs for young master, but when everyone heard, their expressions changed and they refused to say anything. They say the eldest young master cuts an impressive figure in the capital. Zhou'er says those noble guests from Yujing go hunting outside the city every day. Luo Qingzhou held her delicate, petite maiden feet as he listened to her endless chatter, pondering matters in his heart without interrupting. Before he knew how much time had passed, the little maid's voice gradually trailed off as she unwittingly fell asleep. Luo Qingzhou thought more about cultivation matters for a while longer before closing his eyes. Outside the window, the silver moon shone coldly. Chang Manor. Luo Yannian remained busy in his study. Madame Wang brought freshly made pastries and hot tea, then quietly withdrew. As she reached the shadowy corner of the outer corridor, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the nearby large tree. Second steward Wang Chang. The two stood separated by vermilion railings. Wang Shi looked elsewhere, her face impassive as still water. Wang Chang bowed slightly and said in a low voice, "This servant has already sent people to keep watch. According to custom, that lad having just married must wait a month before going outside the city to worship his mother. That will be our time to act." Wang Shi's gaze turned gloomy. "Your is at a critical juncture. Leave no traces behind." Wang Chang whispered, "Rest assured, madam. In the wooded hills outside the city, there are wild beasts roaming about, and the Blackwood Forest harbors man-eating demonic creatures. Should he perish there, not even his bones would remain. None would suspect anything. Even if some harbored doubts, there would be no evidence whatsoever." Wang Shi looked at him, narrowing her eyes as she asked, "Are the men reliable?" Wang Chang replied respectfully, "They're all murderers from outside, wanted men. This humble one never showed his face had Wang Pu find them. When Wang Pu contacted those men, he wore a mask and it was under cover of night." Wang Shi said no more and continued walking forward. Passing through the corridor, under the illumination of moonlight and lantern light, the ferocious expression on her face quickly faded away, becoming calm and unreadable again. Chapter 024, You Smell So Good. Bang, 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 bang. The sky had just brightened. In the moonlit rain pavilion from the bamboo grove at the northwest corner came the dull sounds of fists striking trees. The sounds were slow at first, then gradually quickened. At the same time, the force changed from light to heavy. First fists, then arms, shoulders, back, legs each in turn violently collided with the thick trunk of that large tree. Skin like iron, tree trunk like hammer, inner energy like blazing fire. Repeated hammering and tempering thousands upon thousands of times, hammering out impurities, forging refined steel. Fearing he might ruin his clothes, Luo Qingzhou removed his garments after his body grew heated, keeping only his shorts. Then, on this frigid winter morning, he stood bare-bodied, raining sweat as he repeatedly slammed his body against the tree trunk with violent impacts. His skin first hardened, then softened, then hardened again. After multiple repetitions, it began to split open. Pain surged through him. After brief recovery, he continued his fierce tempering like refining iron. Sweat poured down like rain. Fine streaks of blood seeped from his cracked skin, yet he didn't stop, enduring the pain as he continued his ferocious pounding. The birds in the bamboo forest initially scattered in fright, but eventually realizing this mad human youth seemed only interested in beating trees, showing no interest in small creatures like them, they settled down again. A cold wind swept through, rustling the bamboo leaves. Yellowed bamboo leaves drifted down, carpeting the ground in thick layers. In the lotus clusters of the outer lake, green leaves waved while red lotuses nodded, like delicate maidens dancing gracefully under azure skies. The pavilion reflected in the lake water stood silently under the winter sun, maintaining its eternal quietude. A day's time passed quietly and swiftly. The sun set in the west. The lake's surface rippled under the breeze, with sunset clouds scattering their glow. The shimmering waves resembled stars embedded in water, beautifying the red lotuses and intoxicating the willow trees. The twilight scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. After finishing his cultivation, Luo Qingzhou was drenched in sweat and his stomach growled with hunger. Just as he was about to put on his clothes to return, he suddenly noticed the misty lake beyond the bamboo grove. Like the lake in Changhua Manor, these waters were also warm, perhaps due to natural hot springs beneath. Why not take a bath before returning? His body was now covered with sweat and grime. Wearing these clean clothes now would surely soil them. Moreover, after returning, it would waste time to heat water for bathing. Changing water in a wooden tub is inconvenient. Normally it's fine when the body is clean, one tub of water suffices. But since starting cultivation, one tub is far from enough. After one wash, the entire tub turns black, making it impossible to get clean properly. This lake's warm water, being so expansive, is absolutely perfect for bathing. Besides, it's already evening now, about to get dark, unlikely anyone would come by. Luo Qingzhou hesitated no more. Grabbing his clothes, he left the bamboo grove. Glancing at the distant archway, he carefully observed the lake and surroundings. Seeing no one, he quickly dashed out and plunged with a splash into the water at the lake's remotest corner. Water splashed everywhere. A current of warm water instantly enveloped his entire body. Refreshing. This lake truly is the ultimate bathing spot. While the shore was freezing cold, the water felt spring warm. Immersed completely, even his soreness seemed to ease considerably. Due to the extreme temperature difference, the lake's surface was shrouded in mist, hazy and indistinct. He soaked in the water, nearly invisible to anyone. Even if someone approached, they would struggle to spot him without a careful look. However, as it was almost dark, he dared not stay longer. He quickly scrubbed himself thoroughly again and again, washing away all the grime before immediately climbing ashore, putting on his clothes, and returning to the small courtyard. His entire body felt comfortably warm. Xiao Dai had long since brought dinner and was eagerly waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly said, "Young master, you went to the lake alone again. I've been back for quite some time now. Hurry and eat, the food is almost cold. Next time, don't wait for me. You should eat first." Luo Qingzhou entered the small courtyard, sat down, and began his meal. After an entire day of intense training, his stomach had long since digested all its contents. His hunger had started growling by the afternoon. It seemed he would need to prepare more meat in the future. The manual had long explained that cultivators must consume sufficient amounts of meat daily. Only then would they have the strength to persist in cultivation, more quickly increase their qi and blood, and enhance their physique. The qualitative transformation of the skin membrane also relies on continuous energy supplementation. For now, the requirements during skin tempering aren't too high. When it comes to tempering flesh and bones, the daily meat requirement increases significantly. It even specifies that consuming the flesh and blood of fierce beasts, or better yet demonic beasts, would yield twice the results with half the effort. But it's not yet time to worry about the future. First temper the skin membrane to perfection, then make plans for what comes next. If one can't even pass this initial stage of skin tempering, there's no point in continuing future cultivation. This servant couldn't possibly eat before young master has eaten. Xiao Dai followed him in, paused for a moment, then widened her eyes in suspicion as she stared at his hair. "Young master, why is your hair wet? Did you bathe?" Luo Qingzhou saw no reason to lie. "I washed in the lake up ahead." Xiao Dai immediately widened her eyes, her face full of fright. The lake. Young master went alone to bathe in the lake. Ah, I heard from Sister Choer that the lake water is very deep. If something had happened to young master, what would this servant do? The little maid was terribly frightened, her voice trembling as she spoke. In her impression, the young master was frail and delicate, completely unfit for entering water. He'd probably drown if he went in. Luo Qingzhou smiled reassuringly. It's fine, I can swim, and I only bathed near the shore where it wasn't too deep. He then added, Xiao Dai, the lake water feels like a hot spring, very comfortable for bathing. You could go bathe there too later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai shook her head hurriedly. Young master, I would never. There might be people watching there. Luo Qingzhou chuckled. Few people go there, and we could wait until dark to bathe. The whole place is filled with mist no one would see. Xiao Dai parted her small mouth slightly, her face turning red as she stole glances at him, saying nothing more. Luo Qingzhou looked up and heard her inner thoughts. We young master said we as young master going to bathe together with me. So embarrassing, can we do this every night? Luo Qingzhou. At this moment, a crisp, sweet voice suddenly came from the doorway. Young master, are you home? Startled, Xiao Dai hurried over to open the door. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed as he put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking toward the entrance. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened as memories of those 2 nights of passionate intimacy surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. The courtyard gate opened. Bailing walked in gracefully wearing pink robes. Young master is still eating. Was today's study session particularly exhausting? Luo Qingzhou glanced at those clear, bright eyes and the sweet face adorned with shallow dimples, then his gaze drifted downward for a quick peek at her slender waist and graceful figure. And naturally, the prominent swell of her chest. But he couldn't discern anything special. Miss Bailing, what brings you here so late at night? Not daring to look elsewhere, he focused on the girl's sweet face and rosy lips, remembering that night's kiss. Bailing arched her willow leaf eyebrows, standing firmly before him, her sparkling eyes looking at him with an amused smile. Young master, were you just sneaking peeks at my chest? Luo Qingzhou. Xiao Dai, standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Bailing burst into laughter, her bright eyes and white teeth gleaming. Young master, I was just joking. I came tonight to tell you that the weather will be nice tomorrow. The second miss wants to visit the moon viewing pavilion. Since entering our household, you haven't met the second miss yet. Would you like to meet her tomorrow? Luo Qingzhou froze momentarily, then hesitated before replying. Perhaps it's better not to. I plan to spend tomorrow studying at home. He needed to focus on his cultivation practice. It's said that the second young miss is delicate and sickly, usually staying indoors and rarely coming out. If she's venturing out tomorrow, she'll surely want to go sightseeing everywhere. He couldn't afford to waste his time on such matters. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled as she laughed, truly unwilling to meet. Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Bai Ling nodded and said, very well, then I'll go tell second young miss that young master thinks she's not as beautiful as the eldest young miss, hence he doesn't wish to see her. Having said this, she made to leave. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, does second young miss wish to see me? Bai Ling turned back and replied, of course. Second young miss has been weak. She couldn't even come out to congratulate you when you married eldest young miss, and she's felt guilty ever since. With tomorrow's fine weather, she wanted to meet you, never imagined you'd disdain her. If second young miss hears this, she'd surely be heartbroken. Luo Qingzhou sighed, how could I possibly disdain second young miss? If second young miss doesn't fear I might offend her sight, then I'll meet her tomorrow. Bai Ling smiled, good, then I'll go inform second young Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou watched her slender and graceful figure walking toward the door, then suddenly asked, Miss Bailing, you smell so fragrant. Is this your natural scent every day? Bailing paused in surprise, stopped walking, and turned her head to look at him. After a brief silence, she suddenly laughed. Is the young master hinting at something? I remember telling you if the young master wants me to share your bed, you must first get my lady's permission. Would you like to go ask my lady now? Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered. Before he could respond, she gave him a charming smile, waved her hand, and fluttered away like a butterfly. When she reached outside the door, she turned her head and called out crisply, Young master, this servant will be waiting for you at my lady's place. Do come early. With that, she walked away giggling. Chapter 025 Thunderbolt Fist. Dawn. After waking up, Luo Qingzhou didn't go to the bamboo grove to practice as usual. Instead, he performed fist routines in the small courtyard for a while. Once he broke a light sweat, he stopped. Returning to his room, he sat by the window to read. Nearing noon, Xiao Dai hurried in from outside, panting urgently, Young master, young master. Luo Qingzhou's heart stirred. Has second miss arrived? Xiao Dai gasped for breath. Not second miss, it's second young master. Second young master has come, and he's brought many books too. Second young master. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily stunned, then quickly rose and went out from the house. Just as he reached the courtyard, a young man dressed in black martial attire strode in, followed by several servants carrying 2 baskets full of books. This youth stood tall and straight, his brows and eyes bearing striking resemblance to Qin Wenjing's handsome and dashing. It was indeed second young master Qin Chuan of the Qin Manor. This wasn't their first meeting. As soon as Qin Chuan entered, he laughed heartily. Qingzhou, knowing you're preparing for next autumn's imperial examination, I specially went to the bookstore to get you some books. The shopkeeper said these are all bestsellers that scholars love. See if they're enough. If not, I'll have more bought for you. The servants placed the 2 baskets of books in the courtyard and stood respectfully to one side. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the books and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, "Many thanks, second brother. I won't need this many books." Qin Chuan laughed, "More is always better. As a scholar, you naturally should read more. You've been studying in your room all this time, those books couldn't possibly be enough. No need to be polite with me, second brother." Luo Qingzhou secretly felt ashamed. He had actually been cultivating most of the time, only reading occasionally. Ever since witnessing the way Butler Wang and Xia Chan fought during his last home visit, he could no longer concentrate on his studies. Practicing martial arts was far more important. In this era, martial artists were more respected and sought after, with demonic beasts and evil men lurking everywhere. All the talent in the world would be useless when facing malicious men or demonic beasts. Only with martial prowess could one truly protect oneself. The servants helped carry the books into the room, arranging them neatly on the desk in the corner before withdrawing. Qin Chuan glanced at the small courtyard and said, "Qingzhou, today besides bringing you some books, I also plan to teach you a set of boxing techniques to strengthen your body. You spend all day reading indoors without exercise, your physique is too frail. If this continues, I fear you may fall ill." Luo Qingzhou felt warmth in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Many thanks, second brother." Qin Chuan patted his shoulder and said with a laugh, "We're family, no need for formalities. Come, this courtyard is too cramped, let's go to the lakeside ahead." Luo Qingzhou followed behind him as they left the small courtyard. Xiao Dai knew the second young miss would be visiting today, so she didn't follow along but remained guarding the entrance, prepared to notify her young master once the second young miss arrived. Luo Qingzhou followed Qin Chuan to the lakeside of moonlit rain listening garden. The lakeshore was bathed in brilliant sunlight with gentle breezes blowing. The lake shimmered with sparkling ripples as white mist curled upward, or a flock of egrets leisurely drifted among the lotus flowers. The place was tranquil and devoid of people. Standing firm by the riverbank, Qin Chuan explained, "This set of fist techniques is called Meishan Cloud Fist. It's said to have been created by the Meishan Taoist. The movements are gentle and easy to learn, exercising every part of the body. While lacking in combat power, it strengthens physique, calms the mind, and sharpens focus, particularly beneficial for scholars like you. Qingzhou, watch carefully. First I'll demonstrate slowly once through, then I'll teach you each movement step by step." Having spoken, Qin Chuan spread his legs slightly, bent his knees, circled his arms, and began executing the techniques one by one. Punching out, spreading arms, stepping forward, glancing back. At times like a gibbon standing erect to gaze at the moon, then like a squirrel nimbly gathering fruit, and again like a pine tree standing proud against the wind. Indeed, the movements flowed gently like rolling clouds, leisurely and unhurried, appearing remarkably easy to master. Luo Qingzhou stood aside, watching attentively, committing each posture and transition deeply to memory. There weren't many distinct techniques. When Qin Chuan completed the set, his face showed no flush, his breathing remained even, perfectly composed as before. He smiled slightly and said, "For martial artists, this set of fist techniques can be grasped after watching it a few times. But for scholars like you, it's somewhat challenging. Some moves might be difficult for you to perform. But no rush, take your time, after all, it's just for physical fitness, no need to hurry. Come, I'll teach you move by move." After speaking, Qin Chuan demonstrated the opening stance. Luo Qingzhou followed suit, bending his knees and extending his arms. Qin Chuan glanced over and suddenly exclaimed "Ha," saying, "Very standard stance, Qingzhou. Your starting posture doesn't look like that of a frail scholar at all." Luo Qingzhou then slowly threw a punch. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Without moving, he said, "Continue. Perform all the moves you remember from earlier. You can skip those you've forgotten." Luo Qingzhou threw another punch, then stepped forward, spread his arms, and threw yet another punch. The entire sequence flowed without pause, smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, completed in one continuous movement. The surprise in Qin Chuan's eyes grew more pronounced. He immediately ceased his own movements and stood aside, holding his breath and concentrating as he watched carefully. Every move he had just executed flashed clearly in Luo Qingzhou's mind, and his body recreated them effortlessly. After more than 10 minutes, he completed the entire set of fist techniques without missing a single move. Qin Chuan watched with evident surprise. "Qingzhou, have you learned this fist technique before?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "I memorized every move when second brother demonstrated them." This response surprised Qin Chuan even more. "Your memory is truly extraordinary." Luo Qingzhou replied modestly, "Daily recitation practice has tempered my memory. These moves are relatively simple and few, so I could remember them. Had they been more complex or numerous, I certainly wouldn't have retained them all." This was of course a lie. His photographic memory could retain anything without fail. Qin Chuan continued observing him with amazement. The moves of this fist technique are indeed memorable, but executing them all so effortlessly is no simple feat. Have you practiced martial arts before? Luo Qingzhou had been waiting for this question and replied, I occasionally practiced randomly. No one taught me. I once happened to see Luo Yu practicing boxing and secretly learned a few moves. Sometimes when I felt sore from reading, I would practice them a few times in the courtyard, which made me feel much better. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed as his expression turned serious. Luo Yu, how could he let you see him while practicing? He then added, though it's not entirely impossible. You're a scholar who never practiced martial arts before, so he probably didn't guard against you. Luo Qingzhou explained, I just happened to see a few moves and vaguely remember some of them. What I practice might be incorrect. I see. Qin Chuan nodded and said, Qingzhou, demonstrate a few moves for me to see if I recognize them. Without hesitation, Luo Qingzhou immediately assumed a stance and began practicing. He had only learned a few moves. He deliberately performed them weakly, without any formidable force. After training his skin, these moves had already gained some formidable power. But he couldn't reveal that yet. After just 2 moves, Qin Chuan recognized it and laughed knowingly. So it's the thunderclap fist. I was wondering how he could have accidentally let you see it. Luo Qingzhou stopped and asked, Second brother, is this called thunderclap fist? I saw his movements transition from slow to fast, with the sounds growing increasingly louder, quite impressive in momentum. Qin Chuan explained with a smile, this fist technique used to be widely practiced. In the past, martial artists would all learn this set first. However, due to its exaggerated motions but limited power and being difficult to advance in, it gradually fell out of favor. Exaggerated motions but limited power. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had wanted to ask this second young master to teach him this fist technique, only to find out it was just a flashy routine pleasing to the eye but of little practical use. Qin Chuan said, it is said that this fist technique was brought out from some tomb by a martial arts master and gradually spread after being taught to disciples. The initial legend claimed that when mastered to perfection, this technique could not only produce thunderous sounds with astonishing momentum but could also unleash fist radiance like heavenly thunder to strike enemies from a distance, even accompanied by lightning, with quite formidable power. Upon hearing this, many people enthusiastically learned it. However, over hundreds of years, no one achieved mastery. Practitioners only gained loud effects with little actual power, inferior to other fist techniques, so it gradually faded into obsolescence. Now only some martial artists occasionally use it to warm up or to intimidate ordinary people who don't understand martial arts. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed with realization as he thought to himself, so that's how it was. It seems when Luo Yu suddenly performed that set of fist techniques that day, it was no coincidence. He knew I was coming, and he knew I was timid, so he deliberately performed it to intimidate me, to make me dare not refuse to take his place in the marriage. How ironic, man proposes but God disposes. Despite all his scheming, he ended up benefiting me instead. When we returned that day, I saw him staring distractedly at eldest Miss Qin. He must be utterly remorseful now. However, given his personality, he probably won't give up so easily. At this thought, his heart tightened, and he felt more strongly than ever the need to train desperately to make himself stronger. Everything he possessed now absolutely must not be taken away from him again. Second brother, do you know this fist technique completely? Could you teach it to me? Although this set of fist techniques sounds somewhat mediocre, it's actually quite suitable for him to learn right now. He couldn't openly ask this second young master for other martial skills like Luo Yu. He was currently preparing for examinations, and before that, it would be impossible for either to reveal any of their martial techniques. Moreover, although it might sound somewhat absurd and overreaching, he had nonetheless set a goal for himself to participate in next year's enrollment competition of the Dragon Tiger Academy in Macheng. He wanted to defeat that highly revered second young master of the Chang Manor whom everyone took such pride in right before the entire household, making him fail at the very threshold of success. Since he also planned to participate in next year's enrollment competition, it would be inappropriate to ask the second young master of the Qin family for other fist techniques. Qin Chuan nodded and said, Of course I do. If you really want to learn, I can teach you right now. However, this fist technique is much more complex and difficult compared to the earlier Maishan Cloud Fist. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands and said, If second brother isn't pressed for time, I'll learn it slowly. Qin Chuan laughed, Good. Although you've never practiced martial arts before and won't be able to achieve much with this fist technique, for someone like you, strengthening your body should be sufficient. Qingzhou, watch carefully. As he spoke, he stepped forward and suddenly threw a punch. The willow trees by the lakeside suddenly swayed without any wind. Chapter 026, The Second Young Lady of the Qin Family. Boom, 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 boom. As Qin Chuan's punches grew faster and heavier, the resulting wind currents became increasingly louder, like distant thunder gradually approaching. Luo Qingzhou stood aside, watching intently. Every movement, the slow and the rapid, was meticulously committed to memory. The Thunderbolt Fist technique was far more complex than the previous Maishan Cloud Fist, with more elaborate movements requiring gradual shifts from light to heavy force, slow to swift speed. Even Qin Chuan was breathing slightly heavily after completing one full set. Qingzhou, watch carefully. I'll demonstrate again. Without resting, Qin Chuan immediately began performing the sequence anew after resetting his stance. Luo Qingzhou remained silent, changing his viewing angle to continue observing with rapt attention, carefully memorizing each detail. Once more, Qin Chuan seemed to have found his rhythm. After the second repetition, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, yet his movements grew even more vigorous and formidable. Boom! 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 His robes billowed as his earth-shaking punches reverberated through the air. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt a wave of heat rushing toward his face and hastily retreated several steps, his gaze never leaving each subtle movement of the man. The third round concluded. Qin Chuan breathed slightly heavier, his face flushed as he panted and laughed. It's been long since I last practiced this thunderbolt fist. Executing it today feels remarkably invigorating. As he spoke, he suddenly threw a punch toward a nearby willow tree. Boom! A dull thud sounded. The thick willow tree actually trembled visibly. Then, the hard bark struck by his fist instantly softened like cotton fibers, while the solid wood beneath caved inward, fracturing into thread-like strands. The sheer force contained in this casual punch was astonishing. Qin Chuan retracted his fist and chuckled. Just now, I was accumulating energy during the routine without releasing it felt rather stifled. But this punch has eased me significantly. Luo Qingzhou clasped his hands in salute and expressed sincere admiration. Second brother, your fist technique is truly exceptional. So it turns out that when he was executing the Thunder Dash fist earlier, he had been gathering strength without releasing it, only demonstrating the ordinary form of the technique, not its true power. He probably saw my scholarly frailty and was afraid of accidentally hurting or frightening me. If that's the case, then this Thunder Dash fist isn't as useless as it seemed. At the very least, once mastered, it does possess some degree of potency. For a beginner like me with neither resources nor teacher, it's actually quite suitable. Come, Qingzhou, you try it once. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. First memorize the movements, no need for strength yet, otherwise this fist technique can be quite exhausting to practice. Qin Chuan wiped his fists and prepared to coach from the side. Luo Qingzhou adopted the stance, took a deep breath, positioned himself correctly, and began practicing slowly. After just a few punches, a soft yet melodious voice suddenly came from behind. Second brother, why are you bullying brother-in-law here? Qin Chuan immediately laughed heartily. Wei Ma, don't wrongfully accuse me. I'm teaching Qingzhou fist techniques here, how could that be bullying? Luo Qingzhou hastily withdrew his fists and turned to look. At the arched gate, a frail figure supported by a maid walked slowly forward, swaying gently like a willow in the breeze. Her brows and eyes bore striking resemblance to Qin Jianjia's, though not as celestial in beauty, she was still as lovely as a flower. Yet her complexion was quite pale, her frame appearing extremely delicate as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she spoke softly. Brother-in-law is a scholar, adept at reading books, hardly skilled at boxing. Second brother teaching him boxing is practically bullying him. Then, offering Luo Qingzhou a modest smile, she slightly lowered her head and called tenderly, brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou promptly returned the courtesy with cupped hands, bowing his head without daring to look up. Second young Mississippi. Qin Chuan, standing nearby, smiled broadly without further argument. Qin Weima said with a light laugh, brother-in-law may simply call me Weima. She lowered her body slightly again and said softly, Weima should have come out to congratulate you when sister and brother-in-law got married. It's a pity my health was poor, so I couldn't attend your wedding. I hope brother-in-law won't blame me for this. Luo Qingzhou quickly lowered his head and said, second young miss is being too polite. Although the young lady spoke courteously, he didn't dare to casually call her by her personal name. He had married into the family, so his status was already humble. When others treated him well, he should be content, but he mustn't become complacent and forget propriety. In these times, a young lady's personal name wasn't something just anyone could call. Moreover, this was their first meeting, so their relationship wasn't that close yet. Qin Weima smiled while looking at him a few times, then said gently without pressing further, when I was in my room, I always heard the maid saying how handsome brother-in-law is. I thought they hadn't seen many men and were just saying it casually. But seeing you today, you truly are a man of striking appearance. Being praised so directly by a beautiful young lady like Miss Lin made Luo Qingzhou's face grow warm. He could only cup his hands in response. I've also heard from Chor and others that the second young miss is extremely beautiful. Seeing you today, you truly look like someone who walked out of a painting, as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Qin Weima covered her mouth with a chuckle, her beautiful eyes crescent like the moon. Weima may praise brother-in-law, but brother-in-law shouldn't praise Weima like this. If elder sister were to know, it wouldn't be proper. Moreover, compared to elder sister, Weima is like firefly light to the bright moon, far too lacking. Qin Chuan, standing nearby, couldn't help laughing at their mutual compliments and modest denials. Enough now, we're family. There's no need for such formal courtesy or constant praising, just interact comfortably however you feel. Qingzhou, since Weima rarely comes out, we'll stop here today. If there's anything you don't remember or understand, you may come find me anytime, or have the maids come fetch me. I must accompany Weima to the boat now to gather some lotus seed pods from the lake. Weima loves eating those lotus seeds best. Luo Qingzhou acknowledged and prepared to take his leave. Shin Weima immediately extended a gentle invitation. Brother-in-law, please join us. It's almost lunchtime now. After we finish gathering lotus seeds, we could dine together at Moonview Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the maids nearby, even Qin Xuan, looked at her with astonishment. This was the first time she had ever actively invited a man to Moonview Pavilion. Even Qin Xuan, being her second brother, had only accompanied her on boat rides to pick lotus flowers, never receiving an invitation to the pavilion above, much less sharing a meal there. Was it the young man's literary brilliance during that bridal chamber night that touched her heart? Or was it his pitiable background that stirred her compassion? From childhood, she had always been frail and kind-hearted, unable to bear seeing suffering people or hearing sorrowful tales. All eyes turned toward the young man. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingzhou bowed with hands folded and declined politely. Many thanks for second young Mrs. invitation, but I get dizzy on boats, have feared water since childhood, and must return to study. Please go ahead with second brother. His mind was now filled with the thunder fist technique, his hands itching to quickly return and practice several times. He had no desire to float idly on water, wasting this precious time. The maidservants were both shocked and indignant when they saw him actually refuse the second Mrs. personal invitation. Beside them, Qin Xuan slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly wanting to persuade him. However, Qin Weima didn't insist or show anger, instead smiling gently. It was Weima's oversight. Brother-in-law still needs to prepare for next autumn's imperial examinations. Indeed, one cannot slack. No matter, having second brother accompany me is enough. Brother-in-law should hurry back. Luo Qingzhou said no more, cupped his hands in farewell to the siblings, and quickly departed. That fellow, all he knows is hiding in his room with books. When you finally come out once and personally invite him, he actually refuses. As expected, he's still that pedantic, inflexible scholar. Qin Xuan watched his retreating figure and couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Qin Weima smiled faintly and spoke no more of it, softly saying, "Second brother, let's go to the boat." "Very well, I'll go down first, you come along slowly." Qin Xuan responded affirmatively and immediately walked toward the lakeside where the small boat was moored. Luo Qingzhou had just returned to the small courtyard when he suddenly saw Bailing sitting elegantly at the stone table in the yard. She held a freshly picked bouquet of flowers, her legs crossed, eyes narrowed as she sniffed the blossoms. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, presenting an image of intoxicated beauty. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her rosy maiden's lips. Chapter 027, I Only Like You. In the small courtyard, the beauty sniffed flowers, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Luo Qingzhou stood still, watching quietly without disturbing her. After another moment, Bailing finally opened her eyes, lifted her head to look at him, revealing two shallow dimples on her face. "Young master, is it beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou didn't respond. Bailing laughed. "Beautiful is beautiful, not beautiful is not beautiful." Is the young master afraid to even answer this? After a moment's silence, Luo Qingzhou said, "Beautiful." Bailing smiled ambiguously. "I was asking about second Mississippi." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I was also referring to the second young Mississippi." Their gazes met. A brief silence fell. Bailing smiled slightly, lowered her head to smell the flowers in her hand, then looked at him and said, "Young master, there are many flowers like these in the front garden. Some have just bloomed, while others are already withering. It would be a waste not to pick them." Luo Qingzhou looked at her without speaking. Bailing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does young master understand what I mean?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Bailing sighed softly and said in a gentle voice, "All young girls love such flowers. Even if they don't particularly like them, they still appreciate receiving them as gifts. It would be even more wonderful if someone could bring them one every day." A glimmer passed through Luo Qingzhou's eyes as he gazed at her delicate beauty. "Then starting tomorrow," he said, "I shall pick one flower every day and bring it to you, Miss Bailing." Bai Ling froze, looking at him strangely. "Young master, why would you send them to me?" "What I meant was, you should send them to my lady. Though you don't live together, you ought to pay your respects to her daily, visit her, and by the way bring a flower to show your care." "I thought the young master knew all this." "Who would have guessed you never went? That's why I came to remind you." Luo Qingzhou blinked slightly. "She probably wouldn't welcome my visits, would she?" Bai Ling said very seriously, "Whether the lady welcomes it or not, the young master should go. Your husband and wife, living so close isn't meeting daily only natural. Only by seeing each other every day can affection grow. Moreover, it's proper etiquette for the young master to pay daily respects." Then she snorted and pouted. "Could it be the young master has already grown tired of my lady after just one night together?" Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Miss Bai Ling, I have an impertinent request I hope you might grant me." Bailing's eyes flickered as she smiled and said, "Young master, please go ahead." Luo Qingzhou stared at her and said, "I'd like to give Miss Bailing a hug, may I?" Bailing was taken aback, then suddenly let out a tinkling laugh, her bright eyes and white teeth gleaming. "Young master, this request I cannot grant you. Unless you go speak with my lady and obtain her permission. Didn't I say before? If my lady agrees, I could even serve as your chambermaid." Luo Qingzhou looked at her charming appearance and explained, "I only wish for an embrace, nothing more." Bailing still shook her head. That won't do. Men and women shouldn't touch, and you're my lady's husband. If the master and mistress were to see, I'd be drowned in the well. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered as he was about to speak further, but Bailing stood up and handed him the freshly picked flowers in her hand. Young master, I must go attend to my lady now. Here are the flowers. Remember to visit her daily, preferably in the evenings. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, accepted the flowers, then glanced once more at her small mouth. Bailing gave a radiant smile and waved as she left. When she reached the doorway, she turned back and said crisply, "By the way, young master, it'd be best to start tonight. Be persistent, I'm certain our young lady will be moved by your efforts." Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at her and said, "Miss Bailing, if I visit tonight, may I ask your young lady for your hand?" Bailing's eyes flickered as she giggled coyly. "Does young master truly like me so much?" Luo Qingzhou studied the expression on her face and replied, "Naturally, I like someone as beautiful as Miss Bailing." On hearing this, Bailing arched her eyebrows. "Does young master like anyone who's beautiful? Both Shatsan and the second young lady are prettier than me. Does young master like them too?" Luo Qingzhou gazed into her eyes and said, "I only like Miss Bailing." Bailing burst into laughter like a freshly blooming flower, her sweetness enveloping those around her. "For young master to say such things, this humble maid is truly overwhelmed by your favor." Luo Qingzhou asked, "Is that acceptable?" Bai Ling's smile faded slightly as she studied him for a few seconds before replying with a chuckle, "Of course, as long as you dare to say it, as long as the young mistress agrees. This servant is entirely at your mercy." With that, she waved her delicate hand, the pink skirts of her dress swaying gracefully as she fluttered away. Luo Qingzhou watched her slender, elegant figure until it vanished beyond the doorway before withdrawing his gaze and looking down at the flowers in his hand. After a brief pause, he lowered his head and took a light sniff. Indeed, they were fragrant. However, this floral scent was not the one that lingered in his heart or in his dreams. His earlier probing had revealed no flaws. Moreover, he had not heard a single whisper of her inner thoughts. Would he really have to take the risk tonight, venture under the sword of that cold-tempered Xia Chan and attempt his test in the presence of the Qin family's eldest miss? Perhaps he might catch a whisper of the young mistress's heart. From the wedding ceremony until now, he had never once heard her speak. Could she be mute? After brief contemplation, he made his decision with swift resolve. He would go tonight. Perhaps he might witness or overhear some unexpected delights. A glance at the time told him it was already afternoon. He stopped overthinking and went to close the courtyard gate before returning to the small yard. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. His mind replayed young Master Qin Xuan's thunderbolt fist technique over and over. Every stance and movement appeared vividly before his eyes, crystal clear in his mind. Swish! He threw a punch and opened his eyes. Then he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and threw another punch. From slow to fast, from light to heavy. When halfway through, he was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Meanwhile, his arms and legs felt like they were filled with lead, growing heavier by the moment. This fist technique was truly extraordinary. Luo Qingzhou wasn't discouraged but delighted instead. Using all his strength while slowing his pace, he continued channeling force into his arms to complete the remaining moves. After finishing all the techniques, his entire body was soaked in sweat, his clothes completely drenched. As soon as he stood still after completing the routine, his legs suddenly weakened, nearly making him collapse. He quickly steadied himself and walked with sore, heavy steps, staggering to the stone table where he sat down, immediately feeling muscle aches, limb weakness, and complete exhaustion as if all his energy had been drained. It seemed he had been too hasty. This was no ordinary boxing technique for common people, but a specialized martial art for warriors. Having not even achieved skin refinement yet, he had foolishly attempted to mimic the second young master's speed and power. Wasn't this overestimating himself and inviting trouble? What he should be doing now was practicing the movements slowly without exerting force, becoming thoroughly familiar and fluid with all the stances. Only then should he work on speed. After mastering speed and succeeding in skin refinement, when his physique had improved sufficiently, could he begin training power? Then would come coordinating with internal energy for true cultivation. Nothing could be achieved overnight, let alone cultivation practice. He needed to follow the steps methodically, progressing one stage at a time without haste. Otherwise, failing to master the technique would be the least concern. Harming his body would make the loss outweigh the gain. After resting for half an hour, he returned to the room, practicing the inner force techniques, gradually recovering the expended physical strength and mental energy. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. He sat by the window and read for a while. By the time Xiao Dai brought dinner back, night had already fallen. "Oh, young master, are these flowers you picked?" On the stone table in the small courtyard lay the fresh flowers left by Bailing. Xiao Dai looked surprised when she saw them, picked them up and sniffed them, saying, "How fragrant." Luo Qingzhou watched the flowers in her hand, thinking about his upcoming heroic act, feeling a sense of tragic solemnity like the winds wailing in the water's cold eddy river, never to return. "Xiao Dai, don't touch those flowers, I need to give them to someone later." "Ah, who is the young master giving them to?" Luo Qingzhou didn't answer, because he wasn't sure either. Chapter 28, Paying Respects to the Eldest Miss. At the hour of 2 in the evening, The moonlight was bright and the cold breeze was gentle. Luo Qingzhou held the bouquet of flowers left by Bailing and brought Xiaodai to the courtyard where Miss Qin resided. He hesitated for a moment at the gate before stepping forward to knock. After just 2 knocks, the courtyard gate suddenly opened, revealing Bailing standing gracefully inside, her face full of surprise. "Oh, it's the young master. What brings you here so late?" As she spoke, she noticed the flowers in his hand. Then she smiled and said, "Ah, the young master has come to pay respects to our young miss. Please come in." Bailing opened the gate wider, smiling as she stood aside. Luo Qingzhou glanced inside but didn't see the girl named Shutsan. Relieved, he asked quietly, "Is Miss Shutsan not here?" Bailing immediately responded loudly, "Young master came looking for Shutsan. She's here, she's here." Turning her head toward the interior, she called out, "Chan, the young master came to see you, and he's even brought flowers. Come out quickly." Luo Qingzhou. A sudden chill surged from within the house. Luo Qingzhou quickly said, "I came to pay my respects to the eldest Mississippi." Having said this, he steeled himself and walked in, still holding the flowers. Moonlight like water spilled across the courtyard. By the stone table, a graceful figure dressed in snow-white robes sat quietly, staring absently at the moonlight on the table. In the shadows not far behind her, a cold-looking young woman in pale green robes stood with arms crossed, clutching a sword, her icy gaze fixed on him. Luo Qingzhou glanced briefly before averting his eyes. He approached the figure by the stone table and bowed respectfully, saying, "Eldest Mississippi." He didn't offer the flowers in his hand. She wouldn't have accepted them anyway. Qin Jianjia continued gazing at the moonlight on the stone table, lost in thought, without so much as glancing at him. Naturally, she didn't speak either. Luo Qingzhou waited for over 10 seconds before raising his head to look into her eyes, beautiful yet profound as the night sky. But he couldn't discern any of her inner thoughts. Humph! A sudden cold snort came from the shadows nearby. The girl named Xia Chan had cold glints flashing in her eyes, and the treasured sword in her arms seemed ready to move at any moment. Luo Qingzhou felt a chill in his heart, lowered his head, and dared not look again. At this moment he hesitated slightly. He wanted to bid farewell and quickly leave this terrifying and oppressive place, but reason told him that this matter ultimately needed to be clarified. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took a deep breath and spoke, "Young miss, I find it very cold sleeping alone at night. If it's not inconvenient for you, could you send Bailing to accompany me?" After saying this, he looked once more into the eyes of the young maiden before him. But to his disappointment, she remained in a daze. Neither her peerlessly beautiful face nor her lovely eyes showed any ripple of emotion. Deaf and mute, Luo Qingzhou then lifted his gaze to the icy maiden standing in the shadows. The woman who had been crossing her arms now lowered them, gripping a sword in one hand and clenching a fist with the other, her eyes icy cold as if ready to draw her blade. Luo Qingzhou still couldn't hear her inner thoughts. However, he could clearly sense her killing intent. He then turned his head to look at Bailing standing by the door. Bailing wore an expression of innocent fright as she spoke, "Young master, how could you say such things? You just married the young mistress, and just 2 nights ago you shared her chamber. How could you speak like this?" Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes but couldn't discern her thoughts either. Risking his life tonight had yielded him nothing. "I won't do it. I absolutely won't sleep with the young master." "Young mistress, please don't agree to this," Bailing pleaded, putting on a pitiful and frightened appearance. Luo Qingzhou gave her a deep look, not daring to linger further. Clutching the flowers in his hand, he bowed respectfully and said, "Young mistress, I shall take my leave now. Please rest early." With these words, he withdrew with lowered head. As he reached Bailing's side, he extended the flowers in his hand toward her. Bailing hastily clasped her hands behind her back, shaking her head with a face full of shyness and panic as she said, "No, I don't want them, young master. Please give them to the young mistress, or to Xia Chan if you wish." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly and directly inserted the flowers into the collar of her dress, then strode out of the small courtyard. The courtyard fell into complete silence. Only long after the master and servant had departed beyond the gate did Bailing finally retrieve the flowers from her bosom. She walked over and respectfully placed them on the stone table. The stunningly beautiful maiden who had been sitting blankly before the stone table finally came to her senses, her gaze shifting to the flowers on the table. The small courtyard remained absolutely quiet. Only the sound of the night wind whispering through. After another long while, Bailing finally murmured in a low voice, "The young master has quite the audacity." Luo Qingzhou returned to his own courtyard with Xiaodai, putting the matter out of his mind as he prepared to heat water for his bath. Just as Xiaodai entered the kitchen, he suddenly added, "Don't heat the water. Let's go to the lake instead. It's more comfortable bathing there." His mood wasn't good tonight and his body felt exhausted. He wanted to soak in the warm spring to comfort both his body and soul. Xiaodai hurried out from the kitchen and said, "Young master, the lake is dangerous. Perhaps you shouldn't go." Luo Qingzhou had already returned to his room to fetch clean clothes and reassured her, "It's fine. We'll stay by the shore where it's shallow, and I know how to swim." Xiaodai remained worried and was about to continue persuading him when he added, "You should bring a change of clothes too. We'll soak together later, it's very comfortable." I guarantee you won't want to bathe indoors anymore afterwards. Xiao Dia's heart skipped a beat, and her face suddenly flushed red. Oh. She lowered her head without another word and turned to enter her room, her heart pounding rapidly. The thought of bathing together with the young master later made her cheeks burn even hotter. The master and servant pair took their clothes, closed the courtyard gate, and headed toward the moonlit rain listening garden. Along the way, Xiao Dai's face remained flushed. She looked around nervously like a thief, terrified of running into anyone. Though it was dark with mist over the lake making it impossible for anyone to see, the thought of bathing in the open lake still brought shame to this young maiden who had never exposed herself outdoors before. They passed through the arched gateway. Luo Qingzhou first carefully surveyed the lakeshore and surrounding areas. Only after confirming no one was around did he lead the young maid along the shore toward the northwest corner. When they reached the most secluded spot, Luo Qingzhou had Xiao Dai crouch down. The two crouched among the flowers, holding their breaths in complete silence. Luo Qingzhou inspected the surroundings once more and listened carefully before finally being certain no one was present. Only then did he say, "Alright Xiao Dai, take off your clothes. I'll go in first to test the depth for you." Although the lakeside wasn't deep, this little girl was at most 1.5 meters tall. If she accidentally stepped into mud or some pit, that would be troublesome. Whether she screamed or got frightened, it would create an unpleasant experience. Luo Qingzhou carried her on his back, quickly removed his clothes, and entered the water. The moment his whole body submerged in the warm water, the comfort made him shiver. He surfaced, moving around to test the depth, then whispered toward the shore, "Xiao Dai, you can come down now. It's very shallow here." Xiao Dai hid among the flowers by the shore, her small face red, struggling for quite a while before shyly untying the sash around her slender waist and slowly removing her dress. Luo Qingzhou walked to a spot about 3 meters away. White mist floated on the lake surface. With people submerged, only their heads could be faintly seen, with faces indistinguishable. So there was no possibility of peeking at the little girl's body. And that little girl was so thin and frail, not yet fully developed. What was there worth looking at? At most, he might toy with her delicate and adorable little feet. Besides, the little girl was already his person. If he wanted to look, he could do so openly, no need to sneak around. Luo Qingzhou sat on a rock in the shallows, revealing only his neck and head. As his entire body relaxed, an acupoint diagram of the human body surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, he thought again of the flying plum blossoms fist technique recorded in the manual. According to the book's instructions, one needed at least the tempered tendons realm to use the flying plum blossoms fist technique. He planned to soak in the hot spring while visualizing that fist technique in his mind, gauging whether it was more difficult than the thunderclap fist. "Why, young master, this servant is coming down." Splash! No sooner had the little girl spoken than her foot slipped, sending her tumbling headfirst into the lake below. The thin mist swirled, water droplets spraying in all directions. A flash of snowy white gleamed under the moonlight. Immediately, a pair of delicate snow-white feet emerged from the water, dangling upside down in an inverted position. Xiao Dai's slender feet had just appeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and rushed over to pull her out from the water's depths. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open, her forehead and hair covered in mud, her petite and slender body trembling violently in his arms. Luo Qingzhou thought she was frightened from the fall and was about to gently console her when he saw her face turn deathly pale. Pointing at the mist-covered lake ahead, she shivered and stammered, "Why, young master, there's a monster underneath." Chapter 029, The Ghostly Face in the Lake. Moonlight cascaded down. The two stood in the shadows of the corner. Not far away, ripples spread across the lake's surface from their movements, shimmering under the moonlight. Yet, nothing unusual could be seen. Hearing the word monster, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but feel his heart tighten as he gazed at this vast, mist-enshrouded lake in the dark night. What kind of monster? He held the girl in his arms, his gaze fixed on the area of the lake surface she was pointing at. Xiao Dai's delicate, soft jade-like body trembled in his embrace, her small face deathly pale as she stammered, "A face D down below." Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened. He quickly released her and said in a low voice, "Xiao Dai, stay right here and don't move. I'll go down to check." Having said this, he didn't dare delay. Immediately lowering his body, he sank beneath the surface. "Young master." Xiao Dai stood frozen in place, her legs weak, trembling uncontrollably, her face filled with terror and worry. After submerging, Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked in the direction she had pointed. After just one glance, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest in fright, almost making him jump back to the surface. In the murky underwater light, about 4 or 5 meters ahead at the lake bottom, stood a ferocious ghost face emitting an eerie green glow. At first glance, that ghost face seemed to be staring straight at him from the lakebed with a sinister grin. Luo Qingzhou suppressed the fear in his heart, took a closer look, and suddenly realized something wasn't right. The ghostly face stood upright there, completely motionless, its expression unchanging, eyes not blinking even once, and there was no body behind it. It seemed to be just a face, standing there all alone. His heart filled with suspicion as he observed it carefully for a while longer, then surfaced and said to the trembling Xiao Dai beside him, "Don't be afraid, it's not a monster. Wait here for me, I'll be right back." Without waiting for the girl to respond, he immediately submerged again and swam toward it. Since practicing that set of internal cultivation techniques, he could now hold his breath for over 20 minutes, moving freely underwater without needing to surface for air. He swam rapidly through the water toward it. The closer he got, the more he realized the ghostly face was an inanimate object, completely devoid of life force and certainly not a monster. When he finally reached it and clearly saw the face's appearance, he found himself caught between laughter and tears. It was indeed a ghost face, but merely a vividly crafted green ghost mask. As for the faint green glow it emitted, it was caused by a small bronze mirror beneath it, reflecting the moonlight from the water's surface that shone upon its interior. Luo Qingzhou reached out and picked up the ghost mask. The mask's material was unknown lightweight, soft, slightly translucent, and comfortable to touch, seemingly capable of adhering completely to one's face when worn. The lake water was warm, yet despite being submerged for who knows how long, the mask showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Luo Qingzhou gave it a firm squeeze and tugged at it several times, yet it remained resilient without any trace of tearing. Luo Qingzhou's gaze then shifted to the bronze mirror half buried in the silt, and he reached out to retrieve it. The oval-shaped bronze mirror was only palm-sized, with strange patterns engraved along its frame. At the top of the frame, one side was carved with a silver moon, the other with a golden sun, surprisingly featuring two reflective surfaces. Fearing Xiao Dai's worry, Luo Qingzhou dared not examine further. He immediately surfaced with the bronze mirror and mask, swimming toward her. When Xiao Dai saw him emerge safely from the water, tears of joy streamed down her face. Luo Qingzhou swam closer and raised the mirror and mask reassuringly. Xiao Dai, it's no monster, just a mask and mirror. The moonlight reflected off the mirror onto the mask is what made it look monstrous. Xiao Dai eyed the grotesque mask in his hand with lingering fear. Young master, please throw it away, it's so revolting. Luo Qingzhou scrubbed the ghastly mask in the water, testing its material between his fingers. This mask's craftsmanship seems extraordinary. I'll take it back for examination. Even if we discard it, we shouldn't leave it here, we'll be bathing here again, and I wouldn't want you frightened next time. With these words, he flung the mask ashore with a practiced motion. This little bronze mirror looks quite adorable. Luo Qingzhou washed the bronze mirror in the water again, then held it up to look at himself, suddenly noticing that his reflection in the mirror appeared unusually bright. This was a corner where moonlight clearly didn't reach. He examined himself more carefully in the mirror and noticed the reflection of his face was significantly brighter than his actual complexion. How strange. He paused momentarily, then moved closer to Xiao Dai, pointing the mirror at her delicate face. In the mirror's reflection, Xiao Dai's face also appeared noticeably brighter. Luo Qingzhou kept glancing between the real Xiao Dai beside him and her reflection in the mirror, confirming the mirror indeed had peculiar qualities. Suddenly, he flipped the mirror over and aimed its other side at Xiao Dai, immediately showing a look of astonishment on his face. In the mirror's opposite reflection, Xiao Dai's face appeared much darker than in reality, even carrying an eerie shadowy quality. He quickly turned it to face himself. His reflection in the mirror suddenly turned dark as well. On closer inspection, it carried an eerie, bone-chilling gloominess. Young master, this mirror is so strange. Xiao Dai looked curious but didn't think much of it. Luo Qingzhou carefully examined both surfaces of the bronze mirror and finally noticed something peculiar. The surface that showed them brightly was engraved with a sun motif on its upper edge, while the surface that darkened their reflections bore a moon engraving above. Day and night. Sun-moon mirror. Luo Qingzhou stroked the bronze mirror in his hand, marveling inwardly. Could this be some kind of treasure? Whether it's a treasure or not, this bronze mirror is fascinating and definitely worth keeping. Xiao Dai, hurry with your bath. Soaking too long might dehydrate you. Deciding to study the mirror later, Luo Qingzhou tossed it onto the bank with a flick of his wrist. Xiao Dai blinked her large eyes and asked, Young master, what does dehydration mean? Luo Qingzhou then realized they were standing extremely close, nearly pressed together. The maiden's breath and misty vapor from her speech landed on his face as she spoke, creating a tickling sensation. The young maid was fair-skinned and tender. When held in his arms earlier, she had been as slippery as a fish. Now her delicate form was immersed bare in the water, and her lovely appearance with flushed cheeks while blinking those large eyes was utterly captivating. Though she remained but an unopened flower bud, not yet in full bloom. Dehydration means if you soak in water too long, the water in your body gets lured out by the surrounding water and abandons you, which becomes dangerous. Luo Qingzhou explained in easily understandable terms. Xiao Dai's eyes widened in realization. Hurry up and finish bathing. Luo Qingzhou began scrubbing himself while turning his back to her. To his surprise, the little maid behind him said shyly, No wonder the servant just couldn't hold it and peed. So it was being seduced. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 030, Sun and Moon Treasure Mirror. It was clearly from fear, wasn't it? Luo Qingzhou secretly complained in his heart. He never expected this little maid would deceive herself and try to make excuses. But such embarrassing words weren't necessary to say out loud, were they? Probably the little maid had a guilty conscience, and since it happened when he was holding her, she thought he had noticed, so she had to shamelessly force an explanation for herself. After finishing their bath, the two took their changed clothes and left. After returning to the small courtyard, Xiao Dai went to the kitchen to boil water for washing clothes. Luo Qingzhou returned to his room, sat by the window, and carefully examined the sun and moon bronze mirror he had brought back. Just like in the lake, the side carved with the sun still reflected people brightly, while the side carved with the moon still reflected people dimly. Whether in darkness, under moonlight, or with an oil lamplit, the effect remained the same. Luo Qingzhou found it quite fascinating, but after prolonged careful observation, he couldn't detect anything unusual. Perhaps the mirror's material is special, he thought to himself, unwilling to waste too much time on such trivial matters. He casually placed the mirror on the desk, then took out that ghost-faced mask again. After hesitating briefly, he decided not to discard it but instead stored it in the drawer. Removing his shoes and getting into bed, he closed his eyes to begin cultivation. Soon, he entered a state of deep meditation. A warm current emerged in his abdomen, skillfully circulating through various acupoints that appeared in his mind's eye. Time slipped away quietly. Xiao Dai finished washing clothes, tidied up outside, then closed the door and entered. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, slowly exhaled a turbid breath, concluded his cultivation and lay down. "Young master, what were you doing?" Xiao Dai approached the bedside and asked curiously. Luo Qingzhou replied, "Just thinking about things." Xiao Dai didn't say anything more. She took off her shoes and socks, climbed onto the bed, and slipped under the quilt. After hesitating for a moment, with her little face flushed red, she placed her feet near his hand. After all, both her body and heart belonged to the young master. He could do whatever he wished with them. She was willing with all her heart. Luo Qingzhou held her delicate, soft little foot, caressing it for a while before suddenly asking, "Xiao Dai, what do you think of Miss Bailing?" Xiao Dai blushed in surprise and said, "Sister Bailing is very kind. She's affectionate towards everyone." "Young master, why do you ask about Sister Bailing?" Luo Qingzhou fell silent, staring blankly at the embroidered canopy above the bed. After a long while, he murmured, "I'd rather have married her." Hearing this, Xiao Dai also became silent for a moment before sighing softly and saying gently, "Young master, although the young mistress is cold towards you and has never spoken to you, you did complete the wedding ceremony with her and even consummated the marriage." "You shouldn't say such things." "Consummated the marriage." Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered in the darkness as he smiled self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, we had the wedding chamber and even shared the bed twice." "Only, young master, only what?" Xiao Dai asked in confusion. "What's with the ah? This young master wants to hold you while sleeping. Are you unwilling?" This maidservant is willing." Xiao Dai's face flushed red as she quickly rose, then lowered her head and crawled directly from under the quilt. Like a little kitten, she lay obediently and docilely in his arms, squinting her eyes with both shyness and happiness. Luo Qingzhou gently embraced her petite and delicate body, his heart instantly overflowing with tenderness. Regardless of everything, he now had a home. He could eat his fill and dress warmly, unafraid of wind and sun, without drifting from place to place. Every night there was even this soft and adorable little maid to sleep beside him, far happier than in that previous era. Naturally, even happier than in the Changhua manor. So, what more could he possibly be unsatisfied with? If the bride doesn't favor him, then he'll just be himself, following decorum to pay daily respects before returning to Xiao Dai for their blissful life together. Isn't that perfectly fine? There's no need to harbor resentment over this matter. It's not worth it. He won't fail those who love him. He won't acknowledge those who don't. Isn't this approach perfectly fine? He should have let go long ago. As for who actually shared his wedding chamber, who cares? As long as it wasn't a man. Whether it was her personally or some substitute, he needn't waste time and energy on such trivialities. After all, he suffered no loss. Understanding this cleared his mind, leaving him noticeably more at ease. Holding the maiden in his arms, grasping her delicate fingers, breathing her youthful fragrance, he closed his eyes, resolved to dream well tonight. Tomorrow back to cultivation. Xiaodia's burning little face pressed against his chest. With eyes closed, she waited shyly and nervously for a long time until she heard his steady breathing. Only then did she secretly sigh in her heart, feeling somewhat disappointed. Young master always says I'm small, but many girls my age are already married. Could it be when young master says small, he doesn't mean age? But she quietly raised her hand to touch her chest. Sister Bailing, Sister Xiaochan, Sister Chior, Sister Xiaodao, and even our young miss, they all have bigger ones than me. Sob, young master must really dislike me for being small here. The little maid's thoughts wandered wildly until the third watch, when she finally drifted into a dazed sleep. The night was deep and silent. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from outside the window. A black shadow swept over the courtyard wall and leaped onto the roof. Then it vanished in a flash. Moonlight passed through the exquisitely carved window lattice, spilling into the room onto the floor and also upon the writing desk before the window. The bronze mirror that Luo Qingzhou had casually placed on the table happened to have its moon-carved side facing the moonlight. The moonlight reflected in the mirror grew dim. Gradually, the entire mirror's surface became covered with a thin layer of mist, growing increasingly blurred. The moonlight spilling onto the mirror's surface began to shimmer faintly. Then, numerous star-like particles too small for the naked eye were separated from the moonlight by the mirror, slowly coalescing together within the glass. The night silently slipped away. A whole night passed in the blink of an eye. When dawn broke, the moon disappeared behind the clouds. On the surface of that bronze mirror, there now appeared an ink-black droplet, lying perfectly still. The morning sun rose. Sparrows began chirping outside the window. When Luo Qingzhou awoke, the figure in his arms was already gone. From the small courtyard came the sounds of Xiao Dai sweeping and shooing away sparrows. Luo Qingzhou lay in bed for a while longer before finally getting up. Xiao Dai brought hot water to assist him with washing, then went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Dai went out again to study with Xiao and Xiao Tao. Luo Qingzhou returned to his room, sat down at the desk, and prepared to read for a while. Just as he sat down, he noticed an ink-like droplet on the surface of the bronze mirror. He felt somewhat puzzled. Yesterday, after bringing this bronze mirror back, he hadn't ground any ink or practiced calligraphy. Where did this ink droplet come from? He extended his index finger to dab the ink droplet, but just as he was about to examine it closely, the ink suddenly seemed to come alive, instantly seeping through his pores into his finger and disappearing. This shock was truly extraordinary. Chapter 031 Progress in Cultivation. Where did it go? Luo Qingzhou widened his eyes, staring at the fingertip where the ink had disappeared. Not the slightest trace remained there. After standing stunned for a few seconds, he immediately began vigorously shaking that finger, as if trying to fling out whatever had just burrowed inside. But it was futile. He then used his other hand to desperately squeeze the finger, attempting to force it out. Still, there was no effect whatsoever. What exactly was that thing? With growing unease, his gaze returned to that mirror. The morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice, falling upon the mirror's surface carved with a moon. Yet the mirror's interior remained eerily dark. Not even the bright sunlight could illuminate the shadows within. Luo Qingzhou's expression grew solemn. Last night, he had merely found the mirror interesting, thinking perhaps its unusual dual surfaces were simply due to manufacturing materials. But now, he realized matters weren't that simple. The mirror had mysteriously produced a drop of ink-like liquid that bizarrely penetrated his fingertip, and even in sunlight, this moon-carved mirror's surface appeared shrouded in ominous gloom. Every aspect reeked of the uncanny. This bronze mirror is absolutely extraordinary. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, then reached out to pick up the mirror, positioning the moon-carved side before his face. His visage immediately appeared in the mirror. The lighting was dim and eerie, filled with a sinister aura. His reflected face also carried an uncanny and ominous quality. Staring at it for several moments sent chills creeping into his heart. He then turned the mirror to reflect from the opposite side. The sun-carved surface instantly revealed his countenance. Radiant and handsome, with bright sparkling eyes that brought instant comfort and warmth to behold. One side dark, the other bright. Luo Qingzhou contemplated the sun-engraved mirror surface for several breaths when sudden realization struck. He placed it on the table, aligning it with the sunlight streaming through the window. Last night, the side with the carved moon faced upward, and this morning when he entered, he discovered a drop of liquid resembling ink suddenly appearing on the mirror's surface. That's why he thought just now if he turned the side with the carved sun upward today, would something equally strange appear on the mirror. But even after a full hour had passed, the mirror still showed no reaction. Though puzzled in his heart, he didn't want to waste any more time. After placing the books back properly, he stepped outside. Upon entering the moonlit rain garden and confirming no one was there, he immediately walked to the northwest corner and slipped into the bamboo grove. Soon, the sounds of flesh-striking bamboo trunks echoed through the grove. Today, Luo Qingzhou increased his intensity. He trained relentlessly until noon, only stopping when his entire body ached and his skin felt close to bursting. After a brief rest, he began practicing that set of thunderclap fist again. This time, he didn't exert as much force, making the movements noticeably easier. After completing 2 full rounds, his face was flushed, his breathing ragged, drenched in sweat, and his entire body throbbed with unbearable soreness. After washing his face in the lake water, he returned to the small courtyard. Xiao Dai brought back the noon meal. After finishing the meal and waiting for Xiao Dai to leave, he went to the bamboo grove again to continue his cultivation. His mental energy today seemed much more vigorous. It wasn't until evening, when his entire body was drenched in sweat, his skin slightly cracked, and the pain made practice unbearable, that he finally stopped. But strangely enough, his entire body's strength was exhausted, muscles sore, skin painfully cracked, yet his spirit remained unusually excited. Usually at such times, not only would his body be exhausted, but his spirit would be extremely weary too. But today was different. What's going on? Suddenly he remembered the drop of ink that penetrated his fingertip in the morning. Could it be because of that thing? Looking at the sky, evening had already fallen. He went to the lake for a quick wash, put on his clothes, and returned to the small courtyard. Xiao Dai hadn't returned yet. He entered the house, walked to the writing desk, looked at the bronze mirror placed there, and suddenly his pupils contracted. On the mirror's surface, there was actually another drop of liquid that had appeared mysteriously. However, unlike the ink-black liquid from this morning, this drop was deep blue in color, resembling the hues of the deep sea. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously extended his finger to touch it, but instantly came to his senses and quickly withdrew his hand. He mustn't let it seep into his skin again. What exactly is this thing? He already had some vague suspicions forming in his mind. When the moon-carved side faced the moon at night, a drop of ink-black liquid would appear on the mirror's surface the next morning. Similarly, when the sun-carved side faced the sun during daytime, this deep blue liquid would emerge on the mirror by evening. But what exactly is the purpose of these liquids? Was his unusually refreshed and energetic state today due to that morning's ink-black liquid? All these questions required further investigation. He didn't dare to touch this blue liquid with his bare hands. After some thought, he went to find a small porcelain bottle, carefully picked up the bronze mirror, poured the drop of liquid into the bottle, and sealed it with a wooden stopper for preservation. In the following days, he decided to carefully observe and study this bronze mirror and the liquid it produced. Time passed quickly amid daily cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a whole week had passed. During this week, besides diligent daily cultivation, Luo Qingzhou spent his time observing and studying that bronze mirror. Finally, he confirmed all his previous conjectures were correct. Moreover, he obtained an unexpected bonus. Indeed, the mirror's two sides could only produce one drop of liquid per day, each side needing to face either the sun or moon respectively. That ink-black liquid truly could enhance mental energy, keeping his spirit vigorous even after a full day of cultivation. As for other effects, none were immediately apparent. What pleasantly surprised him was the deep blue liquid. Summoning his courage, he experimented using his own body. To his pleasant surprise, after absorbing the deep blue liquid with his fingertip, not only did the pain from skin membrane ruptures during cultivation lessen significantly, but the rupture marks could heal rapidly. Moreover, the speed of skin membrane tempering and transformation became increasingly faster. In just 7 short days, his entire skin membrane had become much more resilient. When he punched a tree trunk, the hard bark was immediately smashed, yet remarkably, his fist felt no pain whatsoever. His skin became like bronze, his punches like ox hooves. His skin tempering seemed on the verge of success. Meanwhile, when practicing the thunderclap fist with full strength now, he could complete an entire sequence with only minor soreness in his body. His physique, skin membrane, strength, and mental energy all appeared to have improved considerably. According to the manual, successful skin tempering required internal cultivation techniques combined with external strikes and medicinal soaking to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It appeared the drop of deep blue liquid could serve as the perfect medicinal supplement for skin tempering. For Luo Qingzhou, this was indeed an unexpected joy that left him feeling exhilarated and excited. Of course, during these 7 days, apart from cultivation and researching the liquid, he punctually paid his respects to Miss Qin every evening. She still paid him no attention. But it didn't matter. Now he devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, undistracted by anything else. In another 10+ days, after the 1-month newlywed period had passed, he planned to leave the city to visit his mother's grave and tell her about his marriage. He hoped his mother's spirit in heaven could rest in peace while also blessing his cultivation success and blessing him to make the Luo family, especially Luo Yu and the madam, receive their just retribution during next year's enrollment competition at Dragon Tiger Academy. He hoped that by then, his mother could witness from heaven the madam's furious and agonized expression. Boom, 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 boom. The sun set in the west, dyeing the sky with evening clouds. In the bamboo grove of the moonlit rain garden, Luo Qingzhou was practicing thunderbolt fist bare-chested and drenched in sweat. By the final movements, a faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard emanating from his fists. Bamboo leaves fluttered down all around him, falling in gentle profusion. On the ground, clusters of withered yellow leaves swirled around his feet, moved by some invisible current of air. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw a punch that struck a nearby large tree. The tree's already rotting bark trembled violently, and the whitewood beneath cracked audibly with several fissures appearing. If this punch had landed on an ordinary person, it would have undoubtedly shattered bones and sent them collapsing immediately. Luo Qingzhou concluded his training, quite satisfied with his current progress. He could finally proudly tell himself that he was no longer that weak scholar who couldn't even lift a bucket of water. Looking at the time, he noticed night was falling. He washed briefly in the lake water, put on his clothes, and left the place. Not long after he departed, on the trunk of a certain bamboo tree where his fist had struck, the bark remained in a cotton-like state of decay, while the wood surface beneath showed slight signs of charring. Luo Qingzhou returned to the small courtyard where Xiao Dai was gathering clothes. Seeing him return, she quickly said, "Young master, this afternoon this servant met second young Mrs. Maid Zhuer. Zhuer asked me to tell you that tonight second young miss has invited friends to the moon viewing pavilion on the lake and wishes to invite you along. Zhuer also said that if young master is unwilling, she would go complain to first young Mississippi." Luo Qingzhou frowned upon hearing this. "Why doesn't she come tell me herself?" Xiao Dai replied helplessly. "Zhuer said that since young master publicly refused her young mistress last time in front of so many people, she doesn't want to come speak with you. She says just seeing you makes her angry." Luo Qingzhou said directly, then go tell her I'm rejecting her again tonight. Xiao Dai. Chapter 032, Luo Qingzhou's Sweet Nothings. Xiao Dai didn't dare to go and deliver the message. As soon as night fell, Zhuer came looking for them in person, full of righteous indignation. Luo Qingzhou was reading by the window. Xiao Dai stayed inside, doing embroidery work. The moment Zhuer entered the courtyard, she began shouting, Xiao Dai, what did your young master say? The second young miss is already preparing to go out. She stood in the courtyard, clearly seeing Luo Qingzhou sitting by the window, but deliberately turned her face away, refusing to look at him or acknowledge him, speaking only to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai had no choice but to come out, saying awkwardly, Sister Zhuer, my young master he has no time, he needs to study. When Zhuer heard this, her face immediately darkened. She shot a glance at the fellow sitting by the window and said angrily, when can't he study? Staying inside reading all day, he'll become stupid sooner or later. Our second young miss has never taken the initiative to invite anyone before, so certain people shouldn't be so ungrateful. Xiao Dai glanced at a certain someone but didn't dare to speak. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to put down his book and said to the little maid in the courtyard, I already told second miss last time that I get seasick, so I can't go to the lake. Please convey my apologies to second miss for me, Zhuer. Humph. You go tell her yourself. Zhuer immediately turned around and stormed out angrily, saying, I'm going to tell eldest miss. With that, she left through the gate, going off indignantly to make her complaint. Xiao Dai walked to the window with a worried expression and said, Young master, why won't you go? Everyone says second miss is very nice, why do you always refuse her? If eldest miss finds out, she'll be angry. Luo Qingzhou flipped through his book and replied, eldest miss wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter. Second miss's invitation was just casual conversation, whether I go or not, she wouldn't care. That maid is just making a mountain out of a molehill, ignore her. Xiao Dai sighed and said, I'm just afraid everyone will speak ill of you behind your back. Luo Qingzhou said, as I said before, others have mouths of their own, let them talk. It won't make me lose a piece of flesh. Xiao Dai asked curiously, then why won't young master go? You clearly don't get seasick. Luo Qingzhou lifted the book in his hand and said, I want to read. Seeing his determination, Xiao Dai had no choice but to give up. Very well, then young master may read. This maid won't disturb you anymore. She returned to her room to continue embroidering. Not long after, Beiling's crisp voice suddenly came from outside, is the young master at home? Without lifting his head, Luo Qingzhou answered, he's not. Xiao Dai hurried out from her room and said, Sister Beiling, the young master is here. The little maid secretly thought to herself how silly of the young master to respond if he's not here. Indeed, one shouldn't stay indoors reading all day. Beiling let out a pft of laughter and walked in gracefully, dressed in pink robes. Young master, are you still angry with me? She came to the window and asked with a smile. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her curiously. Why should I be angry with Miss Beiling? Beiling laughed, because young master wanted me to be your chambermaid but I refused. Shouldn't you be angry? Little Dai by the side widened her eyes. Luo Qingzhou didn't continue this topic. Miss Beiling, did you come tonight for something particular? Beiling raised her eyebrows. Of course. Zhuer went to complain to my young mistress, saying young master doesn't know his place and was disrespectful to her mistress, asking my young mistress to punish you. Luo Qingzhou asked, and then? Beiling shrugged, then I came here instead. My young mistress wouldn't bother with such matters. Luo Qingzhou remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Beiling said, I came to persuade you. The second young lady rarely comes out, and she particularly enjoys poetry. That's why she invited you, hoping you could keep her company. Luo Qingzhou raised the book in his hand. I want to read, and besides, I get seasick. Beiling pouted and said, I knew the young master would say that. So when I came, I borrowed something from the young mistress. Once the young master sees it, he'll surely agree. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and flipped through the book. Apologies, even if the eldest young mistress came herself, if I don't want to go, I still won't go. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Beiling's eyes as she turned her head and called toward the door. Chanchan, did you hear what the young master just said? From the shadows at the doorway suddenly emerged a cold figure holding a treasured sword. Moonlight like water spilled over the figure dressed in a light green long skirt, her face pretty yet cold as frost, as if dressing her in a faint moonlit gauze, possessing a kind of ethereal beauty from the lunar palace. She stood in the small courtyard lovely as a flower, cold as snow, her gaze sharp as a sword. The air suddenly became very still. Luo Qingzhou felt the temperature in the room abruptly drop. Although only the gentle moonlight streamed in, he felt an itch on his neck. Bai Ling smiled at him and said, Young master, I didn't quite catch what you just said. Could you repeat it? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, stood up to put the book away, and walked out of the room. Xiao Dai at the door froze for a moment before asking, Young master, where are you going? Luo Qingzhou paused in the courtyard, looked up at the full moon in the sky. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. No wonder the second young lady went to the moon viewing pavilion. I think I'll go take a look too. Xiao Dai. Bai Ling smiled like a blossoming flower. Is the young master not going to read anymore? Luo Qingzhou continued gazing at the moon, still ignoring her. Bai Ling smiled again. Does the young master not get seasick anymore? Luo Qingzhou finally turned his gaze from the sky to look at her, occasionally, but probably not tonight. Why is that? Bai Ling asked curiously. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered as he gazed into her pupils and said, because when a certain young lady is present, my gaze and heart are deeply drawn to her. I would be dizzy from her, so naturally I wouldn't be seasick. Bai Ling froze slightly, her smile fading somewhat. Deep in her eyes, she seemed momentarily dazed by this sudden romantic line. Just as she was about to speak, she heard him continue, Miss Xiaochan, my apologies. It's not that I won't look at you, but you're too beautiful, more radiant than moonlight. I fear becoming dizzy from you, so I dare not gaze upon you. Bai Ling, Xiaochan. The air suddenly grew quiet again. Xiao Dai, standing by the door, slightly parted her small lips, her face full of shock and astonishment. Young master is so bold. And how did young master learn to say such sweet romantic words? Though it was flattery, such pleasant flattery, what maiden could resist it? Poof! In the moonlit courtyard, that cold figure set down the sword in her arms, gripped it tightly in hand, her eyes overflowing with killing intent. Luo Qingzhou stared into her icy eyes, locking gazes with her. This time, his probing finally yielded results. He had finally heard the thoughts within this cold-hearted maiden's mind, though it proved rather useless. Is this guy flirting with me? How reckless. Just this single sentence. Luo Qingzhou then turned his head towards Bai Ling, who stood nearby with a stunned expression and slightly twitching lips. To his surprise, he could hear her inner thoughts too. I really want to pounce and bite this scoundrel to death. Though equally useless to Luo Qingzhou, this at least confirmed his ability to hear both beauty's innermost thoughts. So his earlier risky gamble had been worthwhile after all. Naturally, this was primarily because he knew this cold maiden wouldn't actually draw her sword against him over mere words. That's why he dared take the risk. Just as tensions reached their peak, Zhuer's voice suddenly came from outside. Sister Bai Ling, are you there? The second miss has already left, along with Miss Meng from the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence. Miss Meng. A thought suddenly occurred to Luo Qingzhou. He recalled the words he had heard in Luo Yu's mind when called over at Chenghua Mansion before his wedding. What a pity. Abandoned by father and mother, forced to marry that fool from the Qin family, his life will amount to nothing now. Otherwise, we could have properly trained him, then gifted him to the Meng young master from city lord's residence. I hear that young master particularly favors delicate scholars with fair features like this. City lord's residence, Meng young master, Miss Meng. They must be from the same family, right? Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and decided to go meet them. Chapter 33 Moonlit Lake Excursion. The courtyard was cold. The moonlight was cold, the beauty even colder. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare delay and went out the door. Zhuer stood outside, craning her neck to peer inside. When she saw him emerge, she immediately snorted through her nose, turned her face away and looked elsewhere. Only when Bai Ling came out did she show a sweet smile, fawning in a low voice, Sister Bai Ling, you're truly impressive as always. Belan pointed smilingly at the sword-holding girl behind her. Zhuer immediately understood and quickly added, Sister Xiaochan is also very impressive. Xiaochan's face remained cold, ignoring her. Not daring to say more, Zhuer immediately led the way, saying, my young mistress will arrive soon, let's wait by the lakeside first. Xiaodi watched longingly from the doorway but didn't follow. She knew her lowly status prevented her from boarding the boat and could only silently pray that the young master wouldn't anger the second young miss, nor provoke that Miss Xiaochan. Then she thought best not to provoke anyone at all. Having just arrived at the Qin residence recently, though everyone treated them well, they should understand decorum and know their place. The status of alive son-in-law invited ridicule outside and held little respect within the household. Any misstep could see them thrown out at any moment. Xiao Dai returned to her room with wandering thoughts, continuing to practice embroidery with both worry for her young master and hope for the future in her heart. She wanted to learn needlework, flute playing, singing, and all the other skills that maidservants were expected to master. She wanted to become versatile and accomplished. Only then would she have value and be able to bring honor to her young master. Zhuer led Luo Qingzhou and the other three into the moonlit rain garden, walking to the lakeside where they waited by two small boats. Bai Ling and Xiaochan stood on either side of Luo Qingzhou behind him, creating considerable pressure for him. Zhuer pointed to the boat on the right and said, later, my lady and Miss Meng will take this boat. Sister Bai Ling, Sister Xiaochan, you and the young master will take this one. Bai Ling walked to the lakeside, glanced at the boat on the left, then suddenly made a light leap and landed as gracefully as a butterfly, saying cheerfully, then we won't need to find a boatman, I'll pull the boat myself. As she spoke, she untied the rope at the bow, walked to the stern, picked up the bamboo pole, and slowly inserted it into the lake water. Her movements appeared quite skilled. Zhuer laughed from the shore. I know Sister Bai Ling enjoys playing in the water. Bai Ling, pulling the boat, glanced at someone on shore and said with a charming laugh, there are many things I enjoy playing with, not just water. The small boat began moving slowly. Ripples spread across the lake's surface, shattering the moonlight until starlight filled the entire lake. Bai Ling looked at Luo Qingzhou on shore and laughed, young master, you'd better be careful later, don't fall into the water and become a laughingstock for the second young miss and our guest. Zhu's lips curled with sarcasm. If the young master gets frightened later, just sit still and hold on tight. Don't go looking around rudely and lose all decorum. Luo Qingzhou frowned at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't be looking at the second young miss or our guest. I'll just be looking at you." Put. Bai Ling, who had been playing in the water with a bamboo pole from the small boat, burst into such merry laughter that her whole body shook, causing the boat beneath her feet to rock as well. You. Zhu immediately flushed crimson with embarrassment, a mixture of anger, annoyance, shyness, and surprise crossing her face. Luo Qingzhou heard her inner thoughts. This wretched scholar appears dull and foolish, yet he dares to be so bold as to tease me. When we return, I must report this to the mistress. Luo Qingzhou turned his head away, looking instead at the sweet-faced maiden on the lake with her bright eyes, white teeth, and shallow dimples, paying Zhu no further attention. Humph. Zhu also snorted coldly and turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge him further. Though this fellow was merely a live-in son-in-law, the distinction between master and servant remained, especially with the young mistress's attendant present. She naturally couldn't overstep her bounds. Before long, the faint sound of girls' conversation drifted in from outside the garden. The young mistress is coming. Zhu's eyes lit up as she immediately went forward to greet her. Luo Qingzhou turned to look. A group of maids and elderly female servants slowly entered through the arched gate, escorting 3 young maidens. One of the maidens was supported by a maid, her figure delicate, her skin as pure as snow, her features refined and gentle, her frame slender and graceful. She wore a pale moon-white dress draped with a snow-white fur-lined robe that wrapped her entire body snugly. This was none other than the second young lady of the Qin family, Qin Weima. The maiden on the left was tall and slender, clad in a thin violet dress, a short dagger hanging at her waist. Her appearance was striking, exuding a spirited vigor. The maiden on the right was shorter in stature, yet well-proportioned, dressed in a long azure gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Light makeup adorned her face, making her quite attractive. As the 3 conversed, escorted by maids and elderly attendants, they made their way toward the lakeside. Noticing the figure by the lake, Qin Weima's face softened into a gentle smile. The other 2 young ladies fixed their gazes upon Luo Qingzhou, examining him curiously from head to toe before whispering, "Weima, is this your brother-in-law who married into the family?" Qin Weima nodded slightly with gentle expression. The young lady on the right frowned slightly and said, "Weima, wouldn't it be improper to bring a man along when we go boating to admire the moon?" Qin Weima smiled and replied, "Zishi, my brother-in-law is a scholar who usually stays indoors reading books and seldom goes out. Later, you can ask him about any poetry or essays you don't understand." The young lady on the left said bluntly, "Zishi, there's no need to be bound by such formalities. The important thing is to enjoy ourselves when we're out. What does it matter if there's a man present? It's not like he's going to eat you." The 3 of them were talking in low voices as they approached. Qin Weima first bowed slightly to the young man by the lake, softly addressing him as brother-in-law, before introducing the 2 young ladies beside her. The young lady in purple dress on the left was named Meng Yulan, the eldest daughter of the city lord's residence. The young lady on the right was named Song Zishi, a daughter from the Song family, one of the 4 great families of Macheng. The 2 young ladies had known Qin Weima since childhood, having studied together at the academy and shared a close relationship. Although Qin Weima rarely went out after falling ill, the 2 would often visit to spend time with her. "Young Master Luo." Both young ladies greeted Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head with hands clasped, keeping his gaze proper as he returned the greeting, "Miss Meng, Miss Song." Bai Ling called out crisply from the boat, "Second miss, it's time to board. Be careful or the moon will disappear soon." Qin Weima smiled gently and asked, "Bai Ling, will you be rowing the boat yourself?" Bai Ling deliberately sighed, "There's no choice. Since the young master gets seasick only when this servant rows, won't he feel unwell?" Meng Yulan nearby asked curiously, "Why is that? Does your rowing make the boat steadier?" She had seen this young maiden on the boat before. The first time she saw her, she had been stunned by the beauty of this girl who was said to be merely a maidservant. Then when she met Xia Chan, she had been even more astonished and curious. She felt particularly curious about that eldest miss of the Qin family. But ever since that young lady Qin returned after disappearing for many years, she never got to see her during each visit. Every time she wanted to meet, she would be politely declined. She assumed the young lady must have suffered some harm during her absence, either mentally or physically, hence refusing to see outsiders, so she felt it inappropriate to insist. Yet curiosity always lingered in her heart. Today, seeing this beautiful maid with bright eyes and white teeth standing on the moonlit boat, that itch of curiosity returned. Just what kind of young lady could make 2 such stunning maids serve willingly? Bai Ling propped the bamboo pole, smiling as she answered, "The young master says this humble servant is beautiful, more beautiful than moonlight. Just looking at me makes him dizzy, but only from me, not from seasickness." Meng Yulan couldn't help a pft of laughter. "Really now? Bai Ling, if that's true, you'd better be careful. Your young master is flirting with you." Bai Ling blinked her large, clear eyes and looked innocently at the young man on the shore, asking, "Young master, is it true? Are you teasing your maid?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and didn't even glance her way. Arguing with women is the least wise thing to do. Was this girl deliberately embarrassing him in front of second miss and outsiders to tarnish his image? Was it revenge for his earlier teasing, or was it for her mistress's sake? Qin Weima smiled and said, Yulan, Zishi, let's board the boat. All right. Meng Yulan jumped onto the other small boat first, then extended her hand and said, Weima, come, I'll help you. After the three young women boarded the boat, Zhuer and another maid followed them. Two elderly women also prepared to board, but Meng Yulan waved them off, saying, no need for you two. Either wait on shore or go to the pavilion for tea and snacks. This is the Qin residence, what could possibly happen here? Song Zishi also waved dismissively at those on the shore. Another agile maidservant boarded the boat. After untying the rope, she went to the stern, picked up the bamboo pole and placed it into the water. Brother-in-law, come aboard. Qin Weima called softly to the shore. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the cold-faced girl still standing in the willow tree's shadow, waiting for her to board first. Bai Ling laughed from the boat. Chan Chun, the young master is waiting for you. Xia Chan's beautiful face remained cold. Only when everyone's gaze fell upon her did she grip her sword, step out from the tree's shadow, pause briefly when reaching the lakeside, and then leap aboard. Luo Qingzhou clearly noticed her complexion change slightly, and even those icy eyes seemed to reveal a trace of panic. Is this girl afraid of water? Luo Qingzhou secretly speculated as he jumped aboard, deliberately using some extra force. The small boat rocked violently when he landed. The cold-faced maiden standing at the front shivered slightly, walked to the middle cabin, and sat down with arms crossed and sword clutched to her chest. Her beautiful face remained ice-cold, yet had turned slightly pale. Luo Qingzhou secretly found it amusing. Let's go! Bai Ling stood gracefully at the stern, pulling the boat forward. Chapter 34, Brother-in-law is truly amazing. The bright moon hung high as stars filled the sky. Two small boats sailed side by side across the lake. The lake's emerald waves rippled, reflecting the starry moonlit sky like a resplendent Milky Way, with twinkling starlight creating an indescribably beautiful scene. Several maidens chattered cheerfully amid this nighttime lakescape, chatting about trivial matters of Macheng, while on the other boat, it was unusually quiet. Bai Ling, dressed in pink, stood at the stern holding the bamboo pole, her black hair dancing and sleeves fluttering like a fairy of the lake. Luo Qingzhou stood at the prow, gazing silently at the lakeside pavilion in the distance. Xia Chan sat in the middle of the boat, sword clutched to her chest, cold as frost. Zhuer glanced over and, seeing someone standing motionless at the bow, couldn't resist taunting. Young master, didn't you say you get seasick? Why are you still standing there? Aren't you afraid of falling into the lake? Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze, looked at her, then glanced at the sword-carrying maiden sitting in the middle of the boat, and replied, who said you can't stand when you're seasick? I don't get sick standing, only when sitting. Several maidens were amused. Zhuer puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Mistress, the young master is clearly doing this on purpose, he doesn't really get seasick. Qin Weima smiled gently. The young master might usually suffer from seasickness, but today we have an honored guest, so he's miraculously cured. Poof. Zhuer pursed her lips and snorted, saying no more. With her mistress defending that fellow, what else could she say? Song Zishi, sitting beside Qin Weima, suddenly spoke. Weima, the day before yesterday I came across an intriguing phrase on a painting, but I don't know its origin or author. My understanding of its meaning is also incomplete. As you're well read, might you enlighten me? As she spoke, she glanced at the young man on the other boat. It was obvious she wanted to test this scholar, to see if he truly possessed the talent her friend claimed, lest he be merely superficial. Qin Weima naturally understood her intent and smiled, saying, Zishi, do share it then. Ahem. Song Zishi cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention on the boat before putting on airs and reciting, the way of great learning lies in illuminating virtue, in renovating the people, and in resting in the highest excellence. As she recited, she swayed her head back and forth like a schoolmaster. After hearing her recitation, Qin Weima smiled faintly and looked toward the young man on the other boat. Brother-in-law, have you heard this saying before? In truth, any scholar preparing for imperial examinations would know this phrase. After all, it comes from one of the 4 books required reading for civil examinations. But for women who didn't need to take the exams, knowing this phrase was rather impressive. In these times, 9 out of 10 people had never studied, many even illiterate. Therefore, for women in those days, knowing some characters, having read a few books, or even being able to compose some poems were all matters worthy of pride and boasting. Luo Qingzhou felt somewhat bored. However, since it was the second young miss who posed the question, he naturally couldn't be impolite. He answered, this passage originates from the great learning in the Book of Rites traditionally attributed to Xingzi, though it was likely compiled by later Confucian scholars. Its meaning is that the purpose of higher learning lies in manifesting illustrious virtue, in renovating the people, and in abiding by the highest good. To put it simply, it means revealing the innate virtuous nature within everyone, then extending this virtue to others, enabling all to cleanse themselves and become renewed, while striving for perfection and maintaining that state. On 2 small boats in the lake. All the young ladies watched him quietly, listening as he eloquently delivered his answer. Under the moonlight, the figure standing at the bow appeared tall and upright, with refined and handsome features, clear and resolute eyes. His voice was sonorous and bright, neither servile nor overbearing. He lacked the weakness and affectation of typical scholars, nor did he display the inferiority and timidity of other live-in sons-in-law. His demeanor and aura actually made the young ladies' hearts flutter like the sparkling starlight on the lake beneath their boats. The sword-carrying maiden closest to him also watched him with an expressionless face. After he finished speaking, an unusual silence momentarily fell over both small boats. Then Qin Weima broke the silence, smiling gently. Zishi, how about this explanation? Does it meet your expectations? Song Zishi curled her lips, passable. It's just textbook knowledge any educated person should know. Qin Weima smiled and turned to the youth on the other boat, praising softly, brother-in-law is quite impressive. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands in a modest salute but said nothing more. Bailing, who was pulling the boat at the bow, also smiled charmingly and mimicked the tone. The young master is quite impressive indeed. Luo Qingzhou looked elsewhere, ignoring her. The two small boats drifted leisurely across the lake, soon arriving amidst the lotus flowers. Although it was winter, the lake water remained warm, and the lotus flowers bloomed all year round, white, pink, and red ones, making them the most beautiful scenery in this moonlit rain-listening garden. Whenever Qin Weima visited, she enjoyed playing among these lotus flowers, gathering some lotus seed pods, plucking petals, and splashing water by the boat's side, her childlike innocence unchanged, her mood always improving. At this moment, Meng Yulan suddenly spoke again. Young Master Luo, I have a saying I wish you could explain to me. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, thinking about her brother's preference for male company, and replied, please speak, Miss Meng. Meng Yulan, her brow radiating heroic spirit, declared clearly, the superior man is harmonious but not conforming, strong indeed. He stands in the middle without leaning to either side, strong indeed. When the state has the way, he remains unchanged from his course, strong indeed. When the state has no way, he remains unchanged until death, strong indeed. This saying, I wonder what interpretation you give it. Luo Qingzhou's expression turned solemn as he replied, this sentence comes from chapter 10 of the Doctrine of the Mean. It means that a virtuous person remains harmonious without blindly following the crowd. This is true strength. Maintaining neutrality without leaning to either side. This is true strength. Not altering one's ambitions when the nation's politics are clear and stable. This is true strength. Adhering to moral principles even unto death when the nation's politics are corrupt. This is true strength. Meng Yulan's eyes showed a flicker of surprise as she nodded and said, young Master Luo is indeed well read. The meanings of passages from the 4 books and 5 classics seem memorized to perfection, readily available at your fingertips. You even remember which exact chapter they're from. Truly impressive, most impressive. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands in acknowledgement while hearing her inner thoughts. Weima wasn't lying after all, this fellow does have some talent. Book knowledge probably can't stump him. I wonder how his poetic skills are. As Meng Yulan thought this, she exchanged a meaningful glance with the nearby Song Zishi. Song Zishi gave a slight nod, then suddenly added, young Master Luo, I heard from Weima that you're quite knowledgeable about poetry. I recently obtained the first 2 lines of a 7-character quatrain, but have been unsatisfied with any continuation I've devised. Might you compose the latter 2 lines for me? Luo Qingzhou glanced at second Miss Qin, silently thinking, I've only exchanged couplets with second Miss, how would she know I understand poetry? Is she deliberately elevating my status? Or showing off her talented brother-in-law? It's rather rare for a younger sister-in-law to boast about her live-in brother-in-law before friends. Since second Miss was so determined to maintain his image, he naturally wouldn't let her lose face. Cupping his hands, he replied, Miss Song, please recite them. I'll try, though I can't promise the result will satisfy you. Meng Yulan laughed. In all the world's poetry, how could there be perfect works that satisfy everyone completely? Most require repeated revisions before barely passing as finished products. Those rare gems composed effortlessly are as scarce as phoenix feathers, exceptionally rare. Feel free to compose without pressure, young Master Luo. Song Zishi silently recited it to herself before speaking aloud. The new year comes without blooming grace. In second month we startle at grasses trace, just these 2 lines. I've tried continuing with several verses, but none seem satisfactory. Young Master Luo, Weima, Yulan, you may all give it a try. The 2 young ladies beside them slightly furrowed their brows, silently pondering in their hearts. Luo Qingzhou repeated the first 2 lines quietly to himself, contemplating deeply as his gaze wandered aimlessly across the lake's surface, when suddenly he spotted a pear tree by the nearby shore. The evening breeze swept by, causing the blooming flowers on that pear tree to flutter and scatter like snowflakes, light and dancing, passing through the vermilion railings before drifting into the nearby pavilion. Inspiration struck him, and the latter 2 lines came to mind. Just then, Bailing, who stood at the boat's helm steering, suddenly chuckled, young master, if you can't complete this poem, you'll forfeit next month's opportunity. What opportunity? Qin Weima asked curiously. The others also looked at her with curious expressions. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled as she said with a smile, second young miss, you'd better ask the young master about that. Luo Qingzhou didn't respond, instead turning to Miss Song and saying, I've actually come up with 2 lines, but I'm not sure if they match well with the previous 2. Miss Song, would you mind evaluating them? Upon hearing this, several young ladies immediately turned their gazes toward him. The sword-carrying maiden beside them also fixed him with a cold stare. Luo Qingzhou pondered over the lines in his mind once more before reciting, "The new year comes without fragrant blooms, in second month, amazed, I see grass sprouts. The white snow, vexed by spring's delay, darts through courtyard trees as flying flowers." As soon as he finished, Mang Yulan's eyes lit up and she immediately clapped in admiration. What excellent verses! These last two lines elevate the entire poem's atmosphere and artistry to a whole new level. Young Master Luo, impressive, truly impressive. She then added, as for the title, Luo Qingzhou said, how about calling it Spring Snow? Spring Snow. Meng Yulan savored the words, then clapped her hands in admiration. What a brilliant spring snow! With this title revealed, the entire poem's artistic conception reaches even greater heights. Young Master Luo, your talent is truly remarkable. The white snow dislikes spring's belated hues, so dons tree branches as flying blooms spring snow. Song Zishi murmured the line several times before casting a doubtful look at the youth at the boat's prow. Young Master Luo, those first two lines, surely they're also your composition. If not, then these latter lines blend so harmoniously and smoothly. They form a seamless whole, without the slightest trace of patchwork. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands in modest refusal. The first two lines were not my creation, and these latter lines merely came to me casually. I don't deserve such undeserved praise, young miss. Xin Weimo at their side arched her delicate eyebrows like willow leaves, chuckling softly. Zishi, now you understand how extraordinary my brother-in-law is, don't you? This frail, Lin Dayu-like beauty actually carried a note of small pride and satisfaction in her tone. Song Zishi was completely convinced now, bowing slightly toward the boat's prow. Youth, young Master Luo's overflowing talent is beyond doubt. I'm truly impressed. Luo Qingzhou once again lowered his head and bowed in return. Zhur on the boat secretly thought, I never expected this fellow to be truly so capable. No wonder my young mistress treats him differently. Perhaps he might even pass the imperial examinations with top honors in the future, bringing glory to our Qin manor. Bai Ling, steering the boat from the stern, gazed at the youth at the bow, her beautiful eyes sparkling, refraining from further teasing. The sword-holding maiden sitting in the middle of the small boat remained cold as frost, her expression unreadable. Splash splash. At this very moment, sudden splashing sounds erupted from amidst the lotus flowers. It turned out to be a flock of white gulls startled into panic, scattering in all directions. Several even came flapping toward the two small boats. The young ladies cried out in alarm as their boat rocked violently. Bai Ling's expression changed suddenly when she cried, oh no. The small boat beneath her feet lurched sharply, tilting dangerously to one side. The sword-holding maiden sitting in the middle of the boat, seemingly lost in thought, was caught completely off guard when her body suddenly tilted backward. With a loud splash, she plunged headfirst into the lake waters, vanishing without a trace. Bai Ling immediately cried out from the bow of the boat, oh dear young master. Xia Qian fell into the water. She doesn't know how to swim. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and with another splash leaped in after her. Chapter 035 The Rescue. The lake bottom was clear and unfathomably deep. The moment Luo Qingzhou submerged, he spotted that icy figure. The maiden still tightly grasped her sword, but all strength seemed to have left the rest of her body. Her eyes were wide open, limbs completely limp, dark tresses floating wildly about as her robes billowed while she drifted motionless toward the lake's depths. Like an autumn blossom withering away, she descended silently toward the bottom without any struggle. Luo Qingzhou realized she must have been frightened into paralysis. Who would have thought someone so formidable on shore would become less capable than a 3-year-old child when entering the water? At least a drowning 3-year-old would still struggle. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare hesitate, immediately giving chase as he swiftly dove after her sinking form. The maiden, who had been staring wide-eyed in terror as she drifted toward the lakebed, finally showed movement in her pupils upon seeing him, her lips parting slightly only to swallow several mouthfuls of lake water and release a stream of bubbles, her eyes widening further still. Paired with her delicately pretty yet blank expression, the sight appeared rather comical. Just as she was about to reach the lakebed, Luo Qingzhou swam upward and caught her slender waist in one arm, pulling her into his embrace. With a powerful kick of his legs, he began ascending toward the surface. When rescuing ordinary drowning victims, Luo Qingzhou would always approach from behind or wait until they'd swallowed enough water to lose consciousness, otherwise he might forfeit his own life. But with this particular rescue, such precautions were unnecessary. Because even now as he held her in his arms, her eyes remained wide open, her body limp and motionless, as if she had turned into a statue. Only the sword was still tightly gripped in her hand. This was the first time Luo Qingzhou had seen someone become like this after drowning, and the first time he'd encountered someone so terrified of water. The key point was this maiden who could deliver throat-slitting sword strokes on land, a truly fearsome presence. This extreme contrast made him chuckle inwardly. Splash! Not daring to delay, he quickly surfaced while holding the maiden in his arms. He then swam toward the small boat. Bai Ling hurriedly reached out to help, dragging the maiden from his arms onto the boat. Luo Qingzhou climbed aboard as well. At that moment, several more small boats came rushing over. Simultaneously, a few water-skilled servants jumped into the lake and began swimming rapidly toward them to assist with the rescue. Qin Weima, having witnessed someone fall into the water and seeing him immediately jump in after them, worried something might go wrong, had promptly instructed Zhu'er to summon people from the shore. Seeing that both he and the fallen Xia-chan were safely aboard, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu'er immediately shouted to the approaching rescue boats and servants, "They've been rescued, no need to come over, everyone can go back." The small boats that had been rowing rapidly toward them and the servants had no choice but to turn around and leave. Qin Weima frowned with concern and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you both alright?" Luo Qingzhou, soaked through from head to toe, didn't dare stand but sat in the cabin as he replied, "We're fine, thank you for your concern, second young Mississippi." Wringing water from his clothes, he lifted his head to look at the cold-faced young woman sitting beside him. The same icy girl who had been terrified underwater moments ago, wide-eyed and limp with fear, had now regained her frosty demeanor and expression. She sat motionless, her hair disheveled, dress soaked through, still hugging her sword with the same chilling intensity as the blade itself, cold and intimidating. When Luo Qingzhou looked at her, she returned his gaze with equal coldness. No gratitude, only an even deeper chill. It was probably because he had seen her embarrassment, or maybe because he had held her just moments before. Luo Qingzhou met her ice-cold gaze for a second before looking away, directing his eyes elsewhere. "Second miss, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your moon viewing. Both the young master and Xia Tan's clothes are soaked. We must return now and cannot accompany you to the moon viewing pavilion." Bailing stood at the stern of the boat, holding the bamboo pole as she looked towards Qin Weima on the other small boat, her face full of apology as she spoke. Qin Weima replied gently, "It's all right. Please take brother-in-law and Xia Tan back to change their clothes quickly. We can go by ourselves." Meng Yulan and Song Zishi looked at the drenched young man on the boat, feeling slightly disappointed. They had still wanted to discuss poetry with this young man. Bailing glanced at these two distinguished guests, then pushed the bamboo pole to turn the boat around. Qin Weima said softly, "Brother-in-law, go back and change clothes quickly. It would be best to take a hot bath. Your constitution is weak, you mustn't catch cold." Luo Qingzhou looked at her frail and sickly appearance, as if a gentle breeze could topple her, and secretly found it amusing in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, second young Mississippi. We shall take our leave now." Meng Yulan called out loudly, "Young Master Luo, when we have time next time, we'll come to play with you again. Don't refuse us then." Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands and replied, "Agreed." Song Zishi's lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something too. Yet she felt it inappropriate for her, an unmarried young maiden, to actively speak to a man she had just met for the first time, especially one who was newly married. So she could only gaze at him without speaking. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and heard her inner thoughts. This young Master Luo is so remarkably handsome and talented. What a pity his background is poor and he's just alive and son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou's gaze then turned towards the young lady from the city lord's residence, and he heard her inner thoughts. Brother-in-law Weima seems quite decent, not only handsome and talented, but also caring towards servants. He jumped into the lake without hesitation to save a drowning servant. What a pity, though. In the end, he's just a frail scholar. In our great Yan Empire, martial artists are the most valuable. Luo Qingzhou's gaze then shifted to the delicate and frail second young miss of the Qin family. Qin Weima was also looking at him. As their eyes met, Qin Weima smiled softly, her bright eyes reflecting the moonlight scattered across the lake, gentle as water, pure as the moon, tender and touching. Luo Qingzhou also heard her inner voice. Did brother-in-law jump into the lake to save Xiachan because of elder sister? Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to listen further, the boat suddenly turned, and Bailing playfully blocked his line of sight. Looking at him with a teasing smile, she said, "Young master," reluctant to part. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and looked into her eyes, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his head. He snapped back to reality immediately, not daring to eavesdrop anymore. He had already heard too much, which had drained too much of his mental energy. Young master was quite the show-off earlier. Both Miss Meng and Miss Song were gazing at you tenderly with reluctant parting looks. Did you perhaps wish to go boating with them and flirt at the Moonview Pavilion? When she received no response, Bailing snorted and teased him again. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, recalling how the boat had suddenly rocked and tilted earlier, causing Xiachan to fall into the lake. He couldn't help but ask, did Miss Bailing do that on purpose? Bailing blinked her eyes, putting on an innocent look. What do you mean on purpose? Young master, don't try to change the subject. Luo Qingzhou gave her a deep look but didn't press further, saying instead, I didn't want to come in the first place. You're the one who forced me. Bailing suddenly burst into laughter. Young master, speak with a clear conscience. I didn't wield any sword nor put on a cold face. How could I have forced you? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sword-carrying girl with her icy expression beside them and fell silent. With a light chuckle, Bailing stopped teasing him. Pushing the boat along with a smile while humming a tune, she rowed toward the shore. Luo Qingzhou observed her bright eyes, pearly white teeth, and the graceful, slender figure of a young maiden, silently pondering once more. Was this girl jealous, or was it all for her lady's sake? Had it truly been her who shared his chamber that night? Young master, Chantan, be more careful. You splashed so much water into the boat. Couldn't you at least take off your clothes? As they approached the shore, Bailing teased the pair again with cheerful amusement. Neither of them paid her any attention. Upon reaching shore, Luo Qingzhou bid farewell directly and returned home to change his clothes. Bailing and Xia Chan also returned to their own courtyard. Xia Chan returned to her room to change clothes. Bai Ling walked to the pavilion in the backyard, stood beside the snow-white figure, glanced at that peerlessly beautiful face, and whispered, "Miss, have you returned?" The figure sitting in the pavilion appeared indifferent, staring blankly without responding. Chapter 036, Skin Refinement Achieved. Bang, 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 bang. Early in the morning, from the northwestern corner of moonlit rain garden, in that neglected bamboo grove, came the sound of flesh striking tree trunks. Listening to the sounds, each impact was stronger than the last. The noise continued unabated throughout the entire morning. During lunchtime, it paused briefly, only to resume shortly after. It persisted until dusk, when the setting sun disappeared behind mountains. With the assistance of the moon mirror's azure liquid, Luo Qingzhou's skin refinement had become more vigorous. Unafraid of cracking wounds and pain, his refinement speed increased. Simultaneously, thanks to the black liquid's aid, his spirit remained exceptionally vigorous. For the entire day, he could continue cultivating without pause. By evening, he remained in high spirits. His entire skin membrane began to faintly glow, full of luster. A single punch now carried the force of an ox. Neither tough tree bark nor trunk could cause any cracking wounds to his fists or body. Several more days passed. Exactly 20 days since the wedding. At noon on this day, his skin refinement finally reached completion. His entire skin membrane became tough as bronze, with restrained radiance. Violent impacts against large trees now felt like an ox scratching an itch. No more pain could be felt. Simultaneously, his strength increased dramatically. A single punch could make trees tremble, turn bark into fibers, and crack the wood. His entire skin membrane seemed reborn and renewed, yet returned to simplicity. Though appearing unchanged from before, its impact resistance had been tempered to perfection. Crack! He snapped a green bamboo branch, then directly slapped his palm against its broken sharp edge. In the past, his palm would have undoubtedly been pierced, dripping with blood. But now, his bare palm fiercely struck against the sharp edge of the green bamboo like hardened bronze with a crack sound, shattering the sharp tip completely, and even the lower half of the broken bamboo was smashed to pieces. Luo Qingzhou tested over 10 more green bamboos, smashing them all to fragments while his palm remained completely unharmed. Next, he tried with the back of his hand, forearm, and lower leg, all without injury. Now this toughened skin couldn't be penetrated by these flexible green bamboos. Not even by hardwood could make the slightest dent. Even if struck by a kitchen knife, it could mitigate most of the damage, with wounds healing rapidly, even protecting the innermost flesh from harm. Truly achieving tempered skin tough as bronze, fists powerful as oxen. Boom, 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 boom. Now when practicing his thunderclap fist, not only did he maintain the same speed, but he also applied full force, each strike growing more imposing, the sounds increasingly thunderous, the effects clearly manifesting. After completing one full set, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Immediately after, he began the second round. Having succeeded in skin refining, he decided to first master this Thunder Dash Fist before proceeding to flesh refining. Although Thunder Dash Fist might seem useless to many martial artists, for him, it could at least serve as a combat technique. After all, given his current status and background, it was impossible for him to acquire any other martial techniques. Though the Thunder Dash Fist was much cry and little wool, more show than substance, it could still inflict some damage. Combined with his current toughened skin and strength, it made him far more powerful than ordinary people. Boom, boom, boom. For the entire afternoon, he practiced Thunder Dash Fist again in the bamboo grove. Although skin refining was successful, he absolutely couldn't afford to slack off. For a martial artist, skin refining merely represents the most basic entry level. As long as he persevered without fearing hardship or fatigue, he believed that with the help of that Sun Moon treasure mirror, he could quickly catch up to Luo Yu. Next year's enrollment exam for Dragon Tiger Academy wasn't far from the autumn examinations. There were still over 6 months left from now. As long as he worked hard, there was still hope. Boom! He punched the nearby tree trunk with his fist. The tree shook violently, its bark cracked and peeled away. With a sharp crack, the inner wood split open, unexpectedly releasing a burnt smell from within. Luo Qingzhou focused solely on practicing his fist techniques, undisturbed by distractions. After delivering one punch, he pivoted and transitioned smoothly into another stance. In the empty, silent bamboo grove, a rumbling like distant thunder gradually emerged. Bamboo leaves scattered everywhere as the green stalks swayed without any wind. His bare chest and back glistened with sweat, the skin appearing as if coated with a metallic sheen that sparkled under the perspiration, exuding a captivating luster. Dry bamboo leaves swirled up from the ground, dancing around him as he moved back and forth. As his punches reached their climax, they grew increasingly faster and louder. His figure became progressively indistinct among the fluttering bamboo leaves, surrounded by an invisible current of air that rustled through the surrounding bamboo, causing them to sway incessantly. Fortunately, there was no one else in the moonlit rain pavilion at this moment. Otherwise, such commotion would have been noticed even in the most secluded northwest corner. From outside, the central part of that bamboo grove appeared as if caught in a hurricane, leaves swirling wildly, swaying left and right in ceaseless motion. But soon, the swaying gradually diminished in intensity. When the thunderbolt fist reached its fastest moves, it gradually slowed down again, becoming progressively more measured. Finally, the power drew inward as he slowly concluded his practice. Luo Qingzhou continued practicing until the sun was nearly setting before resting briefly. He took his clothes, went to wash briefly by the lake, then dressed and left. When he returned to the small courtyard, Xiao Dai still hadn't come back. Entering his room, he deftly retrieved a porcelain bottle from beneath his bed. He poured the deep blue liquid that had condensed on the copper mirror into it, corked the bottle, and returned it beneath the bed. Through his recent research, he discovered that using one drop every 3 days was sufficient, as using more seemed wasteful. Therefore, he collected the remaining liquid, saving it for muscle refining later. The ink-black liquid condensed at night also followed a 3-day usage cycle, as daily application showed no additional noticeable effects. In a concealed spot beneath his bed lay 2 porcelain bottles containing the deep blue and ink-black liquids respectively. He had instructed Xiao Dai not to touch anything in his room. This included that precious sun-moon mirror. However, these treasures would be considered rare by anyone, making their casual storage in his room ultimately unsafe. He decided to leave the estate tomorrow and visit shops specializing in martial practitioners' equipment. Perhaps he could find better storage containers there. In this martial arts-dominated era, with practitioners common throughout the Great Yan Empire, every city had numerous specialty stores for martial equipment. Now that he'd become a true martial practitioner, he still didn't know what essential items they required, having never visited such shops before. Perhaps there are some unexpectedly good items in the shops. As for silver, when he married into the Qin family, the Chenghua residents gave him 1,000 taels, but he wasn't sure if it would be enough. He decided to go out and check tomorrow. If it wasn't enough, he could borrow from Beiling. After all, in others' eyes he was just a pretty boy living off his wife's wealth. Why not take advantage of it while he could? There were still 10 days left before he could leave the city to pay respects to his mother. He planned to burn paper offerings and incense not only to inform her about his marriage, but also to pray for her blessings in his cultivation and vengeance. When dusk approached, Xiao Dai brought back his meal. Now that Luo Qingzhou ate more and preferred meat, she always returned with larger portions. Since everyone treated their master-servant pair well, the kitchen staff didn't complain. However, this arrangement likely wouldn't last once he began body tempering. He would need to consume far more meat, a shocking amount which couldn't all come from the kitchen. Besides the risk of exposure, the kitchen simply couldn't provide that much meat. The amount of food required for martial arts practitioners is something many families cannot afford. Therefore, Luo Qingzhou might need to handle this himself when the time comes. With silver, one can buy meat to eat. However, his 1,000 taels of silver may seem substantial to ordinary people, but for martial artists, it's completely insufficient. Fortunately, he has already succeeded in skin refinement. Once he's nearly proficient in the thunderclap fist technique, he can go outside the city to hunt beasts, even the lowest level demonic creatures. At that time, both silver and flesh blood provisions should be solvable. There will certainly be dangers. But in this era, those who fear danger can never grow strong. Moreover, only through constant combat tempering can his actual combat effectiveness improve, otherwise he'll remain nothing but a hothouse flower, pleasing to the eye but useless in practice. Pondering these matters, he soon finished his meal. After Xiao Dai finished eating and cleaned up, the two went to bathe in the lake. After bathing and changing into clean clothes, Luo Qingzhou went out alone to pay respects to Miss Qin. It's truly a custom unique to this era, a husband paying respects daily to his wife, especially one who doesn't even share his chamber. Naturally, being a man of these times, certain customs must still be observed. Otherwise, someone would surely make him understand reality's harshness. He arrived at the courtyard where Miss Qin resided. Before he could knock, the courtyard gate swung open. Bai Ling stood smiling at the doorway. "Young master, I bring good news. The madam has decided to see you tomorrow morning. You'd best prepare yourself." Luo Qingzhou's heart quickened. His mother-in-law. Nearly a month had passed since the wedding, yet his mother-in-law had never once requested to see him. Why this sudden summons? Rumor held that his mother-in-law harbored deep prejudices against him. Would she publicly rebuke and humiliate him tomorrow morning? What preparations would be required? He felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this just a simple meeting? Must he don festive attire, kowtow every 3 steps and praise every 5? Bai Ling said with a laugh. Young master should mentally prepare himself. If madam scolds you later, you must never talk back. If you do, without even needing Chan Chan to act, those old maids could tear you apart. If young master gets driven out and ends up on the streets, that would be truly miserable. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, I understand the gravity of the situation. Good that you understand. Bai Ling stepped aside from the door and lowered her voice. Anyway, the young master has already performed the wedding ceremony with the young miss. What's done is done. Even if madam is unwilling, she can't change anything. Just endure it, and at worst you can have the young miss compensate you later. When saying compensate you, she blinked and gave him a playful, suggestive look. Luo Qingzhou gave her a deep look but said nothing more. He entered the door and walked toward the stunning figure sitting under the moonlight in the courtyard. Bowing respectfully, he said, "First Mississippi." He had expected her to remain as before, giving no response whatsoever, perhaps not even glancing his way. But this time, Qin Jianjia's gaze actually fell upon him. Chapter 037, Not Even Death Shall Part Us. Humph. A cold snort carried a chilling aura. Luo Qingzhou jolted awake, withdrawing his gaze from the first Miss Qin and turning toward the figure beneath the eaves ahead. There stood a maiden in the shadows of the eaves, arms crossed over her chest with a sword clasped against her cold eyes fixed intently upon him. Luo Qingzhou heard none of her inner thoughts. Nor, of course, did he hear any from first Miss Qin before him. He lowered his head slightly, preparing to take his leave. But Bailing behind him suddenly spoke with a laugh. "Young master, that Miss Song came to the manor again these past days. She even specially sent her maid skulking about to find you, planning to play with you. Though I happened upon them along the way and refused on your behalf." Luo Qingzhou showed mild surprise at this. "Did the young master know of this matter?" Bailing inquired. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Bailing revealed 2 shallow dimples on her face and raised her eyebrows, saying, "If the young master knew about this, would he go play with that Miss Song?" Luo Qingzhou maintained a calm expression as he replied, "No." "No." Bailing blinked her eyes and laughed. "Actually, even if the young master wanted to go, it wouldn't matter. Though the young master married into our Qin family, we're not like other households that would restrict his freedom or deprive him of happiness. Our Qin family and my lady are very reasonable and especially lenient toward the young master." Luo Qingzhou's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at her and said, "Miss Bailing, if you have something to say, please speak directly." The smile on Bailing's face faded slightly as she paused before saying, "Young master, I'm going to speak my mind now, please don't be angry." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Bai Ling first let out a soft sigh, glanced at her young mistress, then said quietly, "Young master, as you can see, my lady's health isn't very good. She prefers tranquility and enjoys being alone. Even after marrying you, she still prefers it this way. So we hope you won't force her to do anything against her will in the future, giving her absolute freedom. If one day..." At this point, her eyes flashed as she looked at the young man before her. "Young master, I mean if one day my lady suddenly tires of this life and no longer wishes to stay with you, we hope you'll understand and let her leave. Of course, even in that case, you would still be considered part of the Qin residence, free to continue living here with compensation, and permitted to take a wife and have children. Young master, do you understand my meaning?" Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, remained silent for a moment, then said, "I understand." Bai Ling looked at him apologetically. "Young master, we don't mean to look down on you in any way, but my lady's health is truly not good, and she genuinely prefers solitude. Also, we hope young master won't mention anything you've seen in the Qin residence or heard today to anyone outside. Would that be all right?" Luo Qingzhou stood with his back to that stunning figure, looked at the young maiden before him, paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "Miss Bai Ling, if the young mistress isn't willing in this marriage, we could actually dissolve the union right now. I have no objections." Bai Ling froze, a flicker of surprise appearing in her eyes as she stared at him for several moments before shaking her head. "Young master, I was merely speaking hypothetically, please don't think too much about it. The current arrangement is fine, what happens in the future is for the future. I'm telling you these things tonight only so you'll be mentally prepared and won't invest too deeply." She then added, "If young master has other women he fancies, you may tell us openly." Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered slightly as he said, "There is indeed a woman I like." A hint of emotion flickered across Bailing's face. "Who is it?" Luo Qingzhou fixed his gaze on her eyes and said, "The girl who shared my bridal chamber that night, the one who plans to spend one night with me each month. Miss Bailing, I like her. May I have her?" As these words fell, the entire courtyard suddenly became deathly silent. After a long pause, Bailing finally smiled and said, "Young master, you've indeed fallen for her. Well, what man wouldn't like such a beautiful girl as my young mistress? Especially when you've already performed the wedding ceremony and become husband and wife. But as I just said, my young mistress is in poor health and prefers solitude. Besides, isn't my young mistress already yours now?" Luo Qingzhou continued watching her eyes but heard no further thoughts from her. The silence stretched on for another moment. He cupped his hands respectfully. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Bailing's lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end no words came out. "Young master should rest early. Tomorrow morning you still need to serve tea to madam." Bailing's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke softly. Luo Qingzhou nodded, then cupped his hands towards the motionless figure sitting at the stone table before taking his leave. The small courtyard fell quiet. A long while later, Bailing said with complex emotions in her voice, "Young mistress, isn't this somewhat cruel?" Then she murmured in a low voice, "The young master is quite nice." There was no response. Finally, she sighed almost imperceptibly. What a pity in the end, we're people from 2 different worlds. Luo Qingzhou returned to his own courtyard. He should have been heavy-hearted and filled with random thoughts, but it was as if a weight had suddenly been lifted from his heart, bringing unexpected relief. From hearing about the arranged marriage until now, his mentality had undergone a series of changes. From initial confusion and unease to unexpected joy and anticipation after meeting his bride, then to later tranquility and acceptance. And now, to complete letting go. When he thought about it, this marriage was like life itself. In just over 20 days, he had experienced all the flavors of life: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, before arriving at this state of calm composure. Quite interesting indeed. For him, this experience wasn't too embarrassing. There was never any affection between them to begin with. Now at the Chin residence, he had food and clothing, a beautiful maiden accompanying him, and could do what he liked. What more could he want? It didn't matter anymore. Even if she divorced him later, it wouldn't matter. Perhaps he could live even more splendidly. He had Xiao Dai, and that was enough. Master and servant climbed into bed, slipping under the covers to sleep side by side. Luo Qingzhou held the gentle, obedient girl in his arms, kissed her forehead, and whispered softly, "Xiao Dai, you must stay with your young master forever, understand?" Xiao Dai nestled submissively against his chest, her little face flushed and eyes half closed with happiness. This maid will always be young master's. Wherever young master goes, this maid will follow, never to be parted even in death. Your feet. Ha! Give me your feet. This young master wants to hold them while sleeping. Moonlight like water spilled through the window lattice. The bronze mirror on the desk, with its carved moon side facing upward, reflected the dim moonlight and slowly began to fog up. At the same time, in the pavilion behind another courtyard, under the cold moonlight, a snow-white figure sat there motionless. In the nearby shadows, a cold sword-carrying maiden stood like a ghost, utterly silent. Another young girl stood beside the snow-white figure, slightly furrowing her delicate brows and murmuring in a low voice, "Without the spiritual liquid from that place, the young mistress will find it difficult to progress further." Chapter 038, Mother-in-Law. The morning was bright with sunshine. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, Xiao Dai was in the small courtyard hanging clothes while humming a song softly. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Thinking of the sweet nothings they had whispered while embracing each other last night, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. Then he remembered the words Bai Ling had said to him last night, but his heart was already calm and undisturbed. He got up, dressed, and collected the liquid. Hearing the movement from outside the window, Xiao Dai hurried in to attend to him. After finishing washing up, Luo Qingzhou went out alone. Just as he stepped out of the small courtyard, Bai Ling coincidentally emerged from the garden ahead, holding a freshly picked flower and smiling at him. Her pink dress accentuated her graceful figure, paired with that pure and sweet face, while holding a flower adorned with glistening dewdrops. Under the morning sun and gentle breeze, her dark hair swayed and skirt fluttered, like a beauty stepping out of a painting. "Young master, rising so late, did you cry all night after returning yesterday?" Upon seeing him, Bai Ling giggled mischievously. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes without speaking. "Young master." Bai Ling blinked her lively eyes, studying him carefully for a moment before asking curiously, "After hearing what I said last night, were you really not upset at all?" Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and countered, "Would being upset help?" Bai Ling thought for a moment, then shrugged, "It seems it wouldn't." Luo Qingzhou stopped speaking and walked forward. Bai Ling followed behind, caught up with him, and handed the freshly picked flowers to him, saying, "Young master, you can give these to Miss later." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. Would she accept them? Bai Ling replied, "Though Miss won't accept them, at least it's young master's thoughtful gesture. Miss would remember it in her heart." No need. Luo Qingzhou didn't take them. Since everything had been made clear last night, such hypocritical gestures were unnecessary. What's the point of remembering in one's heart? What meaning does it hold? Then young master can give them to me later instead. Bai Ling forcefully stuffed the flowers into his hand, smiling cheerfully. "If you present them to me in front of Miss and Chan, I gain much face. Of course, this is assuming Miss doesn't want them." Luo Qingzhou gave her a deep look, holding the flowers without further comment. He found this young maiden before him increasingly inscrutable. Bai Ling added in a hushed tone, "Young master, when you go with Miss to serve tea to Madam later, no matter how Madam behaves, remember you must endure it, understand?" Luo Qingzhou replied calmly, "Understood." Bai Ling looked at his unperturbed expression, smiled slightly, and said no more. Both lost in their own thoughts, neither spoke again. As they passed through the corridor and arrived at the courtyard gate, Xia Chan stood outside hugging her sword, her beautiful face as cold as frost. When Luo Qingzhou appeared, she cast him a frigid glance, first glancing at the flowers in his hand, then at him. Her entire being resembled an unsheathed sword. Even standing motionless, she exuded a chilling aura that made one's spine tingle. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, had a sudden thought, walked directly over and extended the flowers toward her. "Miss Xia Chan, these are for you." Sudden silence fell over the scene. The air seemed to freeze, not even breathing could be heard. Whoosh! Seconds later, a flash of sword light piercingly cold. The flowers in Luo Qingzhou's hands were instantly sliced in half, falling to the ground. The cold-faced maiden before him still had her sword sheath, as if it had never been drawn. At first it was held across her chest, but now it rested at her skirt side. Her delicate face, even more beautiful than Bailing's, now appeared icier than ever. Luo Qingzhou couldn't hear the thoughts in her heart. Feeling an itch on his neck, he discarded the remaining flower stem in his hand, retreated, and stood 5 meters away without looking at her again. It was strange. Most of the time, he couldn't perceive what these two maidens were thinking. As for that Miss Chin, he'd never been able to read her at all. Were they simply not thinking anything, or was there some other reason? Just as he was pondering this, Miss Chin emerged from the house in her snow-white dress, her face as expressionless as ever, revealing no emotion. Luo Qingzhou bowed slightly with cupped hands. Mississippi. Qin Jianjia glanced at him but remained silent as she walked forward. Bailing and Xia Chan followed behind her, one on either side. Luo Qingzhou also followed, keeping his gaze straight ahead. Bailing deliberately fell a few steps behind, casting him a lingering glance as she whispered, "Young master, have you shifted your affections? Those were clearly my flowers. How could you give them to Chanyen? She only knows how to kill, not appreciate flowers." Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly, "And you only know how to deceive people." Bailing froze momentarily at his words, then burst out with a pft of laughter. "Young master, you should speak according to your conscience. Where have I ever deceived you?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Bailing then deliberately raised her voice. "Young master, aren't you afraid Our Lady will be angry that you secretly gave flowers to Chanyen? Are you trying to make Chanyen your chambermaid again?" Luo Qingzhou still didn't respond to her, but he clearly felt a wave of coldness emanating from ahead. Bailing continued chattering for a while longer. He remained silent, keeping his mouth shut. "How boring our young master is." Bailing muttered this final complaint before finally leaving him alone. They passed through the garden, through the 9-curved corridor, past the pond and rockery, turning into a carved circular gate before finally arriving at the backyard residence of Madame Song Ruyue of the Qin Manor. The path was quiet, with maids and servants nowhere to be seen. The courtyard gate stood open, yet no one came to greet them. Qin Jianjia led the three straight inside, entering the main hall. In the hall sat a beautiful woman in purple dress, her face stern and full of authority. 2 maids stood at her side, hands folded, heads bowed, holding their breath in reverence. Qin Jianjia walked forward but simply stood there quietly, still saying nothing. Luo Qingzhou hastily stepped up as well, taking tea from a maid's tray before kneeling before the dignified woman. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Honored mother, please drink tea." The woman immediately snorted coldly, eyeing him askance. "Who's your honored mother? Do I look that old to you?" Luo Qingzhou froze, raising his head to look at her. Her eyebrows and eyes bore striking resemblance to the second Miss of Qin. Her figure was plump yet graceful, with skin as fair and delicate as snow, possessing a pair of dewy almond-shaped eyes. Beautiful as a flower, dignified in bearing, she appeared to be only around 30 years old. "Is she not the mother of the eldest Miss Qin?" As he stood dumbfounded, the maidservant standing nearby immediately snapped coldly, "Don't stare. Address her as Madam." Luo Qingzhou snapped out of his daze, lowering his head respectfully. "Madam, please have some tea." The beautiful woman eyed him coldly. After a moment, her willow-like eyebrows suddenly shot up as she glared furiously. "Weima praised you as handsome and talented. Humph. In my eyes, you're nothing but fair without and foul within. You might have fooled our Weima, but you can't fool me. Since you're already married to our Jianjia, why must you seduce our Weima? Our Weima is an innocent, kind-hearted girl. With your pitiful background and sweet talk, you've charmed her. Do you want to enjoy both sisters? What audacious dog courage." Luo Qingzhou. He had anticipated countless difficulties when coming here, but never expected this person to bring up the second Miss of the Qin family. However, his relationship with the second Miss of the Qin family was pure and blameless, so he had no fear of her accusations. Maintaining neither arrogance nor servility, he bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "This junior has only met the second Miss twice, each time with maids and others present. The first time, the second young master was present, and the second time, Miss Meng and Miss Song were present. This junior's words and actions can be verified by them. Madam may ask them to clarify." "Impudence!" Song Ruyue slammed the nearby tea table fiercely, her face filled with rage as she demanded, "Who gave you the audacity to argue with me like this?" Luo Qingzhou bowed respectfully and said, "This junior was merely explaining." Bai Ling hurried over and whispered, "Son-in-law, quickly apologize to Madam." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his head to look at the domineering beauty before him. Suddenly, he heard her inner thoughts, as Weima said, "This lad is indeed different from ordinary scholars." Others would have been trembling in fear by now, kneeling and kowtowing a lowly illegitimate child who married into our family, yet he remains so composed and dignified before me. He truly has some capability. But this brat keeps staring at me so boldly, showing no respect for seniority. How detestable, although, the more I look at him, the more handsome he appears. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, saying, "This junior has been impolite." Of course, he wasn't apologizing for the argument earlier. Song Ruyue snorted coldly and said with a dark expression, "Weima praised you for being well-read and skilled in composing poetry, though she might have exaggerated to comfort me. But it's true you're a scholar, and you spend all day studying diligently in your room. You must have some capability. Today I'll test you. If you answer well, I'll let your earlier defiance pass. If you fail, from today onward, you'll work in my back garden as a flower planter and caretaker." My Qin household doesn't support useless good-for-nothings. As these words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Meanwhile, in the side chamber veiled by beaded curtains, a maid was supporting a frail figure, quietly eavesdropping behind the door. Those beautiful eyes could faintly make out the figure in the main hall through the beaded curtains. Chapter 039: The Brother-in-Law's Peerless Talent. A Show of Authority. On his way here, Luo Qingzhou had already been repeatedly warned by Bai Ling and was mentally prepared. At these words, he fell silent for a moment before lowering his head and saying, "Madam, please present your challenge." Song Ruyue seemed well prepared. With a cold hump, a trace of smugness appeared on her delicate face adorned with light makeup. My Jianjia and Weima are both beauties as lovely as flowers. Marrying my Jianjia is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. You should know to be grateful. Now, compose a poem using the phrase "as lovely as flowers" to praise my Jianjia. But the entire poem must not contain any of these 4 characters. You have the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn. As soon as she finished speaking, the maidservant beside her immediately went to light the incense. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and once again heard her inner thoughts. Jianjia and Weima's flower-like beauty was all inherited from me. If this boy can't compose a good poem praising me, I'll make him regret it. Luo Qingzhou. At this moment, the hall was utterly silent. All eyes were fixed on him, waiting to see how he would respond. When the madam was angry, none dared speak. Luo Qingzhou pondered briefly, then raised his head and recited, "In Qin manor resides a beauty, peerless and independent. One glance topples a city, another glance ruins a state." Excellent poem. The words had barely left his lips when Bailing immediately clapped her hands in praise. Young master composed this so well. The young mistress is as beautiful as flowers, capable of toppling cities and states with her looks. Song Ruyue shot her a glare. "Hold your tongue." Bailing smiled and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou stole another glance at the beautiful woman before him and once again heard her thoughts. This boy has audacity. I clearly asked him to compose for Jianjia, yet he dares to stare straight at me while reciting. One glance topples a city, another glance ruins a state. Though one can't deny this boy's discerning eye and talent. Luo Qingzhou. Barely passable, just so-so. Too exaggerated. How could mere glances casually topple cities and states? If that were true, why would we need generals and soldiers for war? We might as well send a few beauties instead. What a flatterer! Song Ruyue snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, then said with a stern face, "This one won't do. Make another one. This time you must compose properly for my Jianjia," highlighting her flower-like beauty, moon-like grace and celestial appearance. This time, the entire poem must include these 4 words: flower-like beauty, moon-like grace, not a single character less. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed mixed expressions. This was truly too demanding. At this moment, the beaded curtain at the side hall entrance suddenly rustled as a maidservant supported a delicate, beautiful figure emerging. The second young lady of the Qin family, Qin Weima. Qin Weima furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Mother, you're really making things too difficult for brother-in-law. How could any poem be required to contain those exact 4 words you mentioned? Even Wang Jiwan, the top talent of Yujing, couldn't produce one on the spot." Song Ruyue's face darkened immediately when she saw her come out without permission. "Didn't I tell you to stay inside? How dare you come out to join the commotion with your frail health? I'm testing his literary talent to see if he truly has ink in his chest and talent in his belly as you claimed. If he can't compose one, then it's all fake. You should meet him less from now on, lest you be deceived." Qin Weima's fair and delicate face flushed slightly as she said softly, "Mother, please don't make things difficult for brother-in-law. He's already composed one just now, and it was an excellent poem." "Isn't that enough?" "Of course it's not enough." Song Ruyue said with a cold expression, "He's marrying a celestial being from our Qin family, my precious darling, your elder sister. How could a mere poem be enough?" Qin Weima furrowed her brows and was about to persuade further when Song Ruyue waved her hand and said sternly, "Go stand aside and keep quiet. If this lad can't pass my test today, he can forget about leaving through this gate." After speaking, she glanced at the maid beside her and coldly ordered, "Relight the incense and begin timing immediately." The maid immediately went to relight another stick. Qin Weima frowned slightly but dared not speak further, casting a helpless and apologetic look toward the young man in the hall. Song Ruyue snorted and said, "I'll give you the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. If you can't compose anything." Before she could finish, the young man who was still kneeling before her with tea in both hands suddenly spoke up, "Madam, may the poem's theme include a specific character?" Song Ruyue was slightly taken aback. After some thought, she said coldly, "Fine, but you may only bring 1 word, no more than that." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "This junior has already thought of 1 poem." Song Ruyue froze upon hearing this, then immediately stiffened her expression. "If it's a poorly cobbled together piece, that would mean you're deliberately mocking and brushing me off, showing disrespect to my daughter Jianjia. You know what the consequences would be." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "The poem shall be titled As Beautiful as a Celestial Being." But hearing this, Song Ruyue let out a cold laugh. Vulgar. To choose such a tacky name for the sake of a single character. If the following poem turns out poorly, let's see how you'll explain yourself then. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and directly recited, her robe is like cloudlet, her face like flower balmy spring wind peeps in it railing with blooming hours. Were she not goddess of the moon on high, she'd be the rainbow queen neath moonlight bright. As soon as the poem was spoken, the cold sneer on Song Ruyue's face froze instantly, then gradually faded away, turning into seriousness. Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw her eyes shimmering with light, revealing a hint of astonishment and distraction. At the same time, he heard her inner thoughts, this young man, could he be the reincarnation of a banished immortal? This poem just a few short lines, yet so ethereal it truly matches my Jianjia. The young maiden in the hall who understood poetry best, her elegant and refined face now showed a trace of bewilderment, murmuring repeatedly, her robe is like cloudlet, her face like flower balmy spring wind peeps in it railing with blooming hours. Were she not goddess of the moon on high, she'd be the rainbow queen neath moonlight bright. The hall fell completely silent at this moment. Everyone seemed to be reciting this poem either in their hearts or aloud, while simultaneously gazing at the maiden in snow-white dress whose beauty rivaled that of celestial beings. The poem's title was Beauty Like a Heavenly Immortal. When heard alone it might sound rather vulgar, but as the entire poem unfolded and was paired with this transcendently beautiful visage before their eyes, the combination proved utterly flawless without a hint of exaggeration or discord. An immortal poem for an immortal maiden, a perfect match. Ahem. Bailing suddenly broke the silence, smiling cheerfully as she said, Madam, the incense is nearly burnt out. What think you of the young master's second composition? Song Ruyue snapped out of her reverie induced by her daughter's celestial beauty and the divine poem, casting a glance at the youth before her. With a cold snort and still maintaining a stern expression, she said, passably adequate, merely tolerable, slightly better than the previous one. Considering Weimai and Jianzhou Sake, I'll let you pass today. But don't you grow complacent, thinking yourself the world's most talented scholar. There are plenty more gifted than you in this world. You must remain modest and humble henceforth, understand. With that, she finally extended her jade-like hands, took the tea from him, took a sip with a cold expression, and placed it on the side table. Luo Qingzhou then stood up and took the opportunity to glance at her. Once again, he heard the thoughts in her mind, what a pity. With such talent, had he been born into a prominent family in Yujing, he would have already achieved nationwide fame, but it's just as well. That Chenghua manor is full of snobbish fools who can't recognize a gem when they see one. It's our Qin family that benefits. You may leave now. Focus on your studies indoors and don't go out socializing with riffraff. Earn scholarly honors to secure a proper status for your mother and improve your own standing. As you are now, you're not worthy of my Jiejia. Song Ruyue still wore that haughty, disdainful expression as she glanced sideways at him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head, made his obeisance, and took his leave. He merely glanced at the eldest daughter of the Qin family without greeting, but when passing by the second daughter, faced with her gentle watery gaze and smile, he had to lower his head and whisper softly, Second miss, thank you. Qin Weimai smiled softly and said, Brother-in-law, your talents are unparalleled. Weimai believes you will surely rise to prominence in the future. Keep going. Humph. Both Jianjia and I are still here, yet you two little rascals are already sneaking around and being cozy. A brother-in-law and a sister-in-law, what improper conduct is this? Song Ruyue's cold rebuke instantly severed the exchange of their glances and words. Qin Weimai's fair cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She hastily averted her face and gaze, murmuring shyly, Mother, I was merely speaking with brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou dared not linger. With a cupped hand salute, he quickly left the place. 4 came, 1 departed. Once outside the hall, Luo Qingzhou retraced his path back to his small courtyard. Xiao Dai stood at the entrance, waiting for him with a face full of worry. Everyone said that Madame had a bad temper and strongly opposed this marriage, so she was very worried the young master would face all sorts of difficulties when he went there this morning. Xiao Tao came to call her for flute lessons, but she didn't dare to go. She spent the whole morning waiting anxiously at the door. When she saw Luo Qingzhou return safely, she immediately welcomed him happily and quickly asked, Young master, did you serve tea to Madame? Did she give you a hard time? Luo Qingzhou said in a relaxed tone, tea was served, difficulties were faced, but it's all fine now. When Xiao Dai wanted to ask more, Luo Qingzhou took her small hand and said, Come, let's go shopping. I need to look at some things, and I'll buy you some candied haws by the way. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai immediately jumped for joy. The master and servant hadn't gone out since coming to the Qin residence. Young master, you're so good to me. You always remember to buy me candied haws whenever we go out. The little maid's eyes reddened with emotion. Which maidservant gets pampered by her master every day like her? Young master is the very best person in the world and also the very best to this servant. This servant wants to follow young master for a lifetime. No, a lifetime isn't enough. The servant wants to follow young master through countless lifetimes, serving young master forever. Too long. I'd get bored. Woo young master, I was being sentimental just now. Can't you speak properly? Then take off your shoes and socks. What does young master want to do? Let me touch your little feet, then I'll speak properly. Woo young master. Outside the Qin residence. At a corner of the alley, A young cobbler sat leisurely against the wall basking in the sun, occasionally glancing toward the Qin residence's main gate. Chapter 040, Martial Appraisal Stone, Chang State Residence. In the dozens of acres large rear garden, second steward Wang Chang was directing servants in moving artificial rockeries. A servant hurried over through the arched gate and whispered something in his ear. Wang Chang nodded and left swiftly. Before long, he arrived at a pavilion by the pond. A burly young man dressed in blue robes was waiting inside. Upon seeing Wang Chang arrive, he immediately approached and whispered, "Uncle, that boy has left the manor." Wang Chang's expression turned serious. "Is he heading out of the city?" The young man shook his head and whispered, "Not sure yet, I've sent people to follow him. But according to the rules, the 1-month period hasn't ended. There are still 9 more days before he's allowed to leave the city for memorial rites." Then, glancing around cautiously, he added in a hushed tone, "Uncle, should we act in advance? Those men can't wait any longer. They're eager to take the money and flee. After all, they're all murderers with blood on their hands and don't dare delay any further." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's face immediately darkened as he rebuked in a low voice, "Foolish. Taking action within the city walls, do you think you'll live too long? Not to mention that boy is now part of the Qin family. Even if he were still from our Chang State residence, we absolutely cannot act within the city. After all, he holds the title of Shotsai and is the 3rd young master of our Chang State residence. If this were discovered, our deaths would matter little, but implicating the Chang State residence and affecting the 2nd young master's examination next year, no one could bear such responsibility." The young man's expression changed immediately as he hurriedly said, "Uncle, rest assured, I will restrain them further. At most, we'll give them some more money to make them wait a few more days." Wang Chang's face darkened as he spoke earnestly. "Wang Pu, you must remember, though our Changhua Manor currently has no officials in the court, we still hold noble titles and have made many enemies over the years. If internal strife gives our opponents any leverage, even if it's just circumstantial evidence, they'll seize the chance for political attacks. All the efforts 2nd young master has painstakingly made, all the hopes the master and the 1st madam have placed in him, everything could be ruined. Even if we sacrificed our entire families, it wouldn't begin to atone for such failure. Remember, this matter must be handled with utmost caution. This is the first time the 1st madam has entrusted you with a task, and such an important one at that. If you perform well, Changhua Manor will surely have a place for you. Your family will never want for food or clothing again. As for your siblings, should they wish to go to Yujing in the future, both 1st and 2nd young masters will extend their assistance. When the young masters achieve greatness, your rewards will naturally follow. You must understand these matters clearly and prove yourself worthy, do you hear me?" Wang Pu's face was grave as he bowed his head respectfully and said, "Uncle need not worry. Regarding this matter, your nephew guarantees it will be handled flawlessly. I shall not fail madam's expectations. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with madam, nor with the Changhua residence. Should you make any mistakes, you know what to do? Your nephew understands. Go then." The streets were bustling with activity. After buying Xiaodai 2 sticks of candied haws, Luo Qingzhou led her across the arched bridge and arrived at East Street where cultural and martial goods were sold. After carefully selecting among several shops, he stopped before one of them. On the plaque above the shop entrance were several large characters written in bold, flowing strokes, "Green Mountain Culture and Martial Arts Pavilion." Glancing inside through the entrance, he saw the 1st floor sold books, while the 2nd floor presumably stocked martial training supplies. Luo Qingzhou entered the shop with Xiaodai. Soon, a shop assistant approached. Seeing him wearing a scholar's robe, with a slender figure and full of scholarly temperament, he immediately beamed and said, "Young master, are you here to buy books or other stationery items like writing brushes, inksticks, paper, and inkstones? We have everything on both the 1st and 2nd floors. Please feel free to choose anything. The quality is absolutely top-notch." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the 2nd floor and asked, "Are these same things sold on the 2nd floor too?" The shop assistant said with full enthusiasm, "Yes, but the items on the 2nd floor are slightly more expensive than those on the 1st floor. If you're interested, young master, you may go upstairs to take a look first." Without saying more, Luo Qingzhou took Xiaodai upstairs. The 2nd floor had several rows of bookshelves. Besides books, there were also high-grade writing brushes, inksticks, paper, inkstones, folding fans, sachets, jade pendants, and other accessories for scholars. In the corner, various Spring Palace albums were even openly displayed, all exquisitely made. The shop assistant didn't follow too closely, keeping a few steps behind the two. He didn't chatter unnecessarily but maintained an enthusiastic smile, allowing them to browse and choose freely. Luo Qingzhou casually browsed around and found several books about needlework on the bookshelf. He picked one and handed it to Xiaodai, saying, "You stay here and read this. I'll go upstairs to look around and come back soon." Hearing this, the shop assistant quickly reminded him, "Young master, all items upstairs are martial arts supplies." Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, "I'm just curious and want to take a look. May I?" The shop assistant immediately smiled apologetically, "Of course, young master. Feel free to go up and look at anything you like." Luo Qingzhou followed him upstairs. Although Xiao Dai found this somewhat strange, she didn't ask questions and obediently stood there reading her book while waiting. After going upstairs, Luo Qingzhou was immediately drawn to the various weapons around him: swords, spears, staffs and more. After looking at the weapons for a while, he walked to the nearby shelves and curiously examined the various items on display. What is this? He pointed at a row of porcelain bottles on the shelf and asked. The shop assistant hurried over to explain, "Sir, these are all medicinal solutions used by martial artists during training. These bottles are specifically for skin tempering cultivation. You add them to your bath water every night. They can repair cracks in the skin membrane and alleviate pain." Then pointing to the upper shelf, he continued, "These are also skin tempering solutions, but of higher grade. Besides relieving skin pain, they can enhance the effects during the tempering process." "What about these?" Luo Qingzhou pointed to another shelf. The shop assistant smiled obsequiously and patiently explained, "These are muscle refining solutions. They can relieve muscle soreness, stimulate inner muscular strength, and make your daily training twice as effective with half the effort." A thought stirred in Luo Qingzhou's mind as he pointed to one particular bottle. "How much silver for this one?" The shop assistant took a careful look and smiled, "Young master, we don't accept silver for martial artists' supplies, only gold coins. This bottle isn't expensive, about 100 gold coins per bottle. There are 3 drops inside, enough for half a month's use." Luo Qingzhou. He didn't dare to ask further, then walked to the shelf in the opposite corner. After casually glancing at a few items, he directly asked, "Do you sell those space items that can store things here?" Upon hearing this, the shop assistant understood immediately and quickly smiled. Young master must be referring to spatial treasures like storage rings, storage thumb rings, storage bags, and storage bracelets. Luo Qingzhou secretly rejoiced in his heart. These things indeed existed. "How much is the cheapest one?" he asked directly without any embarrassment. The shop assistant also showed no trace of disdain, his face full of smiles as he replied, "The cheapest would be the smallest storage bag. The price varies according to material, with the lowest being 800,000 taels per bag. Actually, our shop only carries storage bags. If you need other items, young master, you might want to visit the treasure pavilion at the street's end. They have all kinds of spatial treasures there." 800,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou was secretly shocked in his heart. His entire fortune now amounted to just over 1,000 taels, which was already a huge sum in his eyes. To think that even the cheapest storage bag costs 800,000 taels each. Indeed, not everyone could become a martial artist, and it was especially difficult for the poor. To ease the awkwardness, he nodded and casually picked up a palm-sized white jade from the nearby shelf, changing the subject. "What is this? Is it worn on the body?" The shop assistant promptly explained, "Young master, this is an appraisal stone. A martial artist simply needs to hold it in their palm and channel their inner energy, and it will display their strength, speed, endurance, and mental power." A look of astonishment appeared on Luo Qingzhou's face. "So miraculous." The shop assistant smiled, "Made from special materials and refined by master craftsmen. Nearly every martial artist carries one to monitor their training progress and current physical condition. Only a complete novice wouldn't recognize this item." Clearly this young master was just a curious scholar who came up to look around. The shop assistant thought to himself. Nevertheless, he maintained an enthusiastic expression. Luo Qingzhou looked at the jade in his hand, feeling tempted. After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, "How much does this martial appraisal stone cost?" He had expected this miraculous jade to cost at least several 100,000 taels, but the shop assistant smiled and said, "The one in your hand, young master, is cheaper. It only costs 800 taels. 800 taels. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily stunned, finding it unexpectedly affordable. Though 800 taels was still a huge sum for him. The shop assistant explained frankly, "If you turn it over and look, young master, you'll see a crack on the back of this martial appraisal stone. While its function remains unaffected, it can no longer withstand any impact and must be handled with utmost care. That's why our boss lowered the price to 800 taels. Luo Qingzhou flipped the jade over and indeed saw a clear crack on the other side. The originally flawless white jade had its beauty instantly marred by this fissure. What a coincidence! Could this martial appraisal stone have been prepared especially for me? Luo Qingzhou thought to himself. Without hesitation, he turned to the waiter and said, "I'll take this martial appraisal stone. Please wrap it up for me." The waiter was momentarily stunned before reacting promptly, "Yes, young master. Please wait a moment." He had assumed the young master was just browsing out of curiosity, never expecting he would actually purchase an item meant for martial artists. This was an unexpected windfall. Luo Qingzhou took out his money pouch and handed over the silver taels. Just as he was about to examine other items, sudden laughter from downstairs reached his ears, along with Xiao Dai's panicked voice. "What are you doing? Get away!" Luo Qingzhou's expression changed abruptly as he immediately moved to the stairway. Looking downstairs, he unexpectedly spotted several familiar figures. Chapter 041, The Scholar and the Martial Artist. Second floor, by the bookshelves. Xiao Dai, pale-faced with arms clutching books, stared fearfully at the 4 men before her. She didn't recognize these people at all. Yet while engrossed in reading moments earlier, she'd suddenly heard an astonished voice exclaim, isn't this the little maid we saw at Falling Willow Bridge last time? Then, these 4 scholars dressed in Confucian robes and holding folding fans suddenly surrounded her. The 4 men stared at her with burning gazes, their faces showing both surprise and delight. Then they all began examining her body with unrestrained looks. Ah, it really is that little maid we saw last time. Look how much more delicate and lovely she's become, much fuller and tender than when we saw her before. Had Brother Wang not pointed it out, I might not have recognized her. Last time she was just an immature little girl, now she's already a budding young maiden. Both her face and figure have developed quite nicely. One of them even shamelessly stared at her feet beneath the skirt and smirked. Brothers, ever since we parted at the bridge that day, my soul seems to have been bewitched by this little girl. As you know, I've always loved this kind of petite and tender maid, especially these small feet under her skirt. Imagine the feeling if one could hold them in hand and play with them. Xiao Dai was utterly terrified, clutching the books tightly in her arms as she was forced back against the bookshelf behind her. She cried out in alarm once, but didn't dare make another sound. She feared that if the young master heard and came down, he might get into an altercation with these 4 men and cause trouble. The humility of her lowly status since childhood, her inferiority complex, and fear of others were ingrained in her very bones. She didn't dare make trouble, much less involve the young master. Although everyone in the Qin household had been kind to their master-servant pair, the young master was after all a live-in son-in-law, of low social standing. What if they really provoked some powerful figure in Macheng? What would they do then? So she didn't dare speak another word, only hoping these men would make some casual teasing remarks and leave. But the 4 men's next words only frightened her even more. Hee, Brother Zhang, don't scare the little miss like that. We should first ask which household this little maid belongs to. Last time I saw her following behind a young boy. The boy didn't look very old, also a scholar, but his clothes seemed rather poor. I wonder where he bought such a fresh and pretty little maid. Probably bought when she wasn't fully grown yet, wouldn't have cost more than a few taels of silver. Brother Zhang, your family is wealthy, this one's on you. The 4 men chuckled darkly, actually beginning to shamelessly discuss purchasing her right in front of her face. It wasn't that these 4 were particularly bold, this was simply how the world worked. She was just a lowly little maidservant after all. In these times, even concubines could be casually gifted between friends, just a passing whim put into words. Had she been someone's proper wife, these 4 naturally wouldn't have dared speak so wantonly in public. Little girl, where's your young master? Not here. Which household do you belong to? One of the scholars asked with a teasing laugh. The waiter accompanying them seemed to recognize these 4 scholars and didn't dare make a sound. Of course, in his view, this wasn't anything unusual. For these literati known as talented scholars, such affairs were merely romantic dalliances. When made public, they would not be criticized or gossiped about, but rather regarded as refined anecdotes of scholarly circles. A certain talented scholar encountered a young maidservant in his shop one day. Disregarding her lowly status, he fell in love at first sight, generously paid to redeem her from a cruel and heartless master, then brought her home to lavish affection upon her. If this scholar were relatively famous and later achieved great renown, the small shop would likewise become celebrated throughout the land. As for when the scholar eventually grew tired of the maidservant, whether he gave her away or abandoned her, naturally no one would bother to investigate further. A mere lowly maidservant, after all. As the waiter pondered thus, he suddenly noticed someone had appeared before him without warning. There should only have been 4 scholars present. How had another appeared? He looked up in astonishment, his expression changing abruptly. The person in question had arrived. But there should be no trouble. Even if disputes arise among scholars, they would at most engage in verbal sparring, exchange poems, or trade a few insults. Actual physical fights rarely occur, because their scholarly demeanor and delicate constitutions forbid it. Even if a fight does break out, it would only involve pushing and shoving, pulling at each other's clothes, nothing that would draw blood. A scholar's greatest weapon is his tongue, not his hands. Moreover, this concerns just a little maid, and they're 4 against 1. Anyone with any sense wouldn't make an enemy over this. It's unnecessary and the cost outweighs the gain. Little girl, I'm speaking to you. Lift your head. Whose household do you belong to? A tall scholar, seeing the maid remain silent, grew impatient. As he spoke, he reached out to lift her chin. But just as his hand extended, another hand suddenly appeared and gripped his wrist. The tall scholar thought it was one of his companions playing a joke. As he turned to curse with a laugh, he suddenly let out a pained ah, his face contorting dramatically. A sudden, heart-piercing pain shot through his hand. Crack! He could even hear the sound of his palm bones being dislocated. The piercing scream immediately startled the other 3 people nearby. The 3 trembled and hurriedly followed the arm with their eyes. Thus, they saw a somewhat familiar figure. On that handsome young face, there seemed no ripples of emotion, but the look in those eyes revealed an expression that made their hearts palpitate with fear. What are you doing? One of the scholars, having regained his composure, hurriedly demanded. But lacking conviction, and due to the sudden fright, his questioning voice now carried a tremble. The other two were also frightened by this suddenly appearing youth and the aura he emitted, momentarily rendered speechless. Luo Qingzhou stared at the four youths who had been so arrogant and laughing mockingly just moments ago, now with frightened expressions and cowardly demeanors. He thought to himself, no wonder people always mock scholars as weaklings, feeble in body, short in breath, good for nothing. They truly are this pathetic. In the eyes of martial artists, they're like ridiculous clowns. Fortunately, from now on, I'll never be like that again. Let go. Brother Zhang, Brother Qian, make him let go. The tall scholar whose hand was being grabbed had turned deathly pale from the pain, his body trembling, his voice already carrying a sob. The other three scholars, after a brief moment of stunned shock, quickly regained their composure. This gentleman, a noble man, uses words not fists. Why resort to violence upon meeting? Such rudeness goes against all propriety. Scholar Zhang, with freckles on his nose, immediately shouted sternly, putting on a righteous and imposing manner. Bang! Little did he expect that right after he straightened his back and finished his bold declaration with full bluster, Luo Qingzhou suddenly delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The force sent his body curling forward like a shrimp, skidding backward across the floor before landing face down with a loud smack. His eyes rolled back as he immediately lost consciousness. The other two scholars, who had already rolled up their sleeves ready to take advantage of their numerical superiority both verbally and physically, felt their hearts tremble at this sight. Their faces paled dramatically as all their built-up bravado and courage instantly withered away. Kneel. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly widened with explosive intensity, his face transforming into that of an enraged tiger. His thunderous roar pierced their eardrums and struck directly at their very souls. Already terrified, the two scholars were utterly shocked by this command. Their legs turned to jelly, bodies weakening involuntarily, until they found themselves kneeling against their will. This thunderous roar, resembling both thunder and a wild beast, not only startled the two scholars but also caused the waiter and the scholar whose hand was being gripped by Luo Qingzhou to tremble violently. The waiter's legs shook, nearly causing him to kneel, but he quickly regained his senses. This matter had nothing to do with him. As for the scholar whose hand was being squeezed by Luo Qingzhou, already trembling in pain and filled with terror, this sudden explosive fright made his entire body convulse. A squelch sound came from between his legs as he lost control of his bladder. Naturally, Xiao Dai nearby was also quite frightened. Seeing such remarkable effects from his first trial of a warrior's imposing aura, Luo Qingzhou once again inwardly counted himself fortunate. At this point, he finally released his grip. The scholar who had wet himself from fright immediately went limp, collapsing to the ground, shivering uncontrollably with a deathly pale face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the four figures on the ground, his gaze somewhat complicated, his heart even more so. There was a time when he had been just like them. Back then, I didn't know better. I thought literary talent brought great honor, but now I realize how laughable that was. This era ultimately belongs to warriors. What use is abundant talent if you're physically weak? Just one shout from a warrior could scare you out of your wits. Where's the appraisal stone? He didn't linger, turning instead to look at the waiter standing dumbfounded on the stairs. The waiter snapped out of his daze, hurried down, bowed his head, and respectfully handed over the wrapped appraisal stone. Xiao Dai, let's go. Luo Qingzhou packed the items, took the still terrified young maid by the hand, went downstairs, and left the shop. Train. Must continue training. Grow stronger. Must become even stronger. There are no limits in a warrior's world. The moment you slack off, you'll be surpassed. Then today's scene might be reversed and happen to him. He absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. For himself and for Xiao Dai, he must keep working hard to become stronger. Chapter 042, Waiting Tonight. Xiao Dai was utterly terrified. Not only was she frightened by those four foul-mouthed scholars, but she was also shocked by her own master. In her understanding, her master had always been a meek and frail scholar. Although his health had improved somewhat since coming to the Qin residence, with better meals, he still appeared delicate, someone any passerby on the street could easily knock over. But what had just happened in that shop completely astonished her. Her master had actually fought 1 against 4. He didn't even need to move from his spot. With mere lifts of his hands and legs, he effortlessly knocked them all down. A single loud shout from him even made those men kneel in terror, wetting themselves in fear. This completely shattered her perception of her master. In that moment, she too was deeply frightened. Because at that instant, her master's demeanor and aura felt so unfamiliar and terrifying, nothing like the gentle master she knew. She didn't dare speak a word the entire way back. Although the young master held her hand, treated her gently as always, and even bought her 2 sticks of candied hawthorns, she still felt afraid and uneasy. It wasn't until they returned to the Qin residence, back to the small courtyard, and after sitting in the room for a long time, that she gradually calmed down. No matter what the young master might become, he would always be her young master. She had said that she would serve the young master for a lifetime. She would accompany the young master through all her lifetimes, even if he were to become a villain in the future. After all, she belonged to the young master, now and forever. After settling her emotions, she walked toward the young master's room. The young master had just saved her, and she hadn't even thanked him yet. She also wanted to ask him how he had become so powerful. In the room, Luo Qingzhou sat at the desk by the window, holding the newly purchased martial appraisal stone in his hand, a contemplative look appearing between his brows. Just as the shop assistant had said, when he held the martial appraisal stone in his palm and channeled his inner energy, various data about his current state immediately appeared on the jade stone. He looked down again. On the snow-white jade surface, several lines of jet-black characters appeared clearly. Strength 500, Speed 5, Impact Resistance 200, Mental Power 10. The values were all clear, though the measurement units remained unknown. According to the book's description, after successful skin refining, one gains the strength of an ox. Could that 500 represent 500 kilograms? Is this referring to overall body load bearing capacity, or striking power? As for the speed, impact resistance, and mental power below, these were somewhat unclear. Clearly, the measurements and scales of various items here differed somewhat from those in his original era. However, it wasn't a major issue. He had spent a fortune to purchase this martial appraisal stone precisely to track his cultivation progress. As long as it could accurately display the values, that was sufficient. As he pondered these matters, Xiao Dai's timid voice sounded from the doorway, "Young master." Luo Qingzhou snapped out of his thoughts, put away the martial appraisal stone, turned to look at her, and couldn't help but laugh when he saw her standing nervously at the doorway, seemingly afraid to enter. "What, are you even afraid of your own young master now? How will you serve his bedchamber and teach him about wedding nights in the future then?" Xiao Dai saw him teasing her and noticed his expression remained gentle, his tone still kind, his appearance still that of her handsome and amiable young master. The uneasiness in her heart instantly vanished beyond the ninth heaven. With a soft eek, her cheeks flushed red as she ran in and threw herself into his arms, eyes brimming with tears. "Young master, the servant was scared." Luo Qingzhou held her, gently stroking her smooth hair as he comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. Your young master will always be your young master. As long as I'm here, no one will dare bully you." Xiao Dai raised her face from his chest, eyes reddened. "Young master, how did I suddenly become so formidable? Isn't that it?" Luo Qingzhou smiled with an expression full of tenderness. The midday sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting upon his handsome and gentle face an even softer and more radiant glow. Xiao Dai stared in astonishment, then said tremulously, "Yes, the young master has suddenly become so formidable. This servant is afraid." Luo Qingzhou gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Xiao Dai, you must understand that no matter how I change, I will always be your young master. Whatever fearsomeness I possess will only be directed at others, never at you, so what reason do you have to be afraid?" "Young master." Hearing these words, Xiao Dai was immediately moved to tears, her heart overflowing with warm happiness as she buried her face tightly against his chest. Luo Qingzhou gazed out the window with profound eyes and said softly, "Xiao Dai, you must understand, in this world, neither talent, nor eloquence, nor relying on others can guarantee absolute safety. Only by relying on oneself, only by possessing martial prowess, can one protect both themselves and those around them." Xiao Dai. After a pause, he withdrew his gaze, lifted the girl in his arms and seated her on his lap. Embracing her slender waist, he stared into her tearful, pitifully beautiful eyes and said, "Let me tell you a secret. Your young master has been practicing martial arts. For myself, and for you. We've endured humiliation for so long, lived in meekness for so long, must we spend our entire lives being dependent, pitiful creatures looked down upon and bullied at will? Therefore, your young master must strive diligently to become strong. When that time comes, no one will dare bully us again. What do you say?" Tears fell from Xiao Dai's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Then she continued crying emotionally, "Young master need not worry, this servant would never tell others. This servant will help young master keep this secret. This servant knows many people, especially those from the Chenghua manor, can't bear to see young master doing well. If they knew, they would harm young master. Even if this servant were to die, I would never reveal it." Luo Qingzhou wiped the tears from her cheeks and smiled, "Don't cry, and don't make it sound so serious. I'm just keeping it temporarily confidential. When I become stronger later and no longer fear them, naturally I won't need to hide anything. Xiao Dai, your life is far more important than this secret. Don't talk nonsense anymore. If you were to die, who would serve me at night in the future? Who would teach this young master about the wedding chamber? Whose little feet would this young master get to touch?" "Wu young master." The little maid immediately buried her blushing face in his chest again, twisting her body shyly. "Don't say any more. This servant forbids you to say such things. It's too embarrassing." Luo Qingzhou embraced her delicate frame, breathing in the maidenly fragrance about her, and seeing her small face flushed with shyness, charming and lovely, he couldn't help but lower his head to gently kiss her pink little ear and cheek, whispering tenderly, "Xiao Dai, in the future, bear me several adorable little princesses like you." "All right." Xiao Dai trembled at his kiss, and upon hearing these words, became so bashful she dared not raise her head further, her burning crimson cheeks pressed tightly against his chest as she responded with a shy yet sweet murmur from her throat, My oh my. In broad daylight like this, with neither the courtyard gate nor windows closed, you master and servant cling together. What are you up to? Shall I close them for you?" At this very moment, a familiar teasing voice suddenly rang out in the small courtyard. Xiao Dai gave a frightened start, hurriedly extricating herself from Luo Qingzhou's embrace, and with flushed face and lowered head, she scurried out to hide in the side chamber, not daring to glance outside. Luo Qingzhou looked out the window. Beiling stood gracefully in the small courtyard, dressed in pink robes, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, watching him with a knowing smile. "Miss Beiling, is there something you need?" His expression remained calm, showing no trace of guilt or panic. Even if she told her mistress, so what? The two of them had agreed not to interfere with each other's lives. These words had come directly from the lady's own mouth. Beiling studied him for a moment before speaking. "Son-in-law, you performed well when meeting the madam this morning. I came to remind you that you could ask the young miss for some reward, though now it seems unnecessary." Luo Qingzhou naturally understood what reward she meant. "However, indeed unnecessary. I require no reward." He spoke with complete indifference. Beiling paused, her smile fading as she studied him again before saying meaningfully, "Son-in-law, some rewards aren't yours to refuse. Remember your status, you came here as a live-in son-in-law." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent. Bai Ling turned to leave, tossing the flower in her hand onto the nearby stone table. When she reached the courtyard gate, she turned back and said, "Young master, wash yourself clean and wait tonight. There must be absolutely no one else in the room besides you. Whether the young mistress comes tonight or not, you must follow the rules." Having said that, she left with a cold expression. Chapter 043, Tonight's Opportunity. Boom! Noon time. After finishing lunch, Luo Qingzhou went out and came to the bamboo grove within the moonlit rain listening garden to practice his fist techniques. He first performed the thunderous fist twice. When his whole body grew warm and his muscles trembled slightly, he gathered his strength and continued fiercely striking the tree trunk. The large tree shook violently, its bare branches rustling loudly. Luo Qingzhou then swung his fists again, delivering several powerful blows to the trunk. Next, he kicked and struck with flying legs. Indeed, his entire skin membrane was as tough as bronze, not only bursting with tremendous power but also possessing remarkable resistance to strikes. Even with full force impact, he only felt slight numbness in his body. The rebounding force was completely blocked by his tough skin membrane, and his inner bones and muscles no longer felt any pain. Bang! 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 He struck several full power punches against the hard tree trunk. The remaining bark shattered like cotton floss, the inner wood cracked as it split and dented. The entire tree suddenly made a crack sound and tilted downward. The section he had punched was nearly broken through, yet his fists remained completely unharmed. If these punches had landed on an ordinary person's flesh and blood body, bones would definitely shatter and flesh would turn to pulp. If they struck the heart or head, it would undoubtedly mean instant death. And this was only his current strength at the skin refining stage. If he were to successfully refine his flesh, tendons, and bones, how terrifying would that power become? A martial artist's strength truly surpasses what ordinary people can imagine. He needed to persevere and continue his efforts. Boom! Assuming his stance, he resumed practicing the Thunder Dash Fist. After mastering this set of thunderclap fists thoroughly, he would then continue with body tempering. He had now become a true martial artist. Though just a beginner, he needed to master at least one martial skill. Otherwise, during battles, he could only fight in a completely disorganized manner. Dealing with ordinary people might be passable, but encountering fellow martial artists would inevitably expose countless flaws. Boom! 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 Stepping forward with punches from slow to fast, moving like the wind, striking like thunder. The surrounding green bamboo began to sway, dry leaves rustled across the ground, swirling and dancing around his body as the center. An almost invisible stream of chi rose around him, transforming into fierce wind that accompanied his punches, roaring mightily. His footwork grew quicker, his punches swifter, the force heavier, the momentum greater. Kaboom! Several more punches launched, unexpectedly producing thunderclap sounds midair. While the actual power remained unseen, the sheer force was truly astonishing. Not to mention ordinary people, even some martial artists unfamiliar with thunderclap fists would likely be intimidated upon seeing this. Luo Qingzhou performed the routine 3 times consecutively, his entire body drenched in sweat with muscles slightly sore. Yet his mental energy remained highly stimulated, showing no signs of exhaustion. His physical condition still held up well. After a brief rest, he commenced another round. Only when the setting sun cast crimson hues across the sky did he finally cease, his robes thoroughly soaked and back dripping with sweat. Cultivating this thunderclap fist might appear less violent and strenuous than skin tempering exercises. No repeated collisions with tree trunks, no visible wounds on flesh, yet in reality, it proved more exhausting and challenging. After several sets, every muscle ached sharply while his stamina depleted rapidly. Still, the results were remarkably evident. His punching momentum had grown increasingly formidable, now accompanied not only by swirling winds but also faint thunderclaps, an impressively spectacular display. As for its actual potency, that remained to be tested. Exiting the bamboo grove, he rinsed briefly in the lake's warm waters before returning to the courtyard. Xiao Dai had brought back their meal, though she seemed somewhat displeased. After Luo Qingzhou sat down to eat, she spoke somewhat aggrievedly. "Young master, just now when this servant went to fetch the meals, the kitchen staff were whispering that we eat too much meat and vegetables each meal. They even said they wouldn't let me take so much next time, and their words were quite unpleasant. They also said the young master is just a scholar who reads in his room all day. How could he possibly eat this much?" Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brows slightly, glanced at the stone table piled high with food, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. "This is indeed somewhat excessive. Logically speaking, with just the two of us, we really shouldn't be able to eat this much." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "In that case, you don't need to fetch meals at noon. Just bring more in the evening. After all, I don't want to waste time coming back for lunch anyway. Also, aren't there snacks and fruits? Those should be freely available, so bring more of those. As for meat, just take less next time. After all, meat is expensive, and it's not proper for master and servant to consume several people's worth every day." "But young master, it's alright, I can't eat this much meat for now. Having more pastries, fruits, and vegetables will suffice. Now that skin tempering is complete, but muscle tempering has not yet begun. When muscle tempering begins, that will be the real time to supplement meat consumption. At that time, he'll have to find his own solution. Martial artists require too many resources. Even the Qin manor would likely struggle to cultivate a true martial artist. Besides consuming large quantities of high-quality food, martial training also requires medicinal solutions, elixirs, and other expensive items. A bottle containing merely 3 drops of medicinal solution can cost thousands of taels of silver, let alone other items. All of Qin Manor's current resources must be prioritized for second young master Qin Chuan, who is preparing for imperial examinations. Moreover, it's said that Qin Manor has already begun declining, though the exact financial situation remains unclear. As an outsider who married into the family, he naturally must know his place and understand propriety. After some thought, he decided to take advantage of visiting his mother's grave to explore nearby mountain forests. He'd heard from maidservants that an esteemed guest from the Jade capital often visited Qin Manor and frequently went hunting in the forests outside the city. This suggests there should be plentiful game there. At worst, he could hunt himself and prepare separate meals to eat more comfortably. The energy within wild game's flesh and blood far surpasses the quality of what he currently eats. If he could hunt some of the lowest level demon beasts, that would be even better. Demon beast pelts could be sold for money, their flesh and blood not only valuable for sale but also edible. Every part is a treasure. With his current strength and some weapons, dealing with the lowest level demon beasts should pose no problem. Thinking this, he quickly finished his meal. After eating, Xiaodai cleaned up and carried everything back to the kitchen. After nightfall, master and maid went to the lake again with clothes to bathe. After her first visit, Xiaodai had grown to love it and no longer hesitated or refused to go. After all, soaking in the lake was far more comfortable than using a wooden tub. The night sky held a bright moon and scattered stars. The quiet lake steamed with mist, hazy and dreamlike, resembling a fairyland. The master and servant bathed 2 meters apart. At first Xiaodai was still shy, but gradually grew bolder. Mustering her courage, she took the initiative to approach, helping Luo Qingzhou scrub his back while speaking softly with flushed cheeks. Mostly about what she learned today, or gossip and news she heard from other maidservant sisters. Luo Qingzhou occasionally responded with a sentence or two, listening to her recount with gentle patience. Though merely separated for one day, Xiaodai still had endless words to share with him. The night was tranquil, the lake water warm. Master and servant faced each other unclothed, whispering softly with tender affection. Such days were undoubtedly blissful for the pair who had recently escaped the wolf's den. After bathing, they returned to the small courtyard. Luo Qingzhou changed clothes in his room before going out again. According to protocol, he had to pay nightly respects to that Miss Qin of the family, though this seemed truly unnecessary. Xiaodai remained in the room, carefully embroidering lotus flowers under the oil lamp. With thoughts weighing on his mind, Luo Qingzhou soon arrived at the courtyard where Miss Qin resided. The courtyard gate stood open. The courtyard was exceptionally quiet. Surprisingly, neither Beiling nor Xiaochan were present. Only that snow-white, fairy-like figure sat quietly in the courtyard, looking dazed and absent-minded under the moonlight, lost in unknown thoughts. Luo Qingzhou paused at the entrance, carefully scanning the surroundings again. Indeed, neither of those 2 maids was present. After a moment's hesitation, he still stepped inside. Seeing the vacant expression on that peerlessly beautiful face, a thought struck him: tonight might present an opportunity. Beiling wasn't here. That most terrifying girl, Xiaochan, was also absent. Perhaps now he could finally speak those words. Chapter 44: The Young Lady's Coming. In the small courtyard, moonlight flowed like water, in perfect silence. The young lady sat motionless in her white dress, black hair cascading like a waterfall, resembling a lonely moon palace fairy, ethereally beautiful yet cold as a painting. Every time Luo Qingzhou saw her, he experienced a strange illusion. This spotless maiden under the moonlight seemed so close to him, yet also felt impossibly distant. So distant it was untouchable, as if not of this mortal realm. She stood clearly before his eyes, vividly visible, yet somehow blurred and indistinct, almost unreal. Luo Qingzhou sometimes genuinely wished to reach out and touch her, just lightly. He wanted to verify whether the girl before him was real. Would she vanish like foam at his touch? Or would she rise like mist drifting toward the clouds? Of course, these were merely thoughts he dared entertain, even though she was his wedded wife. Even though they had shared a chamber twice already. The cold maiden who stood nightly in the eaves shadow, with her treasured sword and piercing gaze, chilled him to the bone. Sometimes the scene at Chenghua Manor during their home visit would resurface in his dreams. The sword barely drawn, yet already at the throat. The sound barely heard, yet life already extinguished. Her name was Xiachan, who strikes at the throat with a single sword. It was his first time witnessing a killing, and also the first time he learned that there existed in this world a sword faster than lightning. Moreover, it was the first time he realized human lives are as insignificant as grass, as fragile as paper, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Thus, toward that cold maiden, he seemed to have developed psychological trauma. Even though he knew she wouldn't casually thrust her sword through his throat. But tonight, Bai Ling was absent, and so was she. Luo Qingzhou no longer hesitated. Stopping before the maiden as beautiful as moonlight, he bowed his head respectfully. First, Mississippi. His voice was very soft, but in the quiet courtyard in dark night, it seemed somewhat abrupt. Qin Jianjia appeared not to see him, nor hear his words, still staring vacantly at the moonlight on the stone table. Luo Qingzhou didn't leave as he usually would. He glanced up at the breathtaking maiden before him and spoke again respectfully. First, Mississippi. This time, Qin Jianjia seemed to have heard. She raised her gaze to look at him, her eyes as cool and hazy as moonlight, revealing a trace of confusion and unfamiliarity. She seemed to be wondering who this young man before her was. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily stunned, raised his head to meet her gaze, paused briefly, then said respectfully, "Young miss, could you speak to me?" Qin Jianjia stared at him with dazed eyes. After a moment, she gave a slight nod, but she still didn't speak. After waiting a moment, Luo Qingzhou spoke again. "If young miss doesn't wish to speak with me, that's fine. However, I have some questions I'd like to ask." Young miss only needs to nod or shake your head in response. Qin Jianjia stared blankly at him and gave a slight nod. Luo Qingzhou hesitated no longer and asked respectfully, "Was it you yourself who participated in the wedding ceremony with me that day?" This concerned the true nature of their relationship. If it was truly her, then by the customs of this era, they would be legitimate husband and wife. If not, then there would be nothing more to ask. Jian Jiaqin paused for a moment before nodding slightly. Luo Qingzhou's heart stirred as he asked again, "Was it really you, young mistress, who shared my chamber and wedding night that evening?" He raised his head, meeting the maiden's gaze directly, staring into her pupils as dark and profound as the night sky, holding his breath in concentration. The courtyard was utterly silent. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. There were no footsteps, no voices, yet every hair on his body stood on end instantly. His heart clenched in alarm. He lowered his head and fell silent, waiting quietly. Beneath the eaves nearby, a cold figure had appeared without warning. Like a ghost, completely soundless. Footsteps suddenly sounded at the entrance. Bai Ling's crisp voice came through. "Son-in-law, why have you come? Didn't we say you should wait in your room tonight? There's no need to pay respects to the young mistress this evening." Knowing the opportune moment had passed, Luo Qingzhou hesitated no longer. He raised his head and took one last look at the breathtaking maiden before him. There was still no response from her, nor could he hear her inner thoughts. "Miss, I shall take my leave then." He cupped his hands in salute and retreated. When he reached the flower-like pink and sweet maiden, he glanced at her and suddenly asked, "Miss Bailing, are you coming to find me tonight?" Bailing was taken aback, then chuckled, "Young master, what are you talking about? Why would I come find you?" Then she furrowed her brows and pouted, saying, "Young master, you mustn't say such things before the young mistress. It makes it seem like I'm the one seducing you, which I absolutely am not." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her once more, said nothing further, cupped his hands, and exited the small courtyard. Soon he melted into the darkness outside. The small courtyard returned to silence. A long while later, Bailing finally walked to the stone table, squatted beside the young maiden, and gazing at that flawless, moonlit face, whispered, "Young mistress, you're back. Did you speak with him?" Then she murmured again, "The servant knows you won't speak until severing worldly ties, but after all, the young master is your whom." A cold snort suddenly came from under the eaves nearby. Bailing stopped speaking, rolled her eyes, stood up and said to the icy figure in the shadow of the eaves, "Little girl, what are you snorting at? I'm talking to the young mistress, not you. What, are you jealous? Ha!" The figure under the eaves turned sideways, crossed arms while holding a sword, and looked elsewhere with an icy expression. "What's with that ha? I knew you were itching for it." Bailing scoffed and ignored her. Luo Qingzhou returned to the small courtyard and closed the main gate. Standing in the yard for a while, he went to the corner and grabbed a handful of piled dry leaves, placing them one by one on the ground near the window. He entered the room, hid both the sun-moon bronze mirror and martial appraisal stone under the bed, and arranged several dry leaves in the room as well. As Xiaodai heard the noise and was about to come out from the side chamber, Luo Qingzhou suddenly lifted the bead curtain and entered. "Young master." Before Xiao Dai could finish speaking, Luo Qingzhou scooped her up in his arms, carried her into her maiden's fragrant boudoir, and laid her on the soft small bed. On that small bed lay 2 embroidered undergarments adorned with lotus flowers typical of a maiden's wear. Lying flat on the bed, Xiao Dai was momentarily stunned before her cheeks flushed crimson. She urgently protested, "Young master, we can't tonight. Tonight is not possible." Luo Qingzhou placed his index finger against his lips with a show, whispering softly, "Don't speak. I'll just hold you." Having said this, he first bent down to remove her embroidered shoes, peeled off her silk stockings, then gently placed her pair of snow-white, petite jade-like feet on the bed. Then he removed his own shoes and socks before getting onto the bed, enfolding her in his embrace. Xiao Dai said bashfully, "Young master, tonight Miss is coming to visit you. You shouldn't be here with your servant." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, gazing at the moonlight outside the window, his mind recalling the young maiden's figure under the moonlight in that courtyard just moments ago. The young mistress is coming. This seemed like a joke, a very amusing joke. Would such a celestial beauty, a fairy from the Jade Terrace, secretly come to share his bed in the dead of night? Even in dreams, this would be impossible. Tonight he would see for himself exactly who this girl was, the one willing to offer her virginity to him, willing to share his bed. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water in utter tranquility. Time slipped away unnoticed. The night grew increasingly thick. Chapter 045, An Unexpected Visitor. Young master. Shoo, don't speak. Young master, it tickles. Your hand shouldn't be there. Oh. Luo Qingzhou removed his hand from the little maid's waist, keeping his eyes fixed on the window as he waited with bated breath. An unknowable amount of time passed. The little maid in his arms had unknowingly fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou gently released her and carefully tucked her in. Then he got out of bed, put on his shoes and socks, preparing to return to his own room. It was already the 3rd watch of the night. They probably wouldn't come now. But just as he reached the doorway, a faint crack sound of rustling leaves suddenly came from the courtyard. His gaze turned sharp. He immediately approached the window, peering outside through the narrow gap between the frames. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the small courtyard exceptionally clearly. But there was nothing unusual, just trees and flowers, with only the sound of the night breeze blowing gently. He remained motionless behind the window for a long time. Only after confirming there was truly nothing amiss did he finally leave the room. When he returned to his own chamber, he suddenly noticed an extra fresh flower on the windowsill. The stem was moist, the stamen tender, with glistening dewdrops still clinging to the petals. It had clearly been freshly picked from the branch. He froze momentarily before whirling around to scan the rest of the room. The bed, behind the wardrobe, the corners, under the desk, even beneath the bed. But there was no trace of anyone. The room stood empty, utterly silent except for the pounding of his own heartbeat. He stood in the darkness for a while, then walked to the window, pushed it open, and looked outside. The small courtyard remained undisturbed. The night breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of flowers from the windowsill. The air carried a faint sweetness, with no other odors. He picked up the fresh flower on the windowsill, sniffed it, paused slightly, then tossed it out the window where it fell to the ground. Then he closed the window and returned to bed. Tomorrow's cultivations still awaited. As for other matters, there was no need to dwell on them further. The night passed quietly. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou awoke, he heard voices coming from the courtyard outside. One belonged to Xiao Dai. Listening carefully, the other was bailing. He came fully awake, dressed, and opened the window. The morning sunlight brought fresh air rushing toward him. In the courtyard, Xiao Dai was holding a broom, her head bowed, her small face flushed as she looked timidly at the ground. In front of her, Bailing wore a pink dress, holding a flower in her hand, speaking with a faintly mocking smile. Seeing the window open, Bailing's gaze turned over, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her clear and beautiful face as she sweetly smiled. "Young master, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Luo Qingzhou stood by the window, looking at the flower in her hand. It wasn't freshly picked, but the very one that had been placed on the windowsill last night and which he had thrown away at some point. "Quite well," he replied with a calm expression. Under the bright sunlight, not a trace of being teased could be detected on his handsome, gentle face. Bailing's eyes slightly widened in surprise, though her sweet smile remained. "Young master, I'm sorry, Miss wasn't feeling well last night so she couldn't come." "You're not angry, are you?" Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and said, "No." "That's good then." Bailing smiled radiantly, waving the flower in her hand and said, "Young master, I found this on your windowsill this morning. Did you pick it specially last night to give to my lady?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the flower in her hand again, then looked at her and said, "No, I picked it especially for you." Bailing froze momentarily upon hearing this, then burst into a fit of laughter, her smile blooming like a flower. "Young master, you're teasing me again. You'd never voluntarily pick flowers for me." Her expression then clouded slightly as she continued in a melancholic tone, "Last time, you didn't give the flower to me at all, but to Chuan instead. Young master thinks I'm not as lovely as Chuan, isn't that right?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her without responding. Bai Ling smiled charmingly again and waved her hand. "All right, young master, I won't chat with you anymore. I should go back to serve my lady." I came this morning specifically to apologize, fearing you might be angry about last night's incident. Since you're not angry, I can rest assured. After speaking, she turned to Xiao Dai beside her with a playful smile. Xiao Dai, you must serve your young master well. With these words, she walked away gracefully, holding the flowers, her pink skirt fluttering elegantly as she departed. Luo Qingzhou stood by the window, watching until her figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, a trace of contemplation appearing between his brows. Young master, this maid will fetch water for you to wash your face. Xiao Dai snapped out of her daze and hurried to the kitchen. After Luo Qingzhou finished washing, he looked at her and asked, Xiao Dai, what did Miss Bai Ling say to you when she came just now? Hearing this, Xiao Dai's cheeks reddened again as she lowered her head. Sister Bai Ling asked me about last night. She asked if I had slept with the young master. How did you answer? Luo Qingzhou asked. Xiao Dai said, of course I said no. I know the rules. Since the young mistress was coming last night, I wouldn't dare. Luo Qingzhou asked again, what else did she say? Xiao Dai lowered her head, blushing shyly as she said, Sister Bai Ling also asked me if the young master had taken my virginity. Luo Qingzhou looked out the window. Anything else? Xiao Dai thought for a moment and said, oh right, Sister Bai Ling mentioned that the madam has invited guests for moon viewing on the lake tonight and specifically instructed that the young master should accompany them. Luo Qingzhou frowned, me. To accompany them. Xiao Dai nodded, the second young miss will be attending too. Sister Bai Ling will probably come by later to inform the young master. Luo Qingzhou frowned but said nothing more as he left the room. Young master, let me fetch your meal. Xiao Dai hurried out the door. Luo Qingzhou stood in the small courtyard, glancing first at the window, then surveying the surroundings. All the withered leaves had disappeared. It must have been swept away by Xiao Dai. Someone indeed came last night, arriving and leaving without a trace, leaving only that fresh flower behind. Just as he was pondering these matters, Bai Ling suddenly returned and appeared at the courtyard gate, saying, Young master, I need to tell you something. Luo Qingzhou thought she was referring to the matter of entertaining guests tonight and directly asked, can I not go? Bai Ling froze for a moment, then nodded, of course you can. Luo Qingzhou was slightly taken aback, looking at her with some surprise. She's being so agreeable. Young master, then I'll go have the servants send him away. I also think it's best you don't meet him, he's not a good person anyway. You have us, that's enough. Whether you acknowledge them or not doesn't matter. As Bai Ling was about to turn and leave, Luo Qingzhou quickly asked, who has come? Bai Ling looked at him strangely. Luo Yu, the second young master of Chenghua Manor, your former elder brother. He's come to see you and is waiting in the reception hall. Luo Yu. Luo Qingzhou frowned, his eyes revealing a mix of surprise and confusion. What is he here for? To reminisce about brotherly bonds. How could that be possible? The other party is so busy, hiding at home every day to cultivate and prepare for exams. How could he suddenly come to the Qin residence to look for him? Clearly, there's something going on. Moreover, it's definitely not a simple matter. Of course, he didn't want to meet. However, he had no reason to refuse. Although he had married into the Qin family now, he was still a concubine-born son of the Cheng family and nominally brothers with the other party. It would be inexcusable not to meet. Moreover, he didn't want to alert the enemy. Of course, he also wanted to know why the other party had come. Young master, shall we meet him? Bai Ling blinked and asked. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the small courtyard and said, meet. Bai Ling gave him a deep look and smiled. Good, then I'll accompany young master. If he dares to bully you, I won't let him off. As she spoke, she waved her small pink fist. Chapter 046, Young Master, come here for your punishment. Reception Hall. Luo Yu, wearing an elegant white brocade robe, sat gracefully in the hall drinking tea. Qin family steward Zhou Tong and several maids were in attendance. As for others, none appeared. Although this marriage is a done deal and has passed, the Qin family will forever remember his broken engagement and the humiliation from the Chenghua Manor. For him to come alone today and still be allowed through the door was already considerable courtesy. However, Luo Yu didn't seem bothered by this cold reception, still wearing his jade-like gentle smile as he spoke amiably with steward Zhou nearby. Occasionally he would exchange a few words with the maidservants as well. My younger brother had a pitiful childhood, only entering the manor with his mother when over 10 years old. Then unexpectedly his mother passed away prematurely last year. I know he hasn't been happy at Chenghua Manor either, with my mother managing household affairs so strictly. I couldn't help him much. Fortunately, this marriage arrangement brought him to your Qin residence. Steward Zhou, no matter how others see it or what they say, I've always considered Qingzhou as my own brother. I'm truly grateful for your care during this time. Our two families have indeed grown somewhat distant these years. Alas, my father told me our ancestors were actually close friends. Zhou Tong stood bowing his head to listen attentively, occasionally responding with a word or two, his face wearing a polite smile though one couldn't tell what he was truly thinking. As Luo Yu was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared from outside the main hall. His gaze shifted, and he immediately stood up with a warm smile, though he didn't speak first. Luo Qingzhou entered the hall and came before him, still clasping his hands and bowing his head respectfully. Second young master. There's distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, and order between elder and younger. No matter what he thought in his heart, in this era, some rules were unavoidable. Moreover, now was not yet the time to show hostility. Only then did Luo Yu laugh heartily, reaching out to pat his shoulder warmly. Qingzhou, why be so formal with me? Just call me second brother. We're brothers. What's with this second young master business? I came today for no special reason, just to see you, fearing you might be unaccustomed to living here. I haven't interrupted your studies, have I? Luo Qingzhou still kept his head lowered. No. Luo Yu smiled, turned to Zhou Tong beside him and said, Steward Zhou, may I have a private word with my third brother? By the way, I'd like to see where he lives. Would that be convenient? Zhou Tong didn't answer immediately, instead looking toward the door. Under the eaves outside stood a beautiful young girl in a pink dress, holding a flower she had just picked on the road and gently sniffing its fragrance. She didn't glance inside at all. Of course, young Master Luo. Please feel free, Zhou Tong said respectfully. Luo Yu, his face full of smiles, thanked him and said, Qingzhou, come, take your second brother to see where you live. Luo Qingzhou remained silent and led the way. When the two left the hall, that same beautiful girl who had been standing under the eaves had already vanished without a trace. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered slightly as he exited the courtyard and headed toward the corridor. There was no one around. As they walked along the quiet corridor, Luo Yu slowed his pace and said with a smile, Qingzhou, there are some things your second brother would like to talk to you about. Luo Qingzhou stopped walking, turned to look at him, and cupped his hands respectfully. Second young master, please speak. Luo Yu's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't correct the address again, saying slowly, Qingzhou, you must remember, no matter what, we are blood brothers and Changhua Manor will always be your home. If you suffer any grievances here in the future, you can return any time. Regarding mother, I will speak to her for you. I can guarantee that from now on, no one in Changhua Manor will give you any trouble. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and cupped his hands. Thank you, second young master. Luo Yu gently patted his hand inside. I know you harbor resentment toward me and Changhua Manor in your heart. Indeed, we were wrong in this matter. But as sons, we often have no choice in many things. With eldest brother absent, I must shoulder the family's responsibilities. Father and mother, as well as the other elders in the family, have placed high expectations on me. Next year's Dragon Tiger Academy entrance examination is not only about my future, but also the future of our Changhua Manor. Qingzhou, I hope you can understand your second brother. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head without speaking. Luo Yu sighed again, turned around, and looked at the flowering trees beyond the railing, speaking slowly. To be honest, second brother is also exhausted. Practicing day and night in my room, I never dare to slack off. Because once I stop, others might surpass me. Maching is full of hidden talents, all determined to succeed in next year's Dragon Tiger Academy entrance examination. As a scholar, you should understand our examination is even more difficult than the imperial examinations. Like thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge, only a handful can make it across. Most will be pushed off the bridge, some without even getting a chance to step on it. Next year's examination only has 3 spots, 2 are already taken. That means only 1 position remains. Luo Yu turned to face him. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, second young master, please speak your mind. Luo Yu smiled with an easy expression. Actually, second brother is quite confident about this exam, though there are still several strong competitors. At this point, his eyes flickered as he glanced around, then patted his shoulder with a smile and said in a low voice, one of them, you should have already met. His name is Qin Xuan, who is also your second elder brother. Having said that, he continued with a smile, Qingzhou, though that second brother of yours isn't as close as we brothers are, after all you live here now. When you have time, visit him more often and get closer to him. With your frail constitution, you could ask him to teach you some fist and foot techniques for strengthening the body. Practicing occasionally would be good for your health. Luo Qingzhou raised his head to look at him. Luo Yu smiled and said, Qingzhou, reading makes one wise. As a scholar, you should understand what your second brother means. Luo Qingzhou made no reply. Luo Yu laughed and said, come, let's go see where you live. Luo Qingzhou led the way. Luo Yu watched his retreating figure, his eyes flickering again while maintaining the same genial smile on his face. The two entered the small courtyard. After standing in the courtyard and looking around for a while, Luo Yu asked with surprise, Qingzhou, do you live here alone? Before Luo Qingzhou could respond, he suddenly snorted coldly and darkened his expression. Though you married into their family, you're still a young master of our Changhua Manor. The Qin family truly shows no respect. Luo Qingzhou stood silently to the side without a word. Luo Yu indignantly entered the room, glanced around, then came back out and asked, have you and the Qin family's eldest daughter shared a chamber yet? Luo Qingzhou raised his head to meet his gaze. We have. As these words left his mouth, he clearly saw the other man's pupils constrict, his eyes narrowing slightly. You've already shared a chamber. Luo Yu frowned, his expression still grim. If you've already shared a chamber, why isn't she living with you? This is simply beyond insulting. Luo Qingzhou heard the thoughts in his heart. No women's belongings in the room, they're clearly not living together. How could that celestial beauty from the Qin family possibly be willing to share a chamber with him? Most likely this brat is just saving face with that lie. Shinjo, take me to see her. Let me speak to her on your behalf. Though such customs exist elsewhere, you're still a son of our Changhua manor. As your elder brother, I can't just stand by and watch you being neglected and bullied here. Luo Yu's face was filled with indignation. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly and said, I'm used to it. Luo Yu frowned and said, used to what? A real man should never say such dispirited words. If you were an ordinary man, that would be one thing, but you're Luo Yu's brother. No one can bully you. Come on, take me to see her. With that, he grabbed Luo Qingzhou's arm and pulled him out of the courtyard. As Luo Qingzhou followed him out, he heard Luo Yu's inner thoughts once more. So I still have a chance after all. How could this brat possibly be worthy of such a woman? He's not even fit to carry her shoes. Ever since that day when I saw her, she's haunted my dreams. Seeing her once more will help me cut short this lovesickness and focus on preparing for the exams. Once I'm admitted to the Dragon Tiger Academy, I'll have everything I want. As for this brat, mother will deal with him. No need to dirty my hands. Qingzhou, lead the way. Don't be afraid. Your second brother will stand up for you. Luo Yu wore a solemn expression, putting on an indignant appearance. A cold glint flashed deep in Luo Qingzhou's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. He walked ahead, leading the second young master of Changhua Manor toward the residence of the Qin family's eldest daughter. He knew perfectly well that without permission from that Miss Qin, no one could enter. And that Miss Qin of the Qin family would never give permission. The two soon arrived at the courtyard gate. The gate was closed. In the shadows by the entrance stood a cold figure dressed in light green robes. Her arms were crossed, clutching a sword, cold as ice and snow. Her appearance had never changed. Her name was Xiachan, the Xiachan who could slit throats with one sword stroke. Luo Qingzhou stopped in his tracks. Luo Yu also halted his steps. After glancing at the girl by the entrance, he turned his head. Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou said, second young master, I dare not approach. You should go alone. Luo Yu. Suddenly, the area became extremely quiet. No one spoke another word. The sunlight was brilliant, with only the sound of wind blowing. After several minutes of stalemate, Luo Yu suddenly mustered his courage, stepped forward, and cupped his hands toward the icy maiden in the shadows. Miss, I am Luo Yu from the Changhua Manor. I came here to apologize for what happened at the manor last time. May I trouble you to inform Miss Qin? I wish to see her and offer my apologies in person. Xiachan stood at the doorway, her cold eyes fixed on him, silent and motionless. Luo Yu waited a moment and was about to speak again when suddenly the girl lowered her arms from her chest and the sword in her embrace was now grasped in her hand. Her already icy eyes suddenly turned even more piercingly cold, like an unsheathed sword. It was strange. The wind that had been blowing through the branches and past their ears suddenly ceased. Xinzhou, if you have time, visit the Chang mansion more often. I came out today without father and mother's knowledge, so it's time to return for cultivation. There's no need to see me off. Focus on your studies and strive to pass next year's autumn imperial examination with distinction. Then we brothers can drink and celebrate together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Having said this, Luo Yu patted his shoulder, glanced at the girl by the door with calm expression, and left. Zhou the butler, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward to personally escort him out of the residence. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to turn and leave, the closed courtyard gate suddenly creaked open from inside. When he looked up, the cold-faced girl who had been standing at the gate moments before had already vanished. Simultaneously, Bailing's crisp yet angry voice came from inside, Young master, come inside and accept your punishment. Chapter 47, The Sword Dancing Maiden. Sunlight bathed the small courtyard. Bailing stood gracefully in her pink dress, holding a small black whip with a stern expression directed at him. Under the eaves not far away, beside the exquisitely carved window lattice, Xiachan held her sword, cold as ice and snow, gazing at him with equally frigid eyes. Luo Qingzhou halted his steps at the doorway, returning their gazes. Young master, do you admit your fault? Bai Ling gave a cold snort and suddenly spoke while waving the small whip in her hand. Luo Qingzhou stood motionless. I do not. Bai Ling raised her eyebrows. You don't. Young master clearly knows how that person humiliated our Qin manor, insulted our young lady, broke off the engagement. Utterly despicable. Why then did you bring him here to upset our young lady? Luo Qingzhou replied calmly. First, I couldn't refuse. Neither Steward Zhou nor you refused either, otherwise he wouldn't have made it here. Second, I knew Miss Xiaochan wouldn't let him in, much less allow him to see the eldest young lady. Third, Bai Ling's eyes flickered. And third is what? Third, I wanted to vent some anger. Luo Qingzhou said without a trace of emotion on his face. Bai Ling was taken aback. Vent some anger. Her expression shifted slightly, as if suddenly understanding, then added, then has young master vented his anger? Luo Qingzhou bowed slightly towards the cold-faced maiden under the eaves, partially. Many thanks to Lady Xiaochan for letting me see his frustrated appearance for the first time, and for showing me that even he can feel fear. The maiden under the eaves gave a cold humph and turned her delicate face away. The seriousness vanished from Bailing's face as she suddenly laughed. Young master, do you feel fear then? Who are you afraid of? Chan Chan, or our young mistress? Or perhaps me. Luo Qingzhou didn't answer, simply cupping his hands in salute. If Lady Bailing has no other matters, I shall return to my studies. Bailing laughed. Young master, you haven't properly thanked Shanshan yet. She helped you vent your anger. Do you think a mere word of thanks is sufficient? Luo Qingzhou raised his head, glanced at her, then looked towards the maiden by the window under the eaves. But that maiden was no longer there, having disappeared at some unknown moment. Indeed, she came without sound and left without trace. Bai Ling coiled the small whip in her hand and said, Young master, the young mistress is reading in the back garden. Go pay your respects. Since you'll be accompanying madam tonight, there's no need to come here afterward. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou felt a faint stir in his heart. Reading. From their first meeting until now, he had never once seen that young Miss Qin reading. Every time he saw her, she had been lost in thought. Bai Ling led him through the corridor, around the buildings, and via a side path to the rear garden. Young mistress, the young master has arrived. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, entering through the vine-covered circular gate when suddenly the sound of sword practice reached his ears. He focused his gaze ahead. In the pavilion before them sat a white-clad maiden, quietly absorbed in the book in her hands. Bright sunlight filtered through leaves outside the pavilion, scattering dappled light across her raven-black waterfall of hair, where it danced like playful sprites in the gentle breeze. Her sunlit profile was flawlessly perfect. In the open space outside the pavilion, a beautiful maiden in green dress was wielding a sword with sharp movements under the sunlight. Her slender waist swayed like willow, her skirt fluttered like blossoms, her long hair danced, and her figure was graceful. The early blooming plum blossoms from both sides fell in petals, swirling around her delicate and light body as if playing and dancing with her. Those pitch-black yet bright eyes remained as cold as winter. Young master. As Luo Qingzhou was silently watching, Bailing suddenly approached him and whispered, When Shanshan performs sword dance, it's either from joy or anger. Guess why she's doing it this time? Luo Qingzhou watched for a while longer without responding to her. He walked outside the pavilion and, through the vermilion railings, bowed slightly toward the maiden inside while cupping his hands, calling softly, Eldest Mississippi. Qin Jianjia paused for a moment before slightly raising her head, looking at him with tranquil eyes. After watching him for a short while, she nodded slightly, then lowered her head again to continue reading. She still didn't speak. But this time, there was finally some response. Luo Qingzhou prepared to take his leave. Bai Ling quickly whispered a reminder, Young master, Shanshan is performing swordplay. You should watch until it's over before leaving. Otherwise, Shanshan might think you're disrespecting her and get angry. Luo Qingzhou cast another glance at the cold, graceful figure moving like a startled swan in the courtyard, ignored her, and walked straight toward the round gate. He wouldn't believe a single word from this Miss Bai Ling anymore. If he really stood here peeping, that sword currently playing with flowers would probably soon be playing with his life. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he was approaching the round gate, the sword movements suddenly became fiercer. The whooshing of the sword wind filled the garden, the gleaming blades swirling like a sudden storm around his ears. Simultaneously, a chilling aura swept over him. Instantly, he felt his spine freeze and his neck itch. His steps stiffened as he stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Yet that icy killing intent remained locked onto him, making all his hairs stand on end involuntarily. He stood frozen for several seconds before slowly turning his head to gaze upon that graceful figure in the courtyard, her skirt fluttering and long black hair dancing in the wind. Petals fell like rain, while her delicate face remained frosty. The sword in the maiden's hand suddenly slowed its motion, and the radiant sword light that had illuminated the entire garden gradually faded. Luo Qingzhou suddenly realized the chilling aura that had enveloped his entire body had vanished without notice. Everything returned to normal. It was as if everything that had just occurred had merely been an illusion. He stood dazed, remaining motionless as he stared at that slender yet ice-cold figure. Bai Ling approached, looking at him with an ambiguous smile. Young master, why have you stopped? Luo Qingzhou kept his eyes fixed on the sword-dancing figure, refusing to acknowledge her. Bai Ling also turned her gaze and whispered, Young master, isn't she lovely? If you find her pleasing, why not ask Our Lady to give this little maid to you as your chamber servant? Luo Qingzhou still ignored her. After another moment, the cold figure dancing with sword among the petals finally stopped. Clang! The sword returned to its scabbard. The young girl cast a cold glance. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Bai Ling quickly called out crisply from behind, Young master, you just said Shanshan looked so curvaceous while sword dancing, is it true? More curvaceous than me. Luo Qingzhou swiftly exited the courtyard gate and soon disappeared from sight. Shanshan, don't look at me like that. The young master really said it just now, whispering into my ear, nearly biting it too. Bai Ling said with a tinkling laugh. Xia Chan stood elegantly under the plum tree, sword in hand, glaring at her coldly. Oh, Shanshan, the young master also said your chest is smaller than mine. Who told you to be so shy and bind yourself so tightly? Yours are actually bigger than mine. Next time you see him, you should explain properly to avoid misunderstanding. Bai Ling continued teasing. Xia Chan hugged her sword, turned her body away, and looked elsewhere, her pretty face still cold as frost. The young girl reading in the pavilion seemed oblivious to the commotion outside, still lowering her head as she quietly read her book. The morning wind was especially mischievous. It brushed past the girl's ear, lifted her hair, carried the fragrance of newly bloomed flowers from the branches, and gracefully swirled and danced through the garden. Luo Qingzhou returned to the small courtyard and closed the gate. Then he entered the house, took out the sun-moon treasure mirror from under the bed, flipped up the side carved with the sun, placed it on the desk by the window facing the sunlight. Today's visit from Luo Yu further strengthened his determination to cultivate. In this era, the disparity in status originates from one's birth and is difficult to change. Even the once all-powerful Mr. Yuan, because of being a concubine's son, couldn't even have his mother buried in the ancestral grave. But one's own strength can be changed. The weak obey the rules, while the strong get to make the rules. Therefore, he must become strong. Chapter 048, The Face in the Mirror. Boom! In the backyard garden, air currents swirled, withered leaves danced. In the open space, Luo Qingzhou threw heavy punches, the gusty wind howling as he practiced thunder fist from slow to fast. Previously he didn't cultivate here for two reasons. First, fearing to damage the flowers and plants, leaving too obvious traces. Second, worrying he might not hear if someone knocked at the front door during deep concentration. Today there was no alternative. Tonight his mother-in-law and other Qin family members would go to Moonlit Rain Garden, and likely in the afternoon, maids and servants would begin preparing there. He definitely couldn't practice cultivation there anymore. The front courtyard wasn't suitable either. Practicing Thunder Fist created too much commotion. Passers-by outside could hear clearly. So he had no choice but to come to the backyard. However, today he didn't plan to practice for too long. After performing 3 continuous sets, his body lightly sweating, he stopped. He returned to the front courtyard. After boiling water in the kitchen, wiping his body, and changing into clean clothes, he went back to his room. Sitting down by the window. First, he closed his eyes to calm his mind, then opened the book and began reading carefully. A gentleman acts according to his position and does not desire what is beyond it. In wealth and honor, he acts as one should in wealth and honor. In poverty and low condition, he acts as one should in poverty and low condition. Among barbarians, he acts as one should among barbarians. In sorrow and difficulty, he acts as one should in sorrow and difficulty. A gentleman can find himself at home in any situation. Sincerity is the way of self-completion. The way is that which guides itself. Sincerity is the beginning and end of all things. Without sincerity there would be nothing. Therefore, the gentleman values sincerity. Sincerity is not only the completion of oneself. Although Luo Qingzhou had long memorized these passages in his mind, each time he reread them, he would silently recite them word by word in his heart again. And each time, it seemed he could gain new understanding. After finishing the Doctrine of the Mean, he moved on to the Analects, followed by the Book of Changes, the Book of Documents, and others. He had read all these before. Flipping through the bookshelf nearby, he discovered that young Master Qin Er had brought him many good books last time. Besides the books needed for imperial examinations, there were actually several collections of strange tales, ghost stories, and widely circulated folk legends. Luo Qingzhou took the books from the shelf and piled them on the desk, reading them one by one. Soon, he became deeply immersed in them. Beyond the southern wasteland lies a volcano that burns day and night. Within the flames dwell rodents weighing 100 pounds, with fur over 2 feet long, fine as silk, suitable for weaving cloth. They constantly reside in the fire, occasionally emerging white when leaving. If chased and doused with water, they die. Their fur is collected and woven into fabric. Lord Wang of Changshan, grandson of the Minister of Justice. His mansion harbors many strange phenomena. Once, there appeared a spring stool in the hall, flesh red in color, exceptionally smooth and lustrous. Luo Qingzhou read with growing fascination, unable to put the books down. Time slipped away quietly. Before he knew it, the sun had already set. He was only startled out of the bizarre and marvelous stories when Xiaotia's knocking sounded outside. Looking up at the window, he realized it was already dusk. Collecting his thoughts, he put away the sun and moon bronze mirror and the deep blue liquid on its surface before going to open the courtyard gate. Xiao Dai stood outside holding a tray of food. Seeing him open the door, she asked softly, "Young master, were you cultivating inside?" Luo Qingzhou took the meal from her hands and walked back to the courtyard, saying, "I was reading. Second young master Qin sent over some books last time, and there were several quite interesting ones among them. I got so absorbed that I lost track of time." Xiao Dai asked curiously, "Young master, what kind of books are they? Are they very good?" Luo Qingzhou sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, eating his meal while replying, "Ghost stories. If you'd like to hear, I can tell you some tonight." "Ah, no, this servant doesn't want to hear." Upon hearing they were ghost stories, Xiao Dai immediately turned pale with fright and waved her hands repeatedly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and asked, "Are you very afraid of ghosts?" Xiao Dai said with a bitter expression, "Of course I am. Who isn't afraid of ghosts?" Luo Qingzhou continued, "Then have you ever seen a ghost?" Xiao Dai quickly shook her head, and "No, this servant has never seen a ghost. If I had, I would have been scared to death already." Luo Qingzhou observed her frightened expression and thought of what he had just read in the book. The weaker one's constitution, the more timid and guilty one feels, the easier it is to see ghosts. Ghosts belong to yin, and most love to pester women with heavy yin energy, men with declining yang energy, people afflicted by illness, and those who walk alone at night with fearful, cowardly hearts. When yang energy is strong, ghosts fear when blood energy is thick, spirits dread when courage is stout, specters startle if encountering ghosts. Overcome the fear in your heart, show no terror, bravely rebuke them with righteous heart and vigorous energy, they will retreat of themselves. In this world there are martial artists, there are demonic beasts, but is there truly such a thing as ghosts and spirits? Luo Qingzhou pondered silently in his heart as he lowered his head to eat. This little girl is easily frightened, best not discuss such matters with her anymore, lest she suffer nightmares tonight. With his current level of blood energy, even if he encountered ghosts or spirits, they likely wouldn't dare approach him. Thinking of ghosts, thinking of wandering spirits, then thinking of those lost souls wandering unconsciously and alone in the darkness, he suddenly remembered his own mother. After his mother was killed due to her lowly status, she couldn't be buried in the Luo family cemetery. At that time, no one in the Luo family was willing to spare even a small plot of land for him to bury his mother. The madam said something he would always remember: how could this worthless, shameless woman be allowed to defile our Luo family's land? If she affects our family's feng shui, even being reborn as an ox or horse in her next life wouldn't atone for her sins. In the end, he had no choice but to bury his mother in the wooded hills outside the city. Those hills were only a few kilometers away from the village where his mother and he had once lived. When people from that village died, they were sometimes buried in those same hills. So in a way, his mother had returned to her roots and found peaceful rest in the earth. But the hatred from this incident remained buried deep in his heart. Thinking of it now still made him gnash his teeth in anger. The actions of the Luo family, along with the cold-blooded cruelty of the lady in Luo Yannian, were deeply engraved in his bones. Even a changed soul couldn't forget them. This hatred, and his mother's murder, he would remember well. Only, he didn't know whether his mother, now buried, had become a vengeful spirit wandering helplessly in the night as the books described, wronged and unable to let go of him, or if she had already reincarnated into a new life. Thinking of this, Luo Qingzhou found his meal tasteless. If only he could open the heavenly eye as recorded in the texts to see ghosts and spirits, how wonderful that would be. In that case, he wouldn't be afraid. He would go to his mother's grave, to that mountain forest, and look carefully. Perhaps he might see that frail, pitiful woman again, that familiar, kind face, and then talk with her, chat gently, and keep her company. Even if she had no body left, no memories. Luo Qingzhou finished his meal amidst these wandering thoughts. At this moment, night had already fallen. A full moon rose into the midair. The small courtyard was bathed in snow-white light. Luo Qingzhou returned to his room, retrieved the sun-moon bronze mirror from under his bed, placed its moon-carved side upward on the desk by the window, and prepared to light a lamp for further reading. The clear moonlight streamed through the window lattice into the mirror, where the reflected light turned dim and blurred. Luo Qingzhou glanced casually, then suddenly froze. He thought he had seen wrong. He leaned his entire head forward, face to the mirror surface, blocking the outside moonlight, yet just as before, he couldn't see himself in the mirror. After a brief daze, he hastily picked up the bronze mirror from the desk and pointed it at himself again. Standing with his back to the window, the moonlight fell upon him and his cheeks simultaneously onto the dark mirror surface carved with moon patterns. His reflection suddenly reappeared in the mirror. But that face not only looked sinister and eerie, it actually twisted and wavered like mist. It looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Chapter 049, Divine Soul. Luo Qingzhou was startled with horror. He wanted to put down the bronze mirror in his hand, but for some reason, his body suddenly felt as if it had been immobilized, unable to move at all. At the same time, he felt completely weak all over, his body light as a feather, swaying unsteadily like a wisp of smoke about to float up from the ground. Unable to control his own body, he stared wide-eyed at his distorted face in the mirror, only to see that face also begin to drift upward like smoke. Simultaneously, a piercing coldness assaulted him. Young master! Young master! They've hung so many lanterns in the moonlit rain garden. Sister Chior and the others said the second young miss has already left. When shall we go? At this very moment, Xiao Dai came running excitedly into the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou's body jolted as he abruptly awoke from his trance. Looking back at the mirror again, aside from the dim lighting and eerie atmosphere, his face showed no changes whatsoever. He gently shook the bronze mirror in his hand, then lowered his head to examine his body. There was nothing unusual. Everything that had just happened seemed to be merely an illusion. But, was it really an illusion? He knew clearly that it wasn't a misconception. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his heart was still racing rapidly. What exactly was happening? Although terrifying, the scene that had just occurred gave him a vague sense of having entered some profoundly mysterious and peculiar state. Yet he couldn't articulate what it was precisely. He took several deep breaths to slightly calm his emotions, then placed the bronze mirror on the desk before turning to look at Xiao Dai in the courtyard. Just as he was about to speak, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his head. His face turned pale, his body went limp, and he abruptly collapsed to the ground. His head was splitting with pain. Young master! Seeing this from outside, Xiao Dai instantly paled and cried out in alarm. She rushed in and hastily helped him up from the ground, her voice trembling with tears. "Young master, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Luo Qingzhou clutched his head, face contorted in pain, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound. His entire skull felt like splitting apart. The agony made his whole body tremble, leaving him pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat. "Young master, don't frighten this maid, I'll fetch the physician immediately." "Young master, wait. Please be all right, woo-woo." Xiao Dai panicked, her mind blank for a moment before she hastily seated him at the desk chair and ran out weeping. Luo Qingzhou slumped over the desk, shaking violently from pain, nearly fainting. After several minutes, the excruciating pain slightly subsided. Anticipating visitors soon, he immediately propped himself up from the desk, stowed away the bronze mirror, and struggled to hide it under the bed. Then he climbed onto the bed and lay down. The pain persisted. However, compared to the previous agony, it had become bearable. Though filled with doubt and confusion, he dared not expend more mental energy on it at this moment. He closed his eyes to calm himself down. Not long after, hurried footsteps came from outside. Xiao Dai entered hastily with the physician. Bai Ling and Zhuer, Miss Qin Er's maidservant, also followed them in. They had originally come to call Luo Qingzhou to the moonlit rain garden. At this time, both the madam and Miss Qin Er had already left the residence. The physician was a gray-haired man in his 50s surnamed Sun, the Qin family's dedicated doctor who happened to be in the manor today, hence his prompt arrival. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Upon entering, Bai Ling asked with knitted brows, her face full of concern. Luo Qingzhou clutched his throbbing head and said tremulously, "Headache." Xiao Dai hurriedly brought a stool and lit the oil lamp and candles. The dim room was instantly illuminated. Dr. Sun sat by the bedside, first glancing at his pale complexion, then reaching out to take his pulse while asking, "Just a headache? Anywhere else uncomfortable?" Luo Qingzhou replied with difficulty, his face pale, "Just the headache feels like it's splitting open." Dr. Sun narrowed his eyes while checking the pulse for a moment, then asked, "No history of this condition before?" Xiao Dai, standing nearby with a frightened pale face, quickly answered, "No, my young master was always in good health before." Dr. Sun nodded slightly, then stood up and pressed his fingers against his forehead, crown, temples and other areas, saying, "Tell me if any of these pressed spots hurt." Luo Qingzhou made no sound. Dr. Sun pressed his neck again and asked, "What about here?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Doesn't hurt." Dr. Sun then lifted his eyelids to examine them, before asking, "Did you share the bed with the young lady or maidservant last night?" Butterfly hurriedly answered in a timid voice from the side, "No, not at all." Dr. Sun asked again, "What about during the day?" Butterfly said shyly, "Not either." Dr. Sun nodded, said nothing more, turned to take out paper and pen from his bag, walked to the desk, and prepared to write a prescription. Lark quickly asked, "Dr. Sun, is the young master in serious condition? What illness does he have?" Dr. Sun wrote while speaking, "It's nothing serious, just too much mental exertion. His brain couldn't handle it, hence the sudden headache. I'll prescribe some medicine and have the young master rest well for a few days to recuperate his spirit. He should be fine then. Too much mental exertion." Lark paused for a moment, then asked, "Dr. Sun, do you know what might be the cause?" Dr. Sun said, "If it's not caused by staying up late, then it must be from doing some physically and mentally taxing work during the day. Or perhaps he hasn't been resting well recently, studying every day, or maybe it's due to constant overthinking. There could be many reasons, this old man can't tell for sure." Lark nodded slightly and turned her gaze toward the bed. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his head, "It must be from reading. These past few days I've been constantly reading indoors. Second brother sent me many good books, I simply couldn't put them down." Bailing's gaze moved to the bookshelf in the corner and the piles of books on the desk. She couldn't help but chide, "Young master, even if you're preparing for exams, you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Your constitution was weak to begin with, yet you don't know how to take care of yourself. Staying indoors reading every day will surely make you sick." Dr. Sun finished writing the prescription and handed it to Bailing beside him, looking toward the bed as he said, "Diligent study is commendable, but all things should be done in moderation. Health is what matters most. Young master should go out for walks more often and exercise. Staying indoors all the time with a weak constitution will inevitably lead to frequent illness." Luo Qingzhou trembled on the bed as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." Bailing passed the prescription to the maid behind her, instructing her to accompany the doctor to the pharmacy to fill it. Zhuer followed her out, saying, "Then this servant shall inform the second young miss and madam that the young master is unwell and won't be able to visit tonight." When only Bailing and Xiao Dai remained in the room, Bailing approached the bedside and said, "Young master, please rest well. These next few days, you shouldn't read books or go out. Recover properly in your room. Regarding the young miss, I will inform her." Luo Qingzhou felt another sharp pain in his head again. He closed his eyes and didn't speak. Not daring to say more, Bailing told Xiao Dai beside her, "Let's go, close the door. We shouldn't disturb the young master any longer. Let him rest properly." Xiao Dai responded with an "oh," casting a worried glance at her young master before following Bailing out of the room with evident concern. After the door closed, Luo Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes. Too much mental exertion. At this moment, he indeed felt mentally exhausted and physically weak. But this seemed to have happened in an instant unrelated to either his studies or martial practice. Just moments before, while looking into that bronze mirror by the window and seeing bizarre visions in its reflection, he had suddenly experienced headaches and weakness. Could it be that the mirror had abruptly drained all of his mental energy? Mental energy. His heart stirred as he suddenly remembered something. He looked out the window. The courtyard was empty. Outside was utterly silent. Immediately suppressing the pain, he rose from bed and retrieved from beneath it that porcelain vial containing ink-black liquid. This liquid, of which he used just one drop at a time, would leave his spirit extraordinarily replenished and vigorous, a single drop lasting 3 full days. He promptly uncorked the vial and carefully let one drop fall onto his fingertip. The ink-black liquid had barely touched his skin when it rapidly seeped through his pores and disappeared from sight. One more drop. He poured another droplet. Only after absorbing 2 drops of the inky liquid through his fingertips did he reseal the vial and return it beneath the bed. When he lay back down on the bed, he suddenly discovered with astonishment that the sharp pain in his head was indeed beginning to subside. And the relief came remarkably fast. The needle-like pain that had been present just moments ago was now rapidly fading away. After a few minutes, only a faint, lingering pain remained throughout his head. A few more minutes passed. Even that trace of pain unexpectedly disappeared completely. This ink-black liquid truly possessed extraordinary properties. Luo Qingzhou rubbed various parts of his head, no longer feeling the slightest bit of pain, while his mental energy and physical strength also began to recover rapidly. He immediately got up, took out the martial appraisal stone, held it in his palm, and channeled his inner force. The surface of the pure white jade stone immediately lit up, revealing several lines of inky black characters. Strength 50, Speed 5, Striking Resistance 50, Mental Energy 1. Then, the numerical values above began to change again. The strength value gradually increased from 50 to 60, 70, 80. The striking resistance also progressively rose. The mental energy increased from 1 to 5. After another moment, not only had his mental power recovered to its original level of 10, but it had also increased by 1 point, finally settling at 11. That ink-black liquid truly could increase mental power. But was increasing mental power its only function? The deep blue liquid produced by the other mirror was an incredibly miraculous martial cultivation elixir. It could assist in refining both skin and flesh, even potentially helping to temper the entire physical body. Could the ink-black liquid produced by the opposite mirror merely increase mental power? Perhaps it wasn't that simple. If it only increased mental power, what qualitative transformation effect would occur when mental power became increasingly higher? Luo Qingzhou sat by the bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled an extraordinary tale he'd read in a book that afternoon. It recorded a brief story about an ancient kingdom where a man with exceptionally vigorous energy who never felt fatigue suddenly felt himself float up from bed one night only to see his physical body still sleeping there. Luo Qingzhou pondered over this story when suddenly he recalled the strange incident that had occurred before him at the window. At that time, he had watched his own face contort in the mirror. Startled, his body became suddenly immobile, and then he felt an odd lightness throughout his limbs as if about to float off the ground, while his reflection in the mirror appeared ready to rise as well. Connecting these two events, he seemed to vaguely grasp something significant. That book wasn't finished yet. A realization struck him. He immediately set down the martial appraisal stone, walked to the desk, and pulled out that particular book from the piled volumes. Then fetching the oil lamp, he sat by the window, opened the book, and began reading meticulously, word by word, sentence by sentence. When he finished reviewing the short story and turned to the next page, he saw written there, "Human consciousness originates from the soul. A robust soul strengthens consciousness. A powerful soul enhances spiritual perception. Enhanced perception enables soul division. With sufficiently strong soul power, one may leave the physical body to wander freely between heaven and earth." Luo Qingzhou stared at these words, and with a boom in his mind, it was as if primordial chaos had parted, bringing sudden clarity. Was that trance-like, weightless feeling by the window earlier actually his soul attempting to leave his body, only to be abruptly interrupted due to insufficient spiritual power and a weak soul, causing injury? At this moment, it suddenly felt like he had opened a door to a new world. He continued flipping through the pages, devouring the contents with hungry eyes. Chapter 050. The Madam Wants Him. Moonlit Rain Listening Pavilion. The willow trees by the lakeshore were hung with exquisite lanterns. The maidservants also carried lanterns in their hands. The entire garden was brilliantly illuminated, bathed in light. Today there were distinguished guests visiting, all prominent noblewomen from Maocheng who frequently interacted with the Qin manor. Song Ruyue personally attended to them. She had originally wanted to bring along that barely passable, mediocre scholar's son-in-law, but coincidentally he had fallen ill that evening. Upon hearing Zhu's report, Song Ruyue rolled her eyes and said displeasedly, "Couldn't have fallen ill earlier or later, but had to choose precisely this moment. I think that boy is doing it on purpose." Zhu kept her head lowered, not daring to utter another word. Though she knew the young master wasn't acting intentionally, she absolutely couldn't defend him in front of the madam. Whatever the madam says is absolutely right. In the Qin residence, the madam's word was law. As frail as a leaf yet eats so much rice. When he's needed, he lazes about. That boy should be made to tend flowers in my back garden, work more, do more, serve me more. Staying cooped up indoors all day, no wonder he falls ill. Song Ruyue walked gracefully toward the reception hall while continuing her complaints with frequent eye rolling. When Jur followed to the outside of the reception hall, she finally said respectfully, "Madam, the second miss has already gone out. This servant will go inform her." Song Ruyue frowned slightly and said, "Why has that girl come out? The evening wind is strong, and by the lakeside there are warm gusts. This alternation of cold and heat might make her fall ill again. Go tell her to wear thicker clothes and take care not to catch cold." This humble maid understands. Jur hastily excused herself and withdrew. Only after she had gone quite far did Song Ruyue finally heave a sigh, murmuring with evident vexation, "I had meant for that lad to help me save some face before those young vixens, yet he fell. Oh, how thoroughly vexing." Though she and those noble women maintained an outward cordiality, every encounter between them was in truth a subtle battle of wits. They flaunted their possessions, exchanged barbed compliments, and never missed an opportunity to belittle one another. Because of being rejected by the Changhua manor and taking in a live-in son-in-law, she was ridiculed and mocked by those people last time, feeling utterly humiliated and furious. She had originally planned to have that brat help her vent her anger today, but unexpectedly that bastard stood her up. How detestable. Just wait till he recovers, he'll get what's coming to him. Song Ruyue thought angrily, then sighed helplessly. With no other choice, she swayed her slender waist and lifted her hips as she entered the reception hall, instantly putting on a bright smile. Bathed in lamplight, her voluptuous figure remained graceful, her delicate face still stunningly beautiful. She remained a peerless young beauty in her prime. Several noble women chatting over tea in the reception hall eyed her with unmistakable envy. They immediately rose with flowery smiles, exchanging pleasantries. Then one noblewoman said with veiled sarcasm, "Ruyue dear, were those poems really composed by your scholar son-in-law? My husband says such verses couldn't possibly come from an ordinary scholar. You're not deceiving us, are you?" Another noblewoman said with a half smile, "Whether it's true or false, we'll know tonight. Ruyue, I've brought my niece Qingwan with me today. She's hailed as Ma Qing's top talented maiden, a woman who rivals men, proficient in both poetry and prose. Tonight we'll see this gifted scholar son-in-law you've been boasting about." The others all joined in the clamor, chiming in agreement. Song Ruyue groaned inwardly. Seeing these women's gloating expressions as they prepared to watch her make a fool of herself, she swallowed the words that had nearly left her lips. If she claimed that wretched boy had suddenly fallen ill and couldn't come, wouldn't that be slapping her own face? What sheer coincidence would make him fall ill precisely when needed, if not blatant cowardice about showing up? With great effort, Song Ruyue forced a composed smile onto her face and invited them all to moonlit rain listening pavilion. When they reached the main hall, she immediately shot a meaningful glance at a maidservant nearby. The maid promptly stepped closer. "Go check on that wretched boy at once. If he's not dead, drag him here. If he is dead, carry his body here." Song Ruyue wore a brilliantly charming smile on her face, but her teeth were clenched as she whispered these words. The maidservant hurried away immediately. In another part of the garden, Qin Weima was wrapped in a thick snow-white fur coat, her delicate willow leaf eyebrows furrowed. Supported by Jur and surrounded by several maids and elderly women servants, she walked toward the small courtyard where Luo Qingzhou lived, her face full of worry. "Miss, the physician said the young master is fine and will recover after a few days' rest. There's no need to worry. Perhaps we shouldn't go," Jur softly persuaded. She didn't want her young mistress to go. After all, it was already night, and it was improper for unmarried men and women to be alone together, especially since they were brother-in-law and sister-in-law, which would surely invite gossip. Qin Weima said gently, "My brother-in-law is ill, of course I must go see him." Pausing for a moment, she sighed softly again. "Consider it as going in sister's stead. Sister probably won't go. Brother-in-law has a pitiable background, being married into our Qin family. Without relatives or friends, all alone in the world, he must feel inferior and sorrowful. How desolate it would be if no one cared for him." Jur didn't dare to say more. Ahem. After walking for a while, Qin Weima began panting lightly, her small face flushing red. When the cold wind blew, she started coughing, her frail body appearing truly pitiful. The old nurse nearby hastily wrapped her fur cloak tighter around her, then had the maid open an umbrella to block the cold wind blowing from ahead. Qin Weima covered her mouth and coughed several more times, her complexion changing from red to pale, as she murmured bitterly, "I'm so useless." Jur's eyes reddened, wanting to offer comfort but not daring to speak. The other maids and nurses following nearby also looked downcast, lowering their heads in silence. Before long, they arrived at the small courtyard where Luo Qingzhou lived. Jur hurried forward and knocked on the door. "Young master, our young mistress has come to see you." "Xiao Dai, are you asleep? Come quickly and open the door." Inside the room, Xiao Dai was worrying about the young master's health and couldn't sleep at all, so she was embroidering on the bed. Upon hearing the knocking outside, she immediately got out of bed and ran to open the door. Meanwhile, Luo Qingzhou was sitting at his desk reading when he heard the sounds. After hesitating for a moment, he put down the book and returned to lie on the bed. The book contained very little information about spiritual souls, just a few passages, and the author hadn't actually witnessed these phenomena but merely recorded hearsay of unknown reliability. He felt somewhat disappointed. Based on his own physical reactions and what was recorded in the book, he thought that soul projection might truly be achievable and not merely fabricated. When the spiritual soul grows powerful enough, it can detach from the body and fly freely. Not only can it roam heaven and earth, but it can also see spirits and ghosts invisible to ordinary humans. Some of the ghost stories recorded in the book might indeed exist in reality. He decided that when he had time, he would go to the bookstore outside to look around. Perhaps he could find some books introducing soul cultivation. At the same time, he also wanted to buy several books about martial artists. Although he had now become a genuine martial artist, his understanding of martial artists still remained at a very basic stage. While lost in random thoughts, Xiao Dai had already led someone into the small courtyard. The young maidservant said respectfully, "Second miss, this servant will go see if the young master has fallen asleep." Saying this, she ran towards the window, stood before it and called softly, "Young master, second miss has come to see you. Are you asleep?" Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and remained silent. Although his body and spirit had now recovered, his mind was still very chaotic and he didn't want to speak. Moreover, given their respective statuses and relationship, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to meet and talk under such circumstances. He wasn't particularly concerned for himself, but worried that if his mother-in-law heard about it, she would angrily spread nonsense about a brother-in-law and sister-in-law sneaking around and being intimate in the dead of night that would truly be troublesome. Xiao Dai, no need to call out since brother-in-law has already retired. We shouldn't disturb him. I'll just look through the window. Miss Qinair's gentle voice came from outside. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing could be heard. Even the sound of labored breathing was audible. Luo Qingzhou wondered silently what illness the second young miss suffered from. Her constitution seemed even more fragile than Miss Lin's. Qin Weima stood in the moonlight outside the window, her expression soft yet worried. After glancing into the room, she whispered, "Xiao Dai, I'll come see brother-in-law tomorrow. Take good care of him tonight. Check on him frequently and make sure his blankets are properly tucked in." Luo Qingzhou kept his eyes closed, feeling a quiet warmth in his heart. Although the Qin residence had its imperfections compared to the Changhua manor, this place was truly wonderful. They could eat their fill, stay warm, and receive care from others. Both the masters and servants treated their master-servant pair very well. This marriage by becoming Aliven's son-in-law truly turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After giving her instructions, Qin Weima covered her mouth and coughed softly a few times. Just as she was about to leave, a maid suddenly rushed in from outside the door, shouting anxiously, "Xiao Dai! Xiao Dai! Is your young master feeling better? Hurry and have him get up, the mistress wants him." Luo Qingzhou, lying on the bed. Xiao Dai looked completely bewildered. The maid, panting heavily, continued, She wants him to come over. The mistress is in a great hurry, saying he must be brought over whether he's alive or dead. Chapter 51, Mo City's Talented Lady. For a brief moment, the courtyard fell silent. The little maid, still catching her breath, finally noticed Qin Weima and hastily said, Second miss." Qin Weima frowned slightly. "Brother-in-law is ill and resting indoors. He cannot go out tonight." The little maid immediately said with a bitter face, "Second miss." But madam sighed. Qin Weima took another glance through the window and said softly, "It's all right, I'll go explain to mother myself." The group left the small courtyard. The little maid named Mayor had no choice but to follow along. Xiao Dai closed the courtyard gate properly, then walked to the window to peek inside once more before returning to her own room and resuming her embroidery work on the bed. Supported by Zhuer and Shoer, Qin Weima entered the moonlit rain-listening garden. With maids holding umbrellas against the wind in front and several older matrons crowding behind, she looked like a princess on procession. Yet the entire procession moved in extraordinary silence. The lakeside willows were hung with bright-colored lanterns as the evening breeze passed. The lake water rippled with shimmering waves, lotus flowers swaying in an incomparably beautiful scene. Qin Weima gazed tenderly at the view, her delicate and elegant yet exquisitely beautiful face showing a slightly intoxicated expression. The figure wrapped in snow-white fur was like a willow branch swaying in the evening breeze, slender, delicate, and fragile. "Miss, the wind on the lake is strong. Perhaps we shouldn't board the boat later," Zhuer, who was supporting her, advised with concern. Shoer on the other side added softly, "Indeed miss, let's just take a walk by the lake. The madam can accompany the guests." Qin Weima remained silent for a moment before responding gently, The two maids exchanged glances, secretly surprised why was their young mistress so obedient tonight. Then a thought occurred to them simultaneously. Could it be that the young master wasn't feeling well, affecting their mistress's mood? Not long after, from the circular gate adorned with lanterns came sudden bursts of laughter and conversation. Soon after, a group of maids and servants escorted several graceful noble women into the garden, chatting and laughing merrily. As the hostess, Song Ruyue naturally walked in the center. On that flower-like beautiful young face was a charming smile, yet it looked quite artificial. The several young ladies beside her also wore brilliant smiles, but their words carried hidden barbs. Beneath the seemingly harmonious and joyful atmosphere, there lurked the glint of metaphorical swords. Women, after all, love to chat idly and compete verbally when they have nothing better to do. Qin Weima stepped forward and curtsied politely, greeting the several young noble ladies. "Oh, isn't this Weima? With your frail constitution, how can you be running about? There's wind tonight, you'd better go back inside. We have your mother to accompany us." Weima's face and figure are becoming more and more delicate and charming. "You look even prettier than your mother now. I've heard that Weima is well versed in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even my Qingwan can't stop praising your excellent works." Though these noble women spoke to Song Ruyue with sarcastic barbs, they showed exceptional fondness or perhaps pity toward this gentle, frail young maiden, treating her with great kindness. At this moment, a maiden in a pale blue dress emerged from behind one of the noble women and said with a smile, "Sister Weima, long time no see. The last time I visited your home was with Sister Meng, several months ago now." This maiden, elegant in appearance and graceful in bearing, was named Su Qingwan, a renowned talented woman in Macheng. She was known for her unconventional conduct, frequently appearing in public to attend various poetry gatherings where she would compete with male scholars, having bested many of Macheng's literati. Qin Weima smiled and said, "Sister Su, the poem Forgotten Spring you composed at Yuanyang Tower the other day is being recited throughout Macheng." Su Qingwan chuckled lightly and replied, "Not worth mentioning." His eyes flickered as he glanced behind her and toward the lakeside, asking, "Younger Sister Weima, where is your brother-in-law who married into the family? Were those poems, the snow resents spring's lateness, so it dances through trees as flying blossoms and clouds envy her robes, flowers envy her face, truly composed by him?" Before Qin Weima could answer, Song Ruyue interjected, "Of course that boy composed them, how could this be false?" Then a look of pride appeared on her face. "That poem, clouds envy her robes, flowers envy her face, was composed right before my eyes." In her heart, she smugly added, "That boy composed it while looking at me. If I weren't as beautiful as flowers, could he have composed such lines?" A nearby woman immediately chimed in with a strange laugh, "Ruyue, where is that boy? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Just some guy who married into the family. What airs is he putting on to make several of us wait?" Song Ruyue's smile vanished as she turned her gaze toward the maid who had just gone to fetch him, asking, "Mayor, where is that boy?" Mayor lowered her head, her face pale. Qin Weima spoke softly, "Mother, brother-in-law is ill and resting in his room. It was I who told Meyer not to disturb him." At these words, the several matrons exchanged glances and immediately began making sarcastic remarks. "Ruyue, that's not what you said earlier. You claimed that young man would definitely come tonight. Indeed, Ruyue, you were just boasting about him. Were those poems truly his own work? If so, why would he fall ill at this particular moment when we've come to visit? You shouldn't let that young man deceive you. Those poems might well have been plagiarized from elsewhere." Exactly. Of all times to fall ill, what an incredible coincidence." Song Ruyue's expression darkened as she glared at her daughter and said coldly, "Whether they're plagiarized or not, I know perfectly well without your concern. You're all welcome to examine him when he recovers. When I, Song Ruyue, speak, I never deal in falsehoods unlike certain others." Ruyue, don't be angry. We're all just concerned that you and your daughter might be deceived. Those poems are indeed extraordinary, not something an ordinary person could compose, which is why we had our doubts and wanted to meet your son-in-law. Since he's ill today, we can do it another time. Come, let's board the boat." A lady, seeing her apparent anger, quickly tried to mediate with a smile. Though the other ladies stopped speaking, their faces were full of sarcasm, secretly gloating in their hearts. Song Ruyue snorted and said no more, walking ahead toward the lakeshore while fuming inwardly, "That wretched boy made me lose face today, utterly detestable. Once he recovers, I'll whip him into writing poems for me. At least 100. Or I'll thrash his bottom raw." A group of maids and older servant women escorted several noble ladies to the lakeshore, carefully boarding the boats. Many small boats were prepared today, with several highly skilled swimmers among the servants standing by to escort them. Xingwan, why are you standing there dumbly? Come aboard quickly." A noble woman sat in the boat, looking at the girl on shore with full-faced confusion. Su Qingwan said softly, "Aunt, you all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. It's been so long since I've seen Weima's sister, I'd like to have a chat with her." The noblewoman glanced at Qin Weima and cautioned, "Weima's health isn't good, don't disturb her too much. If you want to talk, go inside the house, the wind is strong out here." Su Qingwan nodded, "I understand, and can go enjoy yourself without worry." After all the small boats had slowly departed from shore, Su Qingwan looked at the frail girl beside her and suddenly smiled. "Weima's sister, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Qin Weima was slightly taken aback. "Please speak, Sister Su." Su Qingwan glanced at the noble women in the boat who were still discussing that live-in son-in-law, then smiled. "I'd like to pay a visit to your brother-in-law now, may I?" Qin Weima paused, then gently explained, "Sister Su, my brother-in-law is truly ill. It's fine, I just want to see him. Su Qingwan linked arms with her, smiling brightly as she said, "Don't worry, I'll just stay outside the room. If he's awake, I'll exchange a few words with him. If he's asleep, I'll just look around casually. You know how much I've loved poetry since childhood, and those pieces your brother-in-law composed are truly first-rate works. My aunts and others might doubt, but I don't. Because I know your character, you wouldn't lie. So I'm really curious about what kind of person your brother-in-law is. Won't you let me pay him a visit, please?" Shin Weima hesitated. "Sister Sue, it's quite late now, it really wouldn't be proper." She personally didn't mind. After all, she and her brother-in-law were family. Visiting him when he was ill at night was perfectly natural and reasonable. But this young woman before her was an outsider and not even acquainted with her brother-in-law. Taking her there so late would truly be inappropriate. Su Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Weima, if I'm not afraid, why should you be? This has always been my way. Everyone knows my character. Whenever I encounter good poetry, day or night, I'll find time to discuss it. I came tonight specifically for your brother-in-law. If you don't let me see him, I'll surely stay awake all night." Shin Weima remained hesitant. "But, Sister Weima, if you can't decide, then take me to your sister. I'll speak to her myself. I conduct myself with integrity, pure and above reproach, fearing no gossip." Hearing this, Shin Weima could only sigh silently in her heart. She knew that even if they went to find her sister, the result would be the same. Her sister wouldn't care about that young man. Even when he fell ill, she didn't go to see him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Luo Qingzhou had already gotten up from bed and was sitting at the desk looking for books to read. The bronze mirror with sun and moon motifs was placed on the desk again, with its moon-carved side facing the moonlight streaming through the window. The mirror's surface appeared hazy and dark, exuding an eerie, ghostly aura. He rummaged through the bookshelf for a while and suddenly found another good book. One particular passage struck a chord in his heart. To be reborn with new flesh and bones, to manifest a body outside the body, gathering to form shape and scattering to become chi, this is the yang spirit. With a single clear thought, when the soul consciousness hasn't dispersed, like dreams or shadows, resembling ghosts, this is the yin spirit. Before long, a soft knocking sound suddenly came from outside. Chapter 52, Red Sleeves and Ink Fragrance. Luo Qingzhou returned to his bed. Xiao Dai, hearing the noise, ran out to open the courtyard gate. Shin Weima felt somewhat embarrassed, unsure how to begin. Xiaoer, being more familiar with Xiao Dai, directly pulled her into the small courtyard and whispered, "Has the young master awakened?" Miss Su came specially to see him. Xiao Dai glanced back and said awkwardly, "Sister Xiaoer, my young master has already retired for the night." Xiaoer poked her with a finger and whispered, "The young master didn't attend tonight and the madam is already angry. Go in and check. If his condition has improved somewhat, it would be best if he gets up to meet Miss Su after all. She is an honored guest and our young mistress is in a difficult position." Xiao Dai reluctantly said, "Very well then, I'll go in and check." Su Qingwan entered the small courtyard, her eyes glancing around several times before she couldn't help remarking, "Weima, your brother-in-law lives here with just this little maid. Your sister." Shin Weima sighed softly, "My sister isn't in good health, so the two of them don't live together." Hearing this, Su Qingwan gave a faint smile. "I suspect it's not because of poor health, is it? Coming as a live-in son-in-law, and being an illegitimate son with no status, surely that's the reason for this treatment." Then she continued, "Weima, I speak rather bluntly, please don't take it to heart. Since they've already performed the wedding ceremony, why insist on so many rules? What kind of married couple can they be if they don't live together? Your brother-in-law is so talented and studies diligently, he's bound to distinguish himself in the future. The way you're treating him, it's really not very proper." Shin Weima lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Su Qingwan glanced at her and couldn't help sighing. "I understand your sister's circumstances are special, perhaps cohabitation truly isn't suitable. Weima, pretend I never said it, don't dwell on it. I know your character, this must pain you as well. Ah, this world has too many conventions, especially for prominent families like yours. Certain rules, if broken, would invite gossip, there's simply no way around it." At this moment, Xiao Dai hurried out from the inner room and announced respectfully, "Second young Miss Su, my young master has awakened." Su Qingwan's eyes brightened as she immediately approached the window, slightly bowing as she said, "Young Master Luo, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late. It's just that the poems you composed have left Qingwan's heart unbearably restless. Taking advantage of my aunt's visit tonight, I followed along specifically to pay my respects to you." Shin Weima also stepped forward, her voice gentle and face full of concern. "Brother-in-law, is your health improving?" Luo Qingzhou rose from bed and put on his clothes before replying, "Much better now, thank you for your concern, Second Mississippi." The reason he no longer pretended to sleep was firstly to avoid putting Second Miss Jean in an awkward position, and secondly because he found Miss Su's words reasonable. After hearing them exchanging greetings seemed harmless enough. The window remained closed. With the oil lamp illuminating the room, his shadow was cast upon the window as he cupped his hands and added, "Miss Su, I'm not feeling well tonight and won't be coming out to meet you. Under someone else's roof, certain rules must be observed." Here he was a live-in son-in-law, not a young master. Su Qingwan said apologetically, young Master Luo is unwell. Qingwan truly regrets disturbing you. However, I deeply admire those poems of yours and came tonight to seek your guidance. Since you're already awake and probably won't fall back asleep soon, may I speak with you outside your room? I hope you won't be sparing with your teachings. After a moment of silence in the room, the voice replied, Miss Su misunderstands, those poems were not written by me. At these words, everyone outside was startled. With a look of surprise, Su Qingwan asked, why would young Master Luo say such a thing? If those poems weren't written by you, then who composed them? Luo Qingzhou replied, I merely came across them in some book and memorized them. As for who wrote them, I truly don't remember. Then could young Master Luo tell Qingwan in which book you saw them? Su Qingwan asked while gazing at the tall shadow cast on the window. After another pause, Luo Qingzhou answered, I'd forgotten. Silence fell outside the room. Su Qingwan gave a bitter smile and said, young master, why must you be like this? Qingwan knows your current circumstances are special and you don't wish to become famous too early. You only wish to study diligently in obscurity, biding your time until you achieve success in the imperial examinations and become renowned in one fell swoop. Qingwan has come today with no ulterior motives. I simply greatly admire your talent and wish to meet with you to have a conversation. I can guarantee that tonight's events will never be spoken of outside these walls. The room fell into silence. Su Qingwan gazed at the shadow on the window and said softly, young Master Luo, since it's inconvenient for you to speak, might I trouble you to do me a favor? After another moment of silence, the voice inside finally responded, Miss Su, please speak. Su Qingwan said, in a few days, the Mandarin Duck Pavilion will host a poetry gathering. The theme has already been announced. I've pondered deeply and composed 2 poems, but I'm not entirely satisfied. Might the young master compose one for me so that I may study it and gain new inspiration? A sigh came from within the room. Miss Su, I truly am not deceiving you, I'm not skilled at poetry. Su Qingwan slightly bowed her head and said, young Master Luo, I can assure you that I won't mention your existence to anyone. If you're willing to help, I would be endlessly grateful. Should there ever be anything I can assist with in the future, I would never dare refuse. Luo Qingzhou still replied, my apologies, Miss Su. I truly don't know how to compose poetry. Moreover, I'm not feeling well tonight. Please do return. Su Qingwan raised her head to look at the window and said, then might the young master copy one for me? Just transcribe one from the book you mentioned earlier, would that be acceptable? Luo Qingzhou. If the young master refuses, I'll shamelessly stay right here today and won't leave. Su Qingwan said stubbornly. Qin Weima, who had been standing nearby, couldn't help but gently persuade, Sister Su, please don't trouble my brother-in-law. He's indeed unwell today and finds this inconvenient. Su Qingwan stepped forward several paces, bowing with lowered head as she stood outside the window, saying no more. The small courtyard fell into silence. The maids and old nannies looked at each other, then all turned their gaze to the shadow on the window, holding their breath in anticipation. Time passed second by second in their mutual standoff. After a long while, the youth inside finally sighed and compromised, Miss Su, please state your topic. Luo Qingzhou knew very clearly that when a woman becomes stubborn, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. He might as well copy a poem to send her away. With these words, the tense and stifling atmosphere in the small courtyard immediately relaxed. Su Qingwan raised her head with undisguised delight. Many thanks, young master. The topic is plum blossoms. Below the Mandarin Duck Tower lies a plum garden, and from its height one can admire the newly blooming flowers, hence this topic. After a moment's silence inside, the voice asked, Miss Su, would you prefer a poem or a lyric verse? Just as Su Qingwan was about to speak, she suddenly paused, her eyes flickering as she gazed at the window shadow, then said cautiously, young Master Luo, perhaps one poem and one lyric verse, would that be acceptable? She thought to herself, since young Master Luo asked this way, he must be skilled in both poetry and lyrics. She just wondered what kind of verse he could compose in such a short time. Sister Su is being quite greedy. Qin Weima, standing nearby, murmured in her heart. At the same time, her eyes gazed softly at the shadow on the window, secretly wondering whether her brother-in-law could actually compose something. Xiao Dai, come in and grind the ink. Luo Qingzhou's voice came from inside the room. Xiao Dai responded and was about to run inside when Qin Weima, for some unknown reason, suddenly felt an impulse and gathered her courage to say, brother-in-law, may Weima help you grind the ink? As soon as these words were spoken, the maids and matrons behind her all changed their expressions. Even Su Qingwan in front turned her head in surprise to look at her. Such an act was not something a noble young lady should do. Moreover, the young man in the room was a live son-in-law, her brother-in-law no less. Given her noble status, how could she take the initiative to grind ink for him? Facing everyone's gazes, Qin Weima's cheeks instantly flushed red. But seeing that the words couldn't be taken back once spoken, and feeling a genuine impulse in her heart to be the first to witness her brother-in-law composing poetry, she said softly, brother-in-law, Weima would like to watch you write poetry. Inside the room, Luo Qingzhou froze momentarily before hastily replying, I dare not trouble second young Mississippi Xiao Dai can assist me with this. The maids and matrons in the courtyard all began advising in unison. Young miss, you mustn't. "Young miss, how could you possibly grind ink for the young master? That's servant's work." Although Qin Weima had been frail and sickly since childhood, her temperament was quite stubborn. Having decided to enter and prepare ink, she no longer hesitated or worried. Breaking free from Zhu Renxiuer's grasp, she walked toward the room. The two young maids were both shocked and frightened, yet dared not disobey her. They hurriedly supported her again while casting imploring glances at the senior matrons behind them. The elderly maids looked serious and were about to step forward to persuade her, but Qin Weima turned her head, revealing a pleading expression on her pale yet delicate face, and said softly, "Madam, please let Weima be willful just this once. After all, Weima's time if Weima goes in, my heart will be happy." With these words and such a pitiful expression, who could bear to refuse her? The maids who had been about to dissuade her thought of her illness and immediately reddened around the eyes, unable to bring themselves to stop her any longer. The eldest among them immediately spoke up with a trembling voice, "Young miss, please go ahead inside. If anyone dares to speak of tonight's events or gossip about it, this servant will never forgive them. If the madam blames anyone, this servant alone will bear the responsibility." Qin Weima said gratefully, "Thank you, madam." Zhu Renxiuer, seeing their young miss in such a state, also felt distressed in their hearts and dared not try to dissuade her further. Carefully supporting her, they walked inside. Xiao Dai hurriedly went to open the door and led the way ahead. Luo Qingzhou listened inside the room, secretly regretting his soft-heartedness. He shouldn't have gotten up, much less agreed to help that Miss Su outside compose poetry. If second Miss Qin's noble hands were truly to grind ink for him, not to mention how harshly his mother-in-law would deal with him if she found out, even Bailing and Xiachan would make him suffer if they knew. But having just heard second Miss Qin's pitiful words, he didn't know how to refuse. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. Whatever Weima does, Weima will bear the responsibility. Brother-in-law need only focus on writing." Supported by two maids, Qin Weima entered the room and curtsied gently toward him, speaking in soft tones. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, his face full of hesitation. "Second miss, this truly isn't appropriate. If madam and eldest miss were to find out, brother-in-law, Weima will explain to them myself. If they punish you, Weima will willingly suffer the punishment in your stead." Qin Weima spoke tenderly. Luo Qingzhou looked at the delicate and gentle young woman before him, perplexed. "Second miss, why do you wish to do this?" Qin Weima remained silent for a moment before replying, "I don't know either, it's just tonight I suddenly wanted to watch my brother-in-law write." The room fell into silence. No one spoke further, only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. The elderly matron at the doorway, her eyes reddened, couldn't help but interject, "Young master, since the young miss enjoys it, indulge her this once. It's rare for the young miss to go out, and even rarer for her to be happy. Even if it's somewhat improper, we should try our best to accommodate her. I will explain everything to madam myself." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then at the pale and sickly young woman before him. With a quiet sigh in his heart, he no longer hesitated and walked to the writing desk to sit down. Qin Weima's face blossomed with a soft smile as she approached. Extending her jade-white hand, she gently picked up the inkstick. Xiao Dai hurried over to add some water to the inkstone. Qin Weima gently ground the inkstick, saying softly, "Brother-in-law, actually Weima often grinds ink alone in the room. I find this practice calming and soothing. I love the fragrance of ink." Luo Qingzhou sat at the table holding a brush, silently watching her delicate white wrist and slender hand without speaking. "Brother-in-law," Qin Weima reminded gently. Luo Qingzhou snapped out of his thoughts, unrolled the rice paper, dipped his brush in ink, pondered briefly, then began writing. There was an oil lamp on the table. Xiao Dai lit another one, holding it in her hand as she stood on the other side. Qin Weima continued grinding ink lightly while watching the elegant characters take shape on the paper. The first composition was a poem titled Snow and Plum Blossoms. Plum and snow vie for spring's favor, neither conceding. The poet lays down his brush, hard-pressed to judge. Plum blossoms yield to snow by 3 shades of white, yet snow lacks plum's wafting fragrance. When she read the last 2 lines, the inkstick in Qin Weima's hand trembled slightly. Luo Qingzhou removed the ink-stained Xian paper and spread out a second sheet. Dipping his brush in ink, he began writing without hesitation. Qin Weima gradually stopped grinding ink, her eyes fixed intently on the gracefully flowing brush tip and the poetic verses it traced. Though she meant to hold her breath, her breathing instead grew unconsciously rapid. Luo Qingzhou completed the piece in one smooth, uninterrupted flow, ink becoming literature. After writing the final character, he set down the brush, blew gently on the Xian paper, then handed it to Xiao Dai beside him. Xiao Dai put down the lamp, carefully received the paper, and carried it out. Qin Weima remained standing by the table, still holding the ink stick in her hand, her gaze transfixed, her expression dazed. Softly, she murmured, "Scattered petals crushed to dust lie, only fragrance still stays the same." "Miss." Zhuer nearby called out gently. Qin Weima came to her senses, her gentle eyes like still water under the lamplight gazing at the young man who stood up from the table. Just as she was about to speak, Su Qingwan's delighted voice suddenly came from outside the window. "What splendid poetry! What excellent lyrics! Truly, unintentionally vying for spring's favor, letting all flowers envy at leisure." Then she exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Luo, I've troubled you tonight. Xingwan will return in a few days to express her gratitude. I'm going to find my aunt and show them these 2 poems so they'll stop doubting and slandering you. Your talent is truly peerless in this world." Xingwan bows in admiration. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou quickly pushed open the window and said, "Miss Su, didn't you just promise not to tell anyone about tonight's events?" Su Qingwan had already reached the courtyard gate with the poems in hand, excitedly running. Hearing this, she turned back with a hearty laugh. "Young Master Luo, don't worry. I'll only tell my aunts, no one else. You can rest easy." With these words, she ran out the gate and disappeared into the night. Luo Qingzhou. Suddenly, the small courtyard fell silent. The room was equally quiet and soundless. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at the young woman in the room. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly came from the courtyard gate. "Young master, are you awake? Why does it sound so noisy here?" Under the moonlight, Bai Ling in a pink dress walked into the courtyard with a puzzled expression. Chapter 053, Showing Off in the Attic. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The courtyard was filled with maids and matrons, and people stood inside the room as well. Yet when this lark flew in, silence fell. Bai Ling looked around the courtyard, then through the open window into the room, freezing where she stood. Everyone felt awkward, including her. At this moment, the sister-in-law was standing so close to her brother-in-law in his room, holding an ink stick, clearly having just ground ink for him. The maids and matrons flushed with guilt. After all, the young woman before them was none other than the eldest Mrs. Personal Maid. As for the young man in the room, who was the newlywed husband of the eldest young lady, yet their young mistress at this moment was. Bai Ling likewise felt very awkward. Had it been anyone else in the room, she would have long gone forward to question and scold, even to call Xia Chan over, but the person in the room was the second young lady. She wished she hadn't seen it. A moment of silence passed. Xin Weima put down the ink stick in her hand, slightly lowered her head toward the young man before her, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, pardon the disturbance. Please rest well." Weima takes her leave. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze, looked at her, and nodded. Supporting by Zhu and Xiu'er, Xin Weima walked out. Just after leaving the room, as the wind blew, she began coughing again. The maids at the door quickly raised an umbrella to block the wind for her. Xin Weima slowly removed the moon-white handkerchief that had been covering her mouth. On that handkerchief, surprisingly, was a smear of bright red blood. When Xiu'er saw this, her face immediately changed color, and she said with a trembling voice, "Madam, the young miss is coughing up blood again." The several madams nearby immediately panicked and hurriedly urged, "Go, we go, we go. Quickly help the young miss back inside. Hurry and call Dr. Sun." The group crowded around the frail young lady as they hastily exited the small courtyard. As they passed by Bai Ling, Xin Weima gave her a timid glance, seemingly wanting to say something, but was quickly led away by her maids and madams. The small courtyard soon quieted down. Bai Ling furrowed her brows, withdrew her gaze from outside the door, and looked into the room. Luo Qingzhou stood by the window, also looking at her. Xiao Dai stood behind him, head lowered, like a child who had done something wrong facing their parents, feeling guilty and uneasy. "Young master, you're really bold." Bai Ling looked at him outside the window with complicated emotions. Luo Qingzhou maintained a calm expression. "I have not wronged the eldest young miss, nor have I done anything to let down the second young miss." Bai Ling fell silent for a moment, then softened her tone. "Has young master's health improved?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Much better. Thank you for your concern, Miss Bai Ling." Bai Ling gave a slight nod, turned around, and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned back to look at him. Under the moonlight, her lovely cheeks revealed 2 shallow dimples as she whispered, "Young master, you may have misunderstood. I didn't mean to blame you just now. Whatever second young miss likes, you should just go along with it. This is also eldest young miss's wish." With these words, she left the small courtyard and disappeared into the night outside the gate. Luo Qingzhou stood blankly by the window for a while before finally turning to Xiao Dai and saying, "From now on, if Xiu'er or Zhu'er ask about me, tell them I'm very busy reading in my room and don't wish to be disturbed. Do you understand?" Xiao Dai froze momentarily, then nodded, "Understood, young master." She couldn't help but ask further, "Young master, you don't want to see second young miss anymore, is that right?" Luo Qingzhou didn't answer. He sat at the desk, opened the book, but his gaze fell on the gradually congealing ink in the inkstone and the inkstick that delicate hands had just held. After a long silence, he finally uttered 2 words, "Troublesome." Xiao Dai dared not ask more. She exited the room and closed the door for him. Luo Qingzhou calmed his mind and continued reading. "Those who cultivate, at first do not comprehend the great Tao, yet seek quick achievement. Their form like withered wood, their heart like dead ashes, their spirit guarded within, their will unbroken. From meditation emerges the shadow spirit, a pure and ethereal ghost, not an immortal of pure yang. Because their will prevents the shadow soul from dispersing, they are called ghost immortals. Though called immortals, they are in truth ghosts. Ghost immortals." Luo Qingzhou silently repeated this term in his heart. Can souls achieve immortality through cultivation without needing physical bodies? However, as the book stated, this form of immortality remains fundamentally ghostly, making it difficult to ascend to the great Tao. What can ghost immortals cultivate into next? He continued reading, only to find the next page contained another story entirely. The records in this book are intermittent, vague, half true and half false, mostly passed down from ancient times or fabricated based on certain stories. Most of them cannot be taken seriously. Naturally, Luo Qingzhou wouldn't believe them entirely. He opened another book. A lone lamp flickered like a bean, while the moonlight shone brightly. The small courtyard was utterly silent. Moonlit rain listening pavilion. The lakeshore was still adorned with numerous lanterns. In the middle of the lake, the elegant pavilion had also lit its lamps. At this moment, Song Ruyue had already led the noble women, along with their maids and matrons, up to the pavilion. They sat around tables by the railing on the top floor, snacking on melon seeds and pastries while admiring the moon, chatting and comparing their fortunes. The young married women, in their conversation, eventually turned their topic to Song Ruyue's live-in son-in-law. Ruyue, it's not that your sister likes to meddle. That's just an illegitimate son the Chenghua mansion discarded. I hear he might not even be Luo Yanyan's child. They tossed him to you like garbage, yet you treat him like some treasure. What kind of live-in son-in-law doesn't even come when called? Where are his manners? Exactly, Ruyue. Look at the son-in-law of the Zhou family. He gets up before dawn every day to stand bowing outside Zhou Land's courtyard, waiting to pay respects, and does the same every evening. He works like an ox, does all the dirty and hard labor, diligent, sensible, and obedient. Unlike your son-in-law who just lounges around reading books, being pampered with good food and drink. Who knows if he'll ever amount to anything with that reading. As for those poems you mentioned, do you really think he wrote them? I'd say 9 times out of 10 they were prepared in advance, just to fool you. Ruyue, you're not seriously counting on that boy to pass the imperial exams for you, are you? If he really had that capability, would the Chenghua mansion have let him marry into your family? These women had just been outshone by her youthful beauty, flawless skin, and perfect figure, leaving them feeling resentful. They could only vent their frustration on that unlucky live-in son-in-law again. Song Ruyue listened to their mocking remarks one after another, her face darkening immediately. She lowered her head to crack melon seeds without responding. Pretending not to notice her expression, the women continued their mocking laughter. One woman even began reciting those poems with a weird laugh, sending the others into roaring laughter. Humiliated and angry with nowhere to vent her rage, seeing how enthusiastically they were mocking, Song Ruyue could only turn her head and snap at Meyer beside her. Starting tomorrow, make that boy go 10 flowers in my backyard. What's the use of staying indoors reading all day? Our Qin family doesn't raise useless people. Meyer bowed her head and replied with trepidation. The women exchanged glances when they saw her outburst, preparing to make a few more teasing remarks before stopping. At that moment, a maid suddenly came upstairs and announced, "Madam, Miss Qingwan has arrived." One of the noble women asked curiously, "Wasn't that girl talking with Weimo? Why has she come back?" Before long, Su Qingwan came panting upstairs, her face full of excitement, holding 2 sheets of Xian paper in her hand. "Qingwan, what has made you so happy? Your little face is all flushed. You ran up here, didn't you? Have you composed another new poem? Oh, our great talented lady of Moqing has another new work. I suppose tomorrow those scholars will again be left ashamed and sweating with embarrassment." Seeing the Xian paper in her hand, the noble women all began to tease her with laughter. Su Qingwan stood before the noble women, catching her breath for a moment before handing the Xian paper to one of them. Her face filled with excitement, she panted, Auntie, take a look." That noble woman came from a scholarly family and had studied from childhood, possessing considerable talent herself. With a smile, she took the Xian paper and first looked at the first sheet. On the first sheet was written a 7-character quatrain. Thinking it was composed by her niece, she read it aloud with a smile. "Plum and snow vie for spring yet neither yields. Scholars lay down brushes to ponder the fields. The plum must concede 3 parts of snow's white, yet snow lacks the plum's fragrance in its sight." When she reached the final couplet, her smiling expression froze momentarily. The other noble women listened, then paused in surprise. One immediately snatched it away, saying, "Let me see." She then couldn't help but read it aloud again. "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. The plum must concede 3 parts of snow's white, yet snow lacks the plum's fragrance in its sight. This concluding couplet is truly extraordinary. Qingwan, you truly deserve to be called Moqing's foremost talented woman. The title fits perfectly." All the other noble women began murmuring their praise. Su Qingwan's aunt beamed with a radiant smile, her face showing clear satisfaction as she glanced at Song Ruyue beside her. "Ruyue, my Qingwan's poem compared to your son-in-law's few compositions." "Aunt, this wasn't composed by me." Before she could finish, Su Qingwan immediately gasped out, It was young Master Luo. Both of these poems were just composed by young Master Luo." At these words, everyone froze. Young Master Luo? Who is young Master Luo? Her aunt asked in astonishment. At this moment, Song Ruyue, after being stunned for several seconds, suddenly felt her heart tremble and became excited, her delicate face turning rosy with emotion. Sure enough, the next second, she heard a familiar name. "Luo Qingzhou, Weima's brother-in-law, the young Master Luo who entered the family through marriage that you were just discussing." Su Qingwan took a cup of tea from the table, drank a few sips, and then spoke. In the pavilion, silence instantly fell. By now, Song Ryue was already flushed with excitement, a radiant and exaggerated smile appearing on her face, and she quickly urged, "The next one. Isn't there another poem? Read it quickly, read it quickly." The woman came to her senses and looked at the rice paper in her hand. After a quick scan, her expression suddenly changed, her pupils gleaming as she stared intently at the latter verses. "Xiangmei, hurry up and read it aloud," a noblewoman beside her urged. The woman took a deep breath, her gaze complex, and slowly recited, "Beside the broken bridge outside the post, it blooms alone, ownerless. At dusk, it bears sorrow and solitude, further troubled by wind and rain. It harbors no intention to vie for spring's favor, letting other flowers envy at will. Scattered into mud and ground to dust, only its fragrance remains unchanged." The entire pavilion gradually fell silent. Only Su Qingwan's slightly hurried panting could still be heard. Chapter 054, A Fist Shatters Stone. Nearing midnight, the lanterns dimmed, and the liveliness dispersed. The noble women in the pavilion, accompanied by their maids and servants, took their leave and departed. Several among them wore wooden expressions, not bidding farewell to the others, leaving in frustration like defeated roosters. They had arrived in high spirits but left in bitter disappointment. "We originally wanted to use the excuse of that son-in-law to humble Song Tizi's arrogance, but unexpectedly got counterattacked instead." Frustrated enough to cough up blood, "Qingwan, it's all your fault. Why did you have to join the commotion? Wouldn't it have been better to stay inside chatting with Weima?" "Exactly. Your aunt and I finally got a chance to take her down a peg, and you ruined everything." After leaving the estate, they began criticizing each other in the carriage. Su Qingwan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aunt Zhang, you and Aunt Song have been friends for so many years, why must you constantly trade insults?" Her aunt rolled her eyes at her. "You arrived late and didn't see how arrogant your Aunt Song was." She pointed at my face, saying I had wrinkles and bad skin. The woman opposite angrily added, "She even mocked your Aunt Zhang for having sagging breasts after childbirth, then stood up to show off her own dairy cows, utterly humiliating." Su Qingwan's lips twitched slightly. Not daring to speak further, she lowered her head to look at the 2 sheets of Xin paper in her hands. The tall figure reflected in the window and that breathtakingly beautiful face she'd glimpsed when turning back at the doorway surfaced in her mind. With complex emotions playing across her features, she murmured softly, "What a pity. Qingwan, did you truly witness with your own eyes that these 2 poems were composed by that live-in son-in-law?" her aunt suddenly asked. Su Qingwan nodded, her heart turbulent with emotions, yet she remained silent. "Ah, if this is true, then Song Ryue and the Qin residents have truly stumbled upon a treasure. With that young man's talent, in the future he might not only pass the provincial examinations, but could even become a Jinsher scholar or rank among the top 3 candidates. The Qin family's hereditary title is currently in decline. If they manage to revive their fortunes through a mere son-in-law, then our Maching will certainly have quite the spectacle to witness. Indeed, the most entertaining part will likely be watching those arrogant fellows from Chenghua residence. They'll probably be green with regret." However, the voices of the 2 noble women suddenly lowered. "Do you think the eldest daughter of the Qin family is truly simple-minded? Since her return, she's never appeared in public. She must have suffered some trauma outside. That young man is so talented with grand ambitions, how could his heart remain untroubled?" "Enough, let's not discuss this. When you think about it, Ryue is rather pitiful too. One daughter was abducted for so many years, while the other has been plagued by illness since childhood. They say she doesn't have much time left, alas. No more talk, no more. Qingwan, don't let tonight's matters spread. That young man is likely biding his time at the Qin family. If you publicize his talents, the Chenghua manor will probably stir up trouble again." "Aunt, I understand. I've already instructed Aunt Chen and the others. You might remind them again tomorrow. It's fine even if it spreads, people probably won't take it seriously. After all, he's just an underachieving live-in son-in-law. Moreover, our great Yan now reveres martial prowess. The Chenghua manor may not even care." The group conversed as they gradually disappeared down the nighttime street. In the Qin residence, maids and servants were busy collecting lanterns and other scattered debris from the ground. After seeing off the guests, Song Ryue immediately rushed to her second daughter's quarters, surrounded by her maids and matrons. As they approached, her personal maid Meyer couldn't help but ask, "Madam, should this servant still inform the young master?" Distracted by concern for her daughter's condition, Song Ryue paused. "Inform him of what?" Meyer cautiously replied, "Earlier in the pavilion, Madam instructed this servant to tell the young master that starting tomorrow he should tend flowers in Madam's garden." Song Ryue's willow leaf eyebrows twitched as she rolled her eyes and glared. "You talk too much. Shall I cut out your tongue?" Meyer hurriedly bowed her head in apology, daring not mention it again. Song Ryue's expression changed several times before she finally snorted coldly. "Go tell him that from now on he must study properly in his room so he can pass the imperial examinations and bring glory to our Qin family. If he fails, he'll face the consequences." "Humph. Yes, this servant will go at once." Meyer accepted the order and hurried away. When the maid was sufficiently far away, Song Ryue secretly preened in her heart, "That brat indeed has some skills. It seems our Qin family has truly picked up a treasure. I just hope this treasure doesn't grow legs and run away later. I must help Jianjia keep a tight watch. Inside the room, lamplight flickered. Luo Qingzhou remained energetic, still sitting at his desk reading. Xiao Dai quietly opened the door to check on him several times, not daring to disturb him, and silently retreated each time. Before long, sudden knocking came from outside. Luo Qingzhou frowned. Who could it be now? Could it be that mother-in-law coming to lecture me late at night? Xiao Dai hurriedly ran to open the door. Mayor stood outside the door. Seeing the door open, she directly barged into the small courtyard. Looking at the light from the window, she said, Xiao Dai, the young master hasn't slept yet, has he? The madam asked me to bring him a few words. Xiao Dai didn't dare to stop her and hurriedly followed inside. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou stood up, pushed open the window, and looked outside. When Mayor saw him, she stopped and said, Young master, the madam told me to tell you that from now on you must study diligently at home so that when the time comes you can attain scholarly honors and win some face for our Qin family. If you fail, the madam will make you regret it. Humph. The final humph was unclear whether she had added it herself for emphasis or was deliberately imitating the madam's mannerism. Luo Qingzhou, that's it. Mayor nodded, turned to leave, hesitated for a moment, then turned back with a sweet smile. Young master, the madam gained much face tonight all thanks to your merit. Having said this, she smiled at Xiao Dai standing nearby, then hurried away. Luo Qingzhou closed the window and returned to his reading. The next day, in the moonlit rain-listening garden, in the secluded bamboo grove at the northwest corner, the faint rumble of wind and thunder sounded once again. Although Luo Qingzhou was quite interested in matters concerning the soul, he still hadn't gained any understanding up to now. There was no point wasting more time. It was most important to seize every moment for cultivation and strengthen his physical prowess. Since that ink-black liquid could enhance mental power, he simply needed to take it regularly. When his mental power had grown to a certain level, he could observe its effects then. Boom! 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 Punch after punch flew out, starting slow then accelerating. The force grew heavier, the sound louder, and the momentum increasingly powerful. Dry leaves swirled around while green bamboos swayed and rustled. His bare upper body soon became slick with sweat. The once loose skin and muscles had grown taut and firm with every punch. His flesh quivered as if unleashing boundless power. Boom! He punched the large tree beside him. The thick tree trunk, now devoid of bark, suddenly cracked with a snap and collapsed inward, while the white wood inside instantly turned charred black. Luo Qingzhou abruptly turned and threw a backward punch, releasing a wave of scorching air with a boom that resonated like thunder. The green bamboo ahead rustled loudly, shaking off numerous bamboo leaves. He didn't return for lunch at noon. For the entire day, he trained relentlessly in the bamboo grove with his thunderbolt fist technique. The more he practiced, the more vigorous he became, and the greater the momentum grew, as if genuine rumbles of thunder were indeed erupting from his fists. Fortunately, this place was quite distant from the gates and deep within the bamboo forest. Few people came to the lakeside during the day. Immersed in his training, time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month deadline for the wedding arrived, and he could now leave the city to pay respects to his mother. These 8 or 9 days of intense practice had honed his thunderbolt fist to greater proficiency and awe-inspiring power. At the same time, he felt the skin and muscles across his body grow increasingly resilient. Beneath the skin, his muscles grew hot, occasionally aching unbearably and twitching incessantly as they autonomously absorbed energy from his entire body. Clear signs it was time for muscle refinement. With the help of the ink-black liquid, his spiritual power had increased by 2 points, now reaching 13. His physical constitution and spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. That night, the moon was bright and stars sparse. Luo Qingzhou once again brought Xiao Dai to bathe in a secluded corner of the lake. He picked up a stone, had Xiao Dai watch carefully, then raised his fist and smashed it against the rock in his hand. Bang! His flesh fist struck violently against the hard stone. Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Crack! The fist remained completely unharmed while the rock split cleanly in two. Luo Qingzhou tossed away the broken stone, stroking his bronze-tough fist with slight pride. Xiao Dai, is your young master hard? The young maid's eyes widened as she nodded repeatedly with admiration and worship. So hard. Young master is extremely hard. The two stood naked in the mist-shrouded lake water, facing each other. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his fist with ambitious confidence and declared, wait and see, there's something even harder coming. When the time comes, not just this small stone, even iron, this young master can smash it to pieces. The young maid's face flushed red from the steam, her clear innocent eyes filled with twinkling stars as she gazed at him dreamily. Young master, you're so amazing. This servant wants. Tomorrow accompany me outside the city to visit mother's grave. Luo Qingzhou scrubbed himself while thinking about tomorrow's matters. Oh. The young maid uttered an "oh" and snapped back to reality. After a moment, she suddenly added, young master, later we still need to pay respects to the young lady. You could ask Sister Bailing. Ask what? Last time Sister Bailing said the young lady promised you a reward, but it hasn't been fulfilled yet. Luo Qingzhou continued scrubbing, sinking into deep thought. Xiao Dai suddenly moved closer to him, pressing her burning little face against his chest, and whispered shyly, "If young master dares not, this servant can help you ask. This servant can also help young master." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, gazing at her snow-white jade-like fragrant shoulders and blushing little face under the moonlight. His heart grew warm as he embraced her. Chapter 055. That annoying son-in-law really knows how to charm. The moonlight was clear and bright. In a corner of the lake, water splashed noisily with plopping sounds. Xiao Dai covered her small mouth, opened her eyes wide, and let out a surprised exclamation. Luo Qingzhou had actually caught a fish underwater. The lake water was warm year-round, with the deeper parts even somewhat scalding. Surprisingly, this fish was lively and vigorous, struggling desperately in his hand with considerable strength. The fish's scales showed a pale blue color, glistening with vivid luster under the moonlight. The fish was about a foot long, its flesh appearing quite plump and delicious. Luo Qingzhou observed carefully, then turned his gaze toward the lush lotus clusters surrounding the pavilion at the lake's center. His puzzlement only deepened. This water quality not only allowed lotuses to flourish but also supported fish truly peculiar. "Young master, this fish is so beautiful. Did they raise it?" Xiao Dai's face brimmed with curiosity. Luo Qingzhou shrugged. "Who knows?" As he spoke, he made to release it, hesitated, then flung it ashore instead. Startled, Xiao Dai exclaimed, "Young master, why throw it onto the shore?" Rinsing his lower half, Luo Qingzhou replied, "I didn't eat enough tonight. I'm a bit hungry, we'll grill the fish later." "Ha, what? Hurry up and wash. We're getting out soon." Oh. After finishing, they climbed ashore, dressed, took the fish, and returned to the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou placed the fish in a basin in the kitchen, washed his hands, changed into clean clothes in his room, and came out saying, "Xiao Dai, do you know how to clean fish?" Xiao Dai grimaced and said, "Young master, this servant doesn't dare. Wait for me to return." Luo Qingzhou prepared to go out to pay respects to Miss Qin. Xiao Dai hurried to the doorway to remind him, "Young master, remember to ask Sister Bai Ling." Before Luo Qingzhou could reply, she peeked outside and whispered, "Young master, since Sister Bai Ling said that, it means the young miss wants to share your chamber. You must take the initiative to mention it." A gleam flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes as he couldn't help giving her another look. "Xiao Dai, when you go out daily to learn things from those maids, it surely can't be just musical instruments and needlework." Xiao Dai immediately flushed red, lowering her head as she shyly replied, but she was too embarrassed to say it out. Luo Qingzhou heard her inner thoughts. "I also learned how to serve young master. I'm the chambermaid after all. Sister Xiao Dai taught me many embarrassing things." Luo Qingzhou, don't learn nonsense. Learn something useful. If you really can't refuse, just say you're still young and we'll learn later. Having said this, Luo Qingzhou left through the door. Xiao Dai raised her head, watching his gradually receding back, pouted her small mouth and muttered somewhat aggrievedly, "I'm not that small anymore." Then she lowered her head to look at her chest, and let out a slight sigh. "It is indeed somewhat small. I wonder if those things Sister Xiao Dai mentioned would be useful." On the road, Luo Qingzhou was thinking about going out of the city tomorrow to pay respects to his deceased mother. Traditionally, when a man gets married, if his mother has passed away and he goes to pay respects, he should bring his new wife along. This is the proper way to show respect to his mother and comfort her spirit in heaven. However, he didn't marry into a family but rather became a live-in son-in-law. Given the other party's social status and personality, it would be absolutely impossible for them to go with him. Moreover, he didn't really care. They had already made things clear maintaining a superficial relationship for now would suffice. Neither would disturb the other. It was already good enough that he and Xiao Dai had a place to stay, could live without worries of food and clothing, and that he could conceal his talents and cultivate peacefully under the shelter of the Qin Manor. Besides, the people of Qin Manor were truly quite nice. Lost in these thoughts, he soon arrived at the entrance to eldest Miss Qin's courtyard. The courtyard gate stood open, moonlight spilling down. Bai Ling leaned against the doorframe in her pink dress, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, smiling at him like a fairy beneath the moonlight. "Young master, do you think I'm beautiful?" The lovely pink-clad girl laughed charmingly, then waved the pink flower in her hand, saying, "Who is more beautiful, me or this flower? If young master answers wrong, don't even think about entering." Luo Qingzhou replied directly, "The flower is more beautiful." He then cupped his hands, "Since Miss Bai Ling won't let me in, I'll take my leave." "Bai Ling?" Luo Qingzhou pretended to leave. Bai Ling quickly straightened up, stomped her foot and coquettishly huffed, "Young master. How annoying. I'm going to call Chan Chan." Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at her without speaking. Bai Ling pouted her lips and gazed at him with melancholy. "Young master treats me like this, it makes me very sad. Just a few days ago, young master said you liked me and wanted me to be your chambermaid. How could young master change your heart so quickly?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly. "It's not a change of heart. It's just that if something can't be obtained, there's no need to persist." Bai Ling immediately showed a wronged expression. "Young master is so impatient. Didn't I tell you? Only if the young lady agrees can I accept you." "Young master could go ask the young lady." Luo Qingzhou, feeling hungry and thinking of the fish waiting inside, no longer wished to engage in her play acting. He cupped his hands and said, "Miss Bailing, may I enter now?" Bailing's delicate face filled with resentment as she humped and stepped aside. "Go in, son-in-law. The young mistress is reading in the back garden." As Luo Qingzhou passed by her, he suddenly caught a familiar maidenly fragrance. His heart jolted and he stopped to turn and look at her. Bailing blinked her dark, lively eyes. "Son-in-law, what's wrong?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated, then leaned closer to her. Lowering his head, his nose nearly touched her pretty face as he inhaled the delicate fragrance once more. Startled, Bailing jerked her head back against the doorframe, her full bosom thrusting up until it nearly brushed against his chest. Flustered and urgent, she cried, "Son-in-law, what are you doing? Don't be like this, I'm so shy." Luo Qingzhou stared closely at her lovely face. It displayed an obviously feigned look of flustered shyness, yet remained fair and delicate without the slightest blush. Luo Qingzhou kept watching like this, inhaling her scent, neither speaking nor moving aside. Bai Ling arched her slender willow-like waist backward, tilting her pretty face upward while fluttering her captivating eyes, her thick lashes trembling pitifully as she was pressed against the wall like this. At first it was false shyness, but being stared at so closely by him, with his breath falling upon her face, two faint blushes finally appeared on her fair cheeks, her heartbeat quickened, and her perky chest rose and fell slightly. "Why, young master, don't be like this, I'm truly embarrassed." Her soft pleas for mercy accompanied a blushing, peach-like face as she shyly fluttered her long lashes, those autumn water eyes reflecting the youth's handsome yet inscrutable countenance. "I misspoke earlier." Luo Qingzhou finally stepped aside, casting her a profound glance before turning to enter the small courtyard, making his way toward the rear garden. Bai Ling stood momentarily dazed, still maintaining the wall-pinned posture against the doorframe for several breaths before suddenly coming to her senses and hastily giving chase. She caught up with him outside the moon gate of the rear garden. The blush still hadn't faded from her face as she trailed behind him, asking in a hushed voice, "Young master, what exactly did you misspeak earlier?" Luo Qingzhou halted his steps, turning to observe her charmingly sweet face tinged with rosy hues, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "Truth be told, Miss Bai Ling is far more beautiful than that flower." With these words, he passed through the circular gate. Baining stood rooted to the spot, still clutching the flower in her hand. Her eyes followed his slender, receding figure while his tender words echoed in her ears. The look he had given her earlier flashed through her mind, leaving her in a dazed trance. But soon, the sound of sword practice from the garden snapped her out of her reverie. That awful young master. Such a smooth talker. Rogue. She stomped her foot in frustration before following him inside. Chapter 56. This maid is so happy. The full moon hung high in the sky. In the garden, lush trees provided shade while artificial hills displayed layers of verdant beauty. Beside a pond of emerald water stood an elegant pavilion with upturned eaves, red pillars, and green tiles. Inside the pavilion, Miss Qin of the Qin family sat quietly in her white dress, her jade-like skin and celestial beauty making her resemble a moon goddess who had descended to the mortal world, gazing absent-mindedly at the moon. Outside the pavilion, beneath a plum tree, a cold-faced maiden in emerald green skirts was wielding her sword, her dark tresses dancing in the wind as her sleeves fluttered gracefully during the sword dance. This time, her swordplay appeared much gentler than before. Luo Qingzhou cast a glance. Then, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, he walked to the pavilion and bowed to the daydreaming maiden inside with clasped hands. "Young mistress." The maiden came back to her senses, her moonlight clear and cold eyes turning toward him. After a long silence, she finally gave a slight nod. Having received her response, Luo Qingzhou prepared to take his leave. But after taking just a few steps, swish swish swish, the swordplay beneath the plum tree suddenly turned fierce again. Petals showered like rain as swordlight filled the garden. Threads of chilling aura came with the night breeze carrying faint fragrance. "Young master, is it because Chan's sword dance is too ugly that you're in such a hurry to leave?" Bai Ling's provoking voice came through. Without responding to her, Luo Qingzhou paused and turned his gaze back to the sword-dancing maiden beneath the plum tree. Under the tree, the maiden's eyes held hidden stars, her sword reflected the moonlight, her figure graceful and delicate. Though her face was as fair as a flower, her sword's gleam was icy cold, her expression frosty. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Qingzhou felt that single sword transform into a garden of blades, a single point of sharpness multiplying into countless cold glimmers, scattering like stardust across his entire body, beautiful to the extreme. Of course, it was also terrifying to the extreme. If targeted by such a sword, one's entire body would likely become riddled with holes in an instant, with not a single spot left intact. "Young master, it seems Charn is angry." While Luo Qingzhou was engrossed in watching, Bailing provoked again, whispering into his ear, her warm breath brushing against his skin. It tickled, sending a slight numbness through him. Luo Qingzhou took a few steps back, refusing to look at her. Bailing closed in on him again, pouting with grievance. "Young master, earlier outside, you weren't like this. You pinned me against the doorframe, almost kissed me." The sword light faded, petals scattering in the wind. The girl under the tree stood still, sheathed her sword, and cast a cold glance this way. Bailing immediately cooed again. "Young master, just now outside, you pressed close to sniff me and said I smelled so sweet and fragrant, was that true?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her but didn't respond, walking toward the round gate instead. Bailing quickly called out, "Young master, have you forgotten something?" Without turning back, Luo Qingzhou replied, "No." Bailing reminded him, "Didn't you tell me outside, young master, that you had something to say to the young mistress?" Luo Qingzhou stopped at the round gate and turned to look at her. He remembered what Xiao Dai had reminded him before coming. "Young master, since Sister Bailing said it like that, it means the young mistress wants to share your chamber. You must take the initiative to bring it up." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the snow-white figure in the pavilion, then withdrew his gaze to look at the charming young girl before him, blinking her eyes and secretly giving him meaningful looks. He recalled the familiar maidenly fragrance at the gate outside and the delicate shyness of the young lady under the moonlight. The garden fell silent for a moment. He said, "Nothing particular, just paying my respects to the young mistress." After speaking, he cupped his hands in salute, stepped through the gate, and soon vanished around the dark corner. Bai Ling stood frozen for a while before turning to look at the figure in the pavilion, then at the frost-cold figure standing with sword beneath the plum tree. She shrugged and murmured, "Who would have refused?" No one responded. The garden returned to silence once more. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the small courtyard, Xiao Dai was sitting in the yard with a wooden basin before her. In the basin lay that fish. The young maid held a kitchen knife, her delicate youthful face full of hesitation. Seeing him return, she quickly rose with a troubled expression, saying, "Young master, the servant still dares not kill it." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but chuckle. He took the knife from her hand and said, "Go light the stove instead." "Oh." Xiao Dai hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou sat down, raised his knife, and with practiced ease scaled the fish, removed its gills and fins, gutted it, and cleaned away the black membrane inside. It was soon thoroughly cleaned. After rinsing it several times with fresh water, he entered the kitchen, placed it in a clean basin, added seasonings, and began marinating it. Then he helped the little maid light the fire. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the courtyard. Xiao Dai hadn't been hungry at first. She had just been saying, "Young master, the fish is so pitiful. This servant won't eat it." But once the fish was placed over the fire and its fragrance filled the air, she stood nearby drooling, patting her stomach and saying, "Young master, the fish is so big. If you eat it all by yourself, you might overeat. This servant will help you eat it later." Luo Qingzhou teased, "I can finish it all by myself. You should go back to your room and do your embroidery." The little maid pouted, pretended not to hear, and continued swallowing her saliva beside him, looking utterly ravenous. The fish was soon roasted to perfection. Luo Qingzhou removed it from the stove fire, let it cool slightly, then washed his hands before tearing off the tender meat from both sides of the fish's belly. He placed it in the bowl the young maid had already prepared and said, "Let's eat." Having said this, he cradled the bellyless fish in both hands and began eating with great relish. Xiao Dai held her bowl, her eyes reddening as she said, "Young master." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Dai wiped away the tears that were about to spill and shook her head. "And nothing, it's nothing. This servant just feels so happy, so blessed." Luo Qingzhou smiled and continued eating the fish. Being happy is good, being blessed is good. Isn't that what living is all about, happiness and blessings? Xiao Dai held back her tears and began eating. With each bite, she stole a glance at him, secretly resolving in her heart, "For the young master, I must grow stronger. I must study hard with Sister Xiao Tao, learn proper skills." Under the moonlight, the young master's face was as flawless as jade, handsome and gentle. She continued to muse foolishly, Tonight I'll serve the young master, he's been so good to me. I have no way to repay him except with what Sister Xiao Dao taught me to make the young master happy. Come on, Xiao Dai." The evening breeze brushed lightly, rustling the leaves. In the back courtyard of Chenghua Manor, a winding corridor. Lady Wang, the principal wife carrying a lantern, stopped at the vermilion railing in the middle of the corridor after leaving Luo Yinyan's study, her gaze fixed ahead. The nearby bushes stirred slightly. Second steward Wang Chang appeared and said in a low voice, "They've been keeping watch there the whole time. Except for that one trip to the bookstore last time, he hasn't come out again. The 1-month deadline is approaching, likely within these 2 days." Lady Wang looked elsewhere, her face as calm as still water. "How many men?" Wang Chang replied respectfully, 5, all desperados, one of them being a martial artist. "More than enough to deal with that boy. What about Wang Pu? He'll follow at a distance. Afterwards, he'll personally verify the corpse he's seen that boy in the manor and would recognize him." Madame Wang lowered her head, gazing at the faintly flickering flame inside the lantern in her hand, and said softly, "You know that Yuer is preparing for exams. The Dragon Tiger Academy places great importance on each student's moral character." Wang Chang bowed his head and said, "Madam, rest assured. If anything goes wrong, Wang Pu will take full responsibility alone. This servant guarantees with my life." Madame Wang spoke no more and left carrying the lantern. After walking a few steps, she looked ahead and said, "I heard he has a younger sister. When this matter is over, have her enter the manor. She can accompany Yuer to the capital later." Hearing this, Wang Chang was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Many thanks to Madam." Madame Wang maintained a calm expression as she walked away slowly. Chapter 057, Paying Respects to Mother. It was early morning with bright sunshine. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, he was still holding a soft figure in his arms. The figure was wide awake, staring at him with infatuated eyes. Only after seeing him wake up did she say shyly, "Young master, it's not that this servant is lazy or pressing on my hair, so I cannot get up." Luo Qingzhou looked and indeed saw that he had been lying on the little maid's jet black hair. But this certainly wasn't an excuse for her laziness in not getting up early. How wonderful it would be to be held by young master like this forever, never having to get up. Luo Qingzhou gazed into her bashful eyes and heard the thoughts in her heart. Last night, this little maid hadn't been well behaved. When they slept together, she had blushed while touching him improperly until he pressed her firmly against his chest. At such a young age, who knows what fills her head all day? Does she only think about serving and pleasing him? Time to get up. Without prolonging their intimate moment, Luo Qingzhou threw off the covers and rose from bed. If they left the city early, they might even be able to return by noon. He still wanted to visit the bookstore to look for books about spiritual souls and martial artists. While dressing, Luo Qingzhou turned to look at the bed. The young maid was wearing moon-white undergarments, her snow-white shoulders and skin exposed as she dressed on the bed. Noticing his gaze, she shyly lowered her head, gently biting her pink lips, yet made no attempt to hide or cover herself, slowing her dressing movements. Her bosom already showed promising development. Luo Qingzhou averted his gaze and, after fully dressing, went straight to draw cold water from the well outside for washing. After washing up, the two of them had a simple breakfast. As they were about to leave, Xiaodai cautiously asked, "Young master, should we really not inform the young miss?" Luo Qingzhou closed the courtyard gate and said, "No need." The little maid glanced at his expression, sighed, and said gloomily, "You're right, it would be useless anyway. The young miss would never come with us." She secretly thought, the young master married into this family, it wouldn't be proper by etiquette. And I've heard he was brought in to ward off misfortune for the first and second young misses. There's no way they would accompany him to such a place. It's fine, just the two of us will be enough. Luo Qingzhou wore an indifferent expression as his gaze fell upon the plum blossoms just beginning to bloom on the branch ahead, murmuring softly, "Besides, my mother never liked meeting strangers." In his memories, that thin and pitiful woman had always been solitary and proud. Back then, had it not been absolutely impossible to stay in that small mountain village, she wouldn't have swallowed her pride and brought him to the city to beg for the Cheng family's pity. While lost in thought, Luo Qingzhou first took Xiaodai to find Steward Zhou to obtain a travel pass stamped with the Qin family's seal. Now that the princess was waging war at the border not far from here, Mo City had implemented strict management of people entering and leaving the city walls. Leaving the city might not require this document, but entering would definitely need it, or the guidance of an acquaintance, otherwise it would be very difficult to get in. Steward Zhou readily gave him one and admonished, "Young master, after leaving the city, remember not to stray from the main road. After paying your respects, return as quickly as possible. Make sure to return before dark, don't linger outside the city." He then asked, "Does the young master need to bring some guards?" Luo Qingzhou declined politely, took his travel permit, and bid farewell to leave. The other party was just being courteous. The Qin residents didn't have many guards. Besides protecting Qin Wenzhang, who left early and returned late, they also needed to protect other family members and patrol the Qin family's properties. It would be too extravagant to accompany someone who married into the family to visit graves. People without self-awareness will be disliked and annoying wherever they go. Luo Qingzhou left the residence with Xiaodai, first went to a shop to buy sacrificial items, then found a carriage at the street intersection. After negotiating the price, they boarded. Now he still had 270 taels of silver, he could certainly afford a carriage ride. His mother's grave was located on Purple Cloud mountainside outside the southern city, at least 7 or 8 kilometers from the city. If walking, who knows how long it would take. He didn't mind, but Xiaodai couldn't possibly walk that far. They would need to conserve some energy for climbing the mountain later. The wealthy and powerful families all have their own dedicated burial grounds, while poor and solitary individuals like him could only bury his mother in a desolate hill that no one cared about. Even the land at the foot of the mountain had its rightful owner. Back in the day, when Emperor Taizu of Ming's parents passed away, they too had no place for burial until a kind-hearted landlord yielded a piece of land, allowing them to be laid to rest. In these times, living was hard, and dying was equally difficult. Sometimes there wasn't even a place to be buried. Luo Qingzhou sat in the carriage, lost in thought during the journey. Xiaodai sat beside him, dutifully massaging his legs with her small fists, occasionally stealing glances at him, as if trying to discern whether he was grieving over his mother so she could offer some comfort. The carriage carried the master and servant, jolting its way out of the city. At the city gate, armored soldiers with sharp weapons stood guard, though they didn't inspect them. Shortly after their carriage departed the city, another followed behind, maintaining a steady distance on the official road. The road was filled with traveling merchants and laborers, all rushing about in their bitter struggle for survival. In these times, most people toil day and night just to prevent their families from starving. As for eating one's fill every day, that remains nothing but a pipe dream. Compared to those at the very bottom of society, Luo Qingzhou and his servant were already living quite comfortably. The carriage bounced along roughly as it sped down the official road. The elderly driver seemed anxious to secure his next fare, whipping his horse with vigorous cracks of the lash on its hindquarters. When the sun reached its zenith, the carriage gradually slowed its pace. The driver's voice came from outside. "Young master, we're nearly there, prepare to alight." Luo Qingzhou snapped out of his thoughts, lifted the curtain beside him, and peered outside. Fresh, biting air rushed against his face as a lush, towering mountain range came into view. The mountain snow hadn't fully melted yet, with patches of white still visible on its slopes from afar. The carriage soon stopped at the mountain foot's three-way junction. Luo Qingzhou disembarked with Xiao Dai, thanked the coachman, and carrying their belongings, stepped onto the mountain path. The carriage turned around, and the coachman couldn't help but advise after glancing at the frail master-servant pair, "Young master, go early and return early. Beware of wild beasts in the mountains, it's best to take the main road." With a crack, the whip struck the horse's rear as the carriage sped away. "Young master, let this servant carry those." Xiao Dai stood empty-handed, looking somewhat embarrassed. Luo Qingzhou kept hold of the items, looking ahead as he said, "Focus on climbing. Just don't make me carry you later." Xiao Dai pouted, "Young master underestimates me. Last year this servant climbed up all alone." Then she couldn't help laughing. Young master was so weak back then, needing rest after just a few steps and this servant's support to reach the top. Recalling those memories, Luo Qingzhou couldn't suppress a silent sigh in his heart. Back then in that frail state, not to mention the first madam deliberately harming him, even if no one harmed him, he would likely have fallen ill frequently and met an early demise. Fortunately, times have changed. This humiliating marriage into the family could be said to have saved both his and Xiao Dai's lives. "Young master, has the young miss still not spoken a single word to you?" Only after leaving the Qin residence, in this deserted place, did the little maidservant dare to ask about matters concerning that eldest Miss Qin. Luo Qingzhou nodded, his expression calm. Xiao Dai sighed, glanced at him, held back but ultimately couldn't resist. "Young master, do you think the young miss might really be B? Whether she's mute or foolish makes no difference." Luo Qingzhou said carelessly. Xiao Dai frowned and whispered, but the young master must eventually have children. "If the young miss is, I won't have them with her." Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned to look at her and smiled. "Having them with my Xiao Dai would be just fine." Xiao Dai immediately blushed and said shyly, "Young master, we're talking about serious matters here." Luo Qingzhou's smile faded slightly as he looked upward and said, "I am speaking seriously." After a moment of silence, he continued slowly, "Xiao Dai, wait patiently first. When this young master becomes capable, I will take you away. In the future, we'll have our own home, our own house, our own life, no longer living under someone else's roof, having to please others. The young master will work to support the family, while Xiao Dai stays beautiful like a flower and bears children too. How does that sound?" Xiao Dai bit her lips, her eyes reddened and brimming with tears. After a long daze, she said tremulously, "Young master, this servant is just a lowly maid." Luo Qingzhou reached out to stroke her delicate, youthful face and said tenderly, "This young master is the same, just a servant. But don't worry, soon we won't be anymore. In the future, my Xiao Dai will be someone important. If anyone dares to disrespect her, this young master will punch them with a single blow." Xiao Dai let out a pft of laughter, but tears rolled down her cheeks. With a muffled woo, she threw herself into his arms, crying happily. The master and servant embraced warmly for a while before continuing their ascent up the mountain. In the woods at the mountainside, numerous overgrown graves appeared. Some had been neglected for so long they were nearly flattened, with even coffins visible in certain graves. Luo Qingzhou led Xiao Dai through the woods and past crumbling graves until they found his mother's resting place. Before the grave stood a simple wooden plaque. Weather-beaten, the characters on the plaque had faded, barely revealing the words Madame Lin. Luo Qingzhou set down the spirit money and other offerings, then began pulling up the weeds around the grave with his hands. Xiao Dai moved to the other side to assist. After working diligently for some time, the pair finally cleared all the weeds from the grave and its surroundings. Luo Qingzhou lit the joss paper, knelt before the wooden plaque, and gazed silently at the words Madame Lin. In his past life, his mother had passed away from illness shortly after giving birth to him. He had never experienced maternal love. Every time he saw others laughing and being affectionate with their mothers, he would hide alone in a corner, his heart aching with sorrow. Never did he expect that in this life, he and his mother would still be separated by the boundary of life and death. "Mother, your child has come to burn paper offerings for you. Your child has married. My wife is a beautiful lady from a noble family, as lovely as a fairy. She treats me very well, with great gentleness. May your spirit in heaven rest in peace. Rest assured, whoever wronged you, your child will surely seek justice for you. The debt of your life-giving and nurturing kindness, your child can only repay in the next life." Luo Qingzhou murmured these words while kowtowing. Xiao Dai, kneeling beside him, wept profusely. The burning spirit money turned to ashes, swirling before the grave before rising into the air and vanishing with the wind. Invisibiline winds swept cheerfully through the woods and among the graves. Chapter 058, Desperate Outlaws. At the foot of the mountain. Shortly after Luo Qingzhou and his servant ascended the mountain, several figures gathered in the dense woods beside the narrow path. Among them, a lean and small man stood surrounded in the center. The others either had ferocious faces, imposing auras, or murderous glares in their eyes, yet they all behaved with utmost deference toward the small man. Boss, it's confirmed. They've gone up the mountain. There are only the master and servant pair. No one else has been spotted. We've waited nearly a month. Today we can finally finish this job and leave this godforsaken place. The small man's eyes gleamed sharply as he spoke in a low voice. Second brother, fourth brother, you take point. Third brother and fifth brother, circle around from above and surround them. Stay alert and don't act rashly for now. Wait to assess second and fourth brother's situation first. I'll approach from behind. Boss, it's just a weak scholar and a little maid. Is such caution really necessary? Old fifth, you don't understand this. The boss always leaves no room for error. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. After all, they come from a wealthy family. Though we haven't seen any guards openly, that doesn't mean there aren't any secretly. They might already be waiting for us on the mountain. Right, it's better to be cautious and careful. Then second brother and I will go up first to scout, see if there are any others. Yes, first get close and observe. If there's an opportunity, strike directly with lightning speed. Finish off that scholar first, then the mission will be accomplished. Hee, boss, that girl I saw was petite and delicate, with fair and tender skin, quite pretty and fresh looking. Later when we brothers. Stop fooling around. With money, what kind of woman couldn't you find? Make it quick, finish them off as fast as possible, take the remaining money and leave immediately. The thin man's face was full of severity. After some more low-voiced discussion, the group separated and went up the mountain. The sun soon rose to its zenith. Midway up the mountain, in the woods, incense smoke curled upward. Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai knelt before the burning incense candles, throwing the purchased spirit money and joss papers one by one into the flames. The air was filled with the smell of burning paper and the scent of incense candles. The blurred characters on the wooden tablet grew increasingly indistinct amidst the curling smoke. A cold wind howled around them, leaves rustled, and ashes on the ground swirled and scattered everywhere. When Luo Qingzhou knelt and looked up again, he suddenly noticed the characters on the tablet twisting and distorting through the smoke. At the same time, in his peripheral vision, he saw a vague, flickering gray shadow strangely appear to the right of Xiao Dai, who was kneeling beside him. But when he abruptly turned to look, the shadow suddenly vanished without a trace. Only a few strands of ashes and unburned paper scraps danced in the wind there before drifting away. Young master, what's wrong? Xiao Dai's eyes were red as she wiped away tears. It's nothing. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, tossing the remaining joss paper into the burning flames. His eyes peered through the smoke, first at the wooden tablet before him, then at the grave behind it. If it were truly as that book of supernatural tales said, that spirits exist in this world, then perhaps at this very moment, his mother was truly appearing as a spirit, watching him sorrowfully from the side, silently shedding tears yet unable to make herself known. To some people, such a scene might be terrifying, but to him, it only brought pain. Young master, please don't grieve. If the departed spirit of Madame knew you've married a fairy-like wife and are living well now, she would surely be overjoyed. Xiao Dai comforted him from the side, her eyes reddened. Yes, if mother knew we've both left the Changhua mansion and are living happily in our new home, she would certainly be very pleased. Luo Qingzhou murmured as he watched the burning flames before him. Let's go. The burning joss paper on the ground had completely turned to ash, and the remaining incense sticks and candles were nearly spent. Luo Qingzhou stood up, extinguished the flames, cast one last glance at the grave, and left with Xiao Dai. Madam, we must take our leave now. On Qingming Festival, this maid and young master will return to pay our respects. Xiao Dai waved her hand while sobbing. The master and servant passed through the woods and clusters of graves, returning along the mountain path they had come. At that moment, two men, one old and one young, emerged from the woods opposite them. Seeing them, the middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s, quickly waved and called out, "Young master, please wait. Might we ask for directions?" The two men approached the master and servant, their faces showing simple, honest smiles. Luo Qingzhou looked at them and nodded. Where are you headed? The middle-aged man wiped sweat from his forehead, grinning honestly as he prepared to answer, when Luo Qingzhou pointed behind them toward the woods and asked, "Is that person your companion?" The two men froze, turning to look. Thud! A sudden dull sound rang through the air. Crack! The sound of bones shattering immediately followed. The young man's head jerked backward abruptly, his body staggering several steps before falling to the ground with a thud, eyes wide, forehead caved in, brains splattering everywhere, dying instantly. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, his hand just beginning to withdraw from his robe's waistband when bang! Luo Qingzhou's right foot smashed heavily into his chest, sending him flying backward. Thwack! He crashed into the woods behind, the hand that had been hidden in his robe now exposed, clutching a gleaming dagger. But now his chest was caved in, ribs completely shattered, streams of blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Lying on the ground, his mouth agape, he convulsed several times with wide-eyed terror before going completely limp dead. This entire sequence occurred in the blink of an eye. Beside them, Xiao Dai hadn't even reacted yet, hadn't even managed to scream, when the two men had their bones shattered by punches and kicks, meeting their doom instantly. Xiao Dai's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, about to scream, when Luo Qingzhou grabbed her small hand and prepared to run downhill. But at that moment, a lean man suddenly appeared below them. The lean man had originally been standing below, seemingly admiring the scenery, but upon seeing this scene, his expression changed first before he started running up toward them. Luo Qingzhou immediately pulled Xiao Dai, preparing to run uphill instead. However, 2 more men appeared on the mountain path, each holding gleaming daggers, quickly charging downward. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Qingzhou immediately took Xiao Dai into the woods where the old man and youth had just emerged from. As they passed by the middle-aged man's corpse, Luo Qingzhou suddenly bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground and thrust it into Xiaodia's hand, whispering, "Take this." Xiaodia's small face was deathly pale, her hands trembling as she clutched the dagger. Her legs weakened, making it impossible for her to run, and she sobbed, "Young master, you run first, don't mind this servant." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, pulling her along as they continued forward. "Boss! This!" The 2 men charging down the mountain with daggers in hand were instantly jolted with fright upon seeing the gruesome state of the 2 corpses on the ground. Their faces twisted in horror as they abruptly halted their steps. This was done by that scholar. The 2 men stood gaping, their faces ghostly pale, hearts trembling with terror. How could they dare continue chasing? Wasn't he supposed to be just a frail, bookish scholar who couldn't even harm a chicken? How did he shatter Lauer's and Laoxi's skulls and ribcages with just a single punch and kick? This was more ruthless than even them. The scrawny man looked at the corpses on the ground, his expression equally shocked and grim. However, he immediately noticed telling details from the 2 bodies. Gritting his teeth, he said, "That scholar is actually a martial artist too. But he's only at the skin refining stage. After him, he had already successfully completed skin refinement and was now working on flesh refinement. Besides, the target had a maid with him. They couldn't get far. Backing out now would mean giving up halfway. Moreover, these men were desperate outlaws to begin with, having teetered on death's edge many times, never knowing if they'd get another meal. Now they finally had a chance to obtain a huge sum of money enough to escape and live comfortably for life. How could they pass this up? They couldn't let this ready prey slip away. The scrawny man was the first to charge into the woods. The remaining 2 men exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with malice. Then, gritting their teeth and gripping their daggers tighter, they followed. Chapter 059, The Treacherous and Cruel Scholar. Whoosh! The scrawny man's figure flickered as he darted into the forest. They saw his slightly hunched figure darting forward, every muscle tensed, fists clenched tightly, with sharp glints in his eyes like a leopard sprinting after its prey. The trees and bushes on both sides whooshed past at incredible speed. That scholar won't escape. At such a critical moment, he still showed womanly compassion, caring for that lowly maidservant. This is practically suicide. The other 2 men, daggers in hand, strained to keep up behind him, shouting urgently, "Boss, slow down. Wait for us." That seemingly frail scholar who looked like he could be crushed with a finger turned out to be a martial artist. Recalling the tragic deaths of their 2nd and 4th brothers, they still felt fear gripping their hearts. "Keep up." The slender man kept his gaze fixed ahead. With a swish, he leapt over a bush and finally locked onto the petite figure fleeing in panic up ahead. Why is it only that maidservant? Sure enough, the scholar abandoned the maid and ran off alone. Then let's kill that little girl first. A vicious glint flashed in the skinny man's eyes as he sprinted forward, when suddenly a dull thud sounded behind him, followed immediately by a shrill, terrified scream. His face changed dramatically as he frantically skidded to a stop. Without the slightest hesitation, he spun around and lunged back. The 2 knife-wielding men, who had just leaped over the shrub alongside him, suddenly saw a figure flash out from behind a nearby tree, delivering a vicious punch to one man's temple. Caught completely off guard, the man shrieked as his brains splattered dead before his body even hit the ground. The other man reacted with lightning speed in utter terror. He desperately threw himself to the right while hurling his knife at the sudden attacker, trying to buy himself even a sliver of survival time. But after killing his companion with a single punch, the figure didn't hesitate for even a moment before immediately pouncing toward him. The dagger gleamed coldly as it flew toward the figure, but the target ignored it completely, directly intercepting the blade with his chest as he charged forward. Bang! He fell to the ground on his right side, not even having time to roll away when a sharp pain exploded at the back of his skull. Then darkness flooded his vision. Death came instantly. The dagger he'd thrown only managed to pierce the figure's clothing before being blocked by the tough membrane beneath and falling to the ground. From sudden appearance to killing 2 men, it had all happened in barely an instant. But now the slender man had returned, charging at the figure like an enraged beast. With no room to dodge, the figure tightened the membrane on his arm and threw a swift counterpunch. Crunch! The 2 fists collided heavily, producing a dull thud of bone meeting bone. The slender man landed on the ground, his feet planted firmly, though his arms felt numb as he glared at his opponent with vicious, venomous eyes. The youth, meanwhile, staggered backward several steps before regaining his footing, his arms similarly numb and his fist throbbing with pain. What a scholar you are! To be so ruthless and cruel, killing all 4 of my brothers. The slender man clenched his fists, his eyes red with fury, teeth gritted tightly. He had truly been blind to mistake this vicious fiend for a weak, bookish scholar. To be capsized in a tiny ditch, how laughable and humiliating. Swish! Luo Qingzhou charged forward without a word. He knew that with Xiao Dai in tow, there was no chance of escape, so his only option was to take the risk and seize the moment to strike back. Better to fight with desperate courage than to flee and lose his life. Bang! The two exchanged another thunderous punch. Immediately, fists flew as figures moved, causing fallen leaves and surrounding shrubs to rustle loudly. After just 2 moves, the slender man landed a punch squarely on his chest. Luo Qingzhou staggered back and fell, rolled to dissipate the force, then leaped up to continue countering with Thunder Rush Fist. Ha ha! To think you've trained in this useless Thunder Rush Fist technique, indeed just a worthless live-in son-in-law. The slender man's fists moved with terrifying speed. Grinning viciously, he delivered several bang-bang-bang punches to Luo Qingzhou's arms, fists, and shoulders. Luo Qingzhou's Thunder Rush Fist was too slow to parry. He could only toughen his skin membrane while retreating and desperately blocking. Bang! Another punch struck his chest, forcing him back several steps until he hastily dodged behind a large tree. With a deafening crack, the tree trunk splintered into pieces. The thin man's fist actually punched straight through the tree trunk, aiming directly for his chest. Luo Qingzhou crossed his arms to protect his chest and with a loud bang was forced to retreat further. Pain radiated through his arms, fists, chest, and shoulders as blood surged within him. Even with his tough skin membrane absorbing most of the impact, the pain still pierced to the core. Go to hell! The thin man leapt forward, his fists whistling through the air, transforming into countless fist shadows that enveloped Luo Qingzhou. With no room to dodge, Luo Qingzhou abruptly stepped back and executed the rolling thunder move from his thunderclap fist technique. Boom! At this moment, what seemed like real thunder could be heard. Simultaneously, fallen leaves on the ground swirled up with a whoosh, dancing along the path of his fist. Bang! 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 A rapid series of punch impacts rang out. Though forced back again, Luo Qingzhou remarkably only took one solid hit from the opponent's dense barrage of fist shadows this time. Ugh! The punch landed on his chest again. A metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed directly at the charging Slender Man. With a savage expression, the Slender Man neither dodged nor yielded, allowing the blood to splatter across his face as he threw a punch toward Luo Qingzhou's face. Provoked into fury, Luo Qingzhou felt his consciousness grow sharper despite the searing pain in his chest. His spirit surged with excitement. His skin tightened, internal energy rushed through his body, power concentrated in his knuckles. Then with a deafening boom, he unleashed his strike. This punch erupted like thunder. Caught off guard, the Slender Man jolted in fright, his soul trembling as his fist collided heavily with Luo Qingzhou's. Bang! A dull thud followed, robes billowing from the impact. This time, the Slender Man's arm shook violently. He staggered back several steps, while an acute pain suddenly shot through his fist. Shocked, he looked down and saw his knuckles had been seared black. Since when did the Thunderbolt Fist actually produce thunder? Before he could figure it out, Luo Qingzhou's fists came at him again. Boom! 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 The movements of Thunderbolt Fist began to grow faster and heavier. Leaves on the ground swirled up wildly, surrounding shrubs rustled violently as Luo Qingzhou's entire body seemed wrapped in a storm, his fists rumbling like thunder as they enveloped his opponent. The thin man's expression changed as he hastily raised his fists to counter. The two exchanged blows, their figures swift as wind, fists raining down like a storm, fighting for dozens more minutes with neither gaining advantage. After the initial fierce assault and this prolonged battle, the thin man's internal energy and physical stamina had already been nearly exhausted. His fist techniques had been fast, fierce, and brutal from the very beginning, but they were also extremely taxing on both internal energy and physical strength. Having failed to finish off his opponent at the start and now engaged in this prolonged battle for dozens of minutes, he finally began to weaken, showing signs of decline. Luo Qingzhou's Thunder Rush Fist started slow but gradually accelerated, becoming faster, heavier, and more ferocious with each passing moment. Simultaneously, the internal energy within his body remained abundant, continuously channeling into his arms and legs. Even though he was already injured, even though he had been fiercely battling for nearly half an hour, his stamina remained as vigorous as at the start. It had even reached its peak. The deep blue liquid and pitch black liquid produced by the Sun Moon Treasure Mirror had now fully manifested their tremendous effects. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. When their fists collided, the skinny man suddenly felt intense pain in his fist, followed by the scent of burning and cooked flesh in the air. Horrified, he looked down. His fist was now a bloody, charred mess. Before he could react, another thunderous explosion erupted against his chest. Bang! For the first time, his opponent's fist struck his chest, sending him flying backward before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Just as he landed, he rolled violently and sprang up from the ground. Looking down, he found his chest scorched black and mangled with blood and flesh. Excruciating pain struck. Before he could observe further, thunderous explosions rang out before his eyes again. The speed of the rushing Thunder Fist grew increasingly faster, its momentum more terrifying, and its power. Was this fucking rushing Thunder Fist the same one he knew? Boom! Another fist came smashing. With a furious roar, gritting his teeth, he madly channeled the last remnants of his internal energy throughout his body, pouring it into his arm. His skin membrane shimmered with metallic luster as he fiercely counterattacked. A violent explosion sounded, and blue electric arcs actually flashed by. With a crack, not only was the slender man's punching fist blown into a bloody mess, but even his hand bones shattered apart. Ah! He couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. But that fist didn't stop, smashing into his chest once again. He was sent flying through the air, seeing his caved-in chest and broken ribs mid-flight while simultaneously vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. At this moment, fear began gripping him. No! He couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die here. Couldn't die at the hands of some weak scholar, some cunning little bastard. Bang! He crashed onto the ground, a heart-piercing pain shooting through his chest that nearly made his vision go dark as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. He dared not faint. Biting through his tongue, he abruptly leapt up and turned to flee. But his broken ribs and exhausted body made his steps falter, the unbearable pain causing his speed to slow after just a few steps. Boom! Another thunderous sound came from behind. A fierce wind howled toward him. The skinny man, terrified beyond measure, could only scream shrilly, "Don't kill me. I'll tell everything." Crash! Before he could finish, that fist violently struck his back. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out. The thin man flew forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. His body convulsed several times as blood gushed from his nose and mouth. His eyes widened, and he made guttural heh-heh sounds as if trying to speak something. Luo Qingzhou stepped close to him, planted a foot on his caved-in back, and exerted force. With a squelch, blood sprayed out as he directly crushed the man's heart. The thin man's body stiffened momentarily before going limp. His eyes remained wide open as he breathed his last. Chapter 060. I am a scholar. The forest returned to silence. Only the sound of wind blowing and Luo Qingzhou's labored breathing remained. He stood in place, his chest heaving violently. His clothes were torn, his body covered in bruises. Many areas of his skin had split open, leaving flesh mangled and bloody. Waves of pain assaulted him. His mouth and throat still brimmed with the strong metallic taste of blood. His muscles began trembling throughout his body, his legs growing weak. It wasn't fear from killing for the first time, but rather his body and mind, strained for too long, finally relaxing. A while later, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staggered a few steps, leaned against the large tree behind him, and slowly sat down. Huff huff. The heavy panting sounded exceptionally clear in the silent mountain forest. Staring at the corpse and blood before him, recalling the life or death battle moments ago, he suddenly felt as if he were in a dream. He had actually survived. A few more moments passed. Xiaodai finally emerged from the nearby bushes, still clutching the dagger tightly in her hand. Her pale little face was streaked with tears as she ran over, crying, "Young master, I'm fine. Go search his body." Luo Qingzhou stopped her from approaching. His entire body burned with pain, his fists trembling slightly. The skin on his knuckles had split open, leaving them a bloody mess untouchable. Xiaodai froze for a moment, then clutching the dagger, she trembled as she walked toward the corpse of the slender man. Though terrified, she knew she must be strong and brave at this moment. The young master needs her. Her small hands trembled as she groped across the blood-stained corpse. "Young master, a pouch." This skinny man carried only a pale yellow pouch on him. Xiaodai pulled it out. "Nothing else?" Luo Qingzhou panted as he asked. Xiaodai searched again, then shook her head, her voice trembling, "And nothing." Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered as he frowned. This was a martial artist, he couldn't possibly carry just a pouch. At the very least, there should have been silver coins. No. He looked at the pouch in Xiaodai's hand, noticing its bulging shape, and said, "Open it and see what's inside." Upon hearing this, Xiaodai trembled as she opened the pouch. But strangely, despite appearing full from the outside, the pouch actually contained nothing. Xiaodai froze for a moment, thinking she had misseen. She looked outside, then inside again, groping many times, yet it remained empty. Her fingers found nothing. The little maid blinked her eyes, her face full of astonishment and confusion. Storage pouch. Luo Qingzhou was stunned momentarily when suddenly, inexplicably, a name surfaced in his heart. Immediately, excitement welled up in him. If this really was a storage pouch, then this trip would be worth it. There should be many things inside. "Xiaodai, give it to me, help me up." He struggled to rise. Xiaodai hurried over, handing the embroidered pouch into his palm as she supported him to stand. "Come, let's see if the others carry anything." This was no time to inspect their gains, they needed to leave this place quickly. He carefully tucked the palm-sized pouch into an inner pocket, deciding to examine it later at the treasure-gathering pavilion. With Xiaodai supporting him, they headed toward the descending mountain path outside. Luo Qingzhou searched every corpse thoroughly. How strange, the other corpses actually didn't have anything on them, not even a single tael of silver. This only served to prove that this pouch was anything but ordinary. That thin man was a martial artist, and probably everything from the others was stored in this pouch. Besides silver, there must be other things inside. His anticipation grew stronger. "Let's go, Xiaodai, we're heading down the mountain." After resting briefly and circulating his internal energy technique several times, the pain in his body had lessened considerably. His physical strength and mental energy remained abundant. After taking just a few steps downhill, he suddenly stopped again, his gaze fixed on the winding mountain path below. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Shao Dai, listen carefully." His expression turned grave. "You go down this path first. Remember, don't stop, keep walking straight down until you reach the three-way intersection below and wait for me there. Don't look around on your way down." Shao Dai's face changed slightly upon hearing this. "Young master, you don't be afraid. I'll be following you through the woods beside the path. Just keep walking forward, don't look for me." Luo Qingzhou gave a few more instructions before disappearing into the adjacent woods. Though filled with doubt and fear, little butterfly didn't hesitate any longer. She obediently followed the mountain path she had just climbed and began her descent. Her heart was unsettled, and her pale little face still showed traces of fear from the recent incident. Her legs felt weak, and she nearly stumbled several times. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened all the way down to the mountain foot. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and badly wanted to glance back at the young master in the woods. But remembering his recent instructions, she forced herself to keep walking forward. Soon, she reached a forked path ahead and continued onward. At the mountain's base, all was quiet and still. Occasionally, birdsongs rang out, sounding particularly clear and resonant in the empty, silent mountains. "Coo coo," a bird called as it flitted across the sky. In the dense woods on the other side of the descending path, shortly after little butterfly left, a figure slowly emerged from behind a shrub. Watching her petite figure recede into the distance, a trace of confusion appeared on his gloomy face. It seemed successful, but why was that little girl let down? He glanced up the mountain, waited another moment, then strode upward quickly. Regardless of circumstances, they wanted to see the person alive or the body dead. He had to see that young man's corpse with his own eyes before he could report back. Mountain winds whistled through the forest, blowing forcefully. Soon, a strong scent of blood came drifting with the wind. His gaze sharpened as he quickened his pace, sneering inwardly. Dying here was letting that brat off easy. At least he's reunited with that whore of a mother. After climbing another stretch, he finally spotted a body lying on the ground not far ahead. The corpse had a caved-in skull, collapsed in a pool of blood, its features no longer distinguishable. That kid died horribly. With these thoughts in mind, he suppressed his nausea and rushed forward. But when he got closer and carefully examined the corpse, his heart suddenly jolted in shock, his complexion changing drastically. It wasn't that kid. His face filled with astonishment, he froze for a moment before suddenly turning his head to look at the nearby woods. The smell of blood grew stronger. There were more corpses there. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, his face began turning pale as he hurriedly ran over. On the outermost ground of the woods lay yet another corpse. Its chest caved in, eyes wide open, face frozen in terrified death. Still not that kid. His legs began to weaken as he raised his head to look deeper into the woods. Among the trees, several more corpses appeared. Instantly his face turned deathly pale, terror gripping his heart as his whole body trembled, as if recalling something dreadful. "Are you looking for me?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind like a thunderclap, startling him so badly he spun around. It was still that same familiar, delicate face. However, the perpetual expressions of inferiority and timidity that once adorned this face had vanished completely, replaced instead by a terrifying calm. A calm as deep as the ocean. Wang Pu's teeth chattered, his face turned deathly pale as he forced an ugly smile, stammering, "Third young master, how come you're here?" Luo Qingzhou stared into his eyes. "You're holding a dagger in your hand, do you intend to kill me?" Wang Pu's hand hidden in the sleeve suddenly trembled, then a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he let out a hoarse roar from his throat, like a desperate beast, thrusting the dagger viciously toward his chest. "Die!" But that sharp dagger, just as it reached his chest, was caught between two fingers gripping its tip. No matter how fiercely he roared or exerted force, he couldn't advance it a single inch. It was as if he had thrust into a piece of unyielding refined steel. Wang Pu suddenly raised his head, staring at the thin young man before him, his face contorted with disbelief. You are. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's fist struck his chest. Crack! A crisp snapping sound. Wang Pu collapsed to the ground, his chest caved in, ribs fractured, as copious blood gushed from his throat, instantly flooding his mouth and nostrils. His eyes bulged wide, mouth agape, fingers trembling as he struggled to speak, but only more blood poured from his nose and mouth. "I'm just a scholar, didn't you know that all along?" With these words, Luo Qingzhou stomped on the man's sunken chest, crushing his heart with a sickening squelch before any sound could escape. Then he turned and descended the mountain without another glance. The mountain breeze swept past, fluttering his robes. Wang Pu's bloodshot eyes remained fixed in death, his head lolling sideways as he watched the tall silhouette grow ever more distant. Scholar. Blood gushed from his throat as he let out his final, desperate sound. Then, he perished completely.